When a Mage Revolts. Chapter 151, The Tavern for Information Fishing. When they finally accepted a new mission, Benjamin left Andrew's house with Augustine, who brought him here. It was evening and it was time for Benjamin to arrange his lodgings for the night. He initially wanted to book a room from an inn in town, but Augustine enthusiastically invited him to stay at his place temporarily. Benjamin did not want to trouble others, but Augustine was so enthusiastic that it was difficult for Benjamin to decline his offer. In the end, he followed Augustine to the west side of town. "Relax, my place is very interesting. You won't want to leave once you're there." Benjamin could only smile and shake his head at that. Before Augustine came here, he was a butler for a wealthy family. The family raised a mage too, but they told the world that the mage was just a close servant to the missus of the family. Augustine had no idea initially and kept flirting with the maid, and when they really did get on the bed, she tied him up with a binding spell and played throughout the night. He was distressed, to say the least. He wanted to report to the church in town about the incident the next morning, but he was locked in the room by the mage, who forcefully taught him one magic spell. From that day onwards, he became a mage. He soon found a window to escape from the hands of the mage, and somehow ended in the town of Krewe. He wanted to leave the kingdom, but was blocked by the gate. Hence, he used his savings throughout the years to open a tavern. When Benjamin first heard this story, he was caught off guard. Was this really appropriate? Although Benjamin transmigrated into this world, Benjamin was physically still a 16 or 17-year-old teenager. Was it appropriate for a child to be told about this? Who would be responsible in the event that the child became addicted to this inappropriate hobby? Augustine shook his head in bewilderment when Benjamin expressed his shock. "I thought you'd be into this too," Augustine said somberly with a hint of regret in his voice. "The experience with the binding spell is horrendous. Multiple times I suggested her to go and buy some ropes for a more realistic feel, but she refused. Also, speech will be restricted with the binding spell. It was nowhere safe like what we agreed beforehand. I couldn't take it, and soon I left when she was not paying attention." There were too many aspects of Augustine's story for Benjamin to fret about. He did not know where to begin with. He started to regret his decision to stay temporarily in Augustine's place. Thankfully, Augustine was preoccupied by the guests and errands in the tavern that he did not get the chance to elaborate on the details with Benjamin. Benjamin felt like he could finally breathe. Benjamin sat at a place near the windows in the tavern, enjoying the beer and grilled meat that was a treat by Augustine. However, he was secretly in deep thoughts about the mission he got from Andrew. Getting across from the patrol guards. That was indeed a task of high difficulty. It was not that the patrol guards were very powerful, it was that he needed to evade detection of the people in the Crusader Gateway after they got the cross. Once the guards realized that a cross was lost, they would certainly have their defenses up, which would narrow the chance of escape. Benjamin must at least prepare a dupe for a switch. Not only that, he also had to properly collect information on the inner workings of the gateway. How many standing guards were there within the gates? What was the daily routine of the guards? Where would they place the crosses when they take a break? He still had much homework he needed to catch up on. If he attempted to steal something without proper information, even the petty thieves in the streets of the kingdom will scowl at him for being unprofessional. As he came over this thought, he glanced towards the table beside him. 2 off-shift patrol guards sat beside him, resting for their break. Augustine shared a look with Benjamin when he saw them, and acted as if nothing was wrong when he arranged Benjamin's seat. Both of the guards looked tipsy now. He could probably eavesdrop on them to get some useful information out of it. These 2 patrol guards were happily eating and chatting, unaware of someone secretly observing them. That Mtherfing leader, who was he trying to scare with his stormy face? The bishop was the reason. Say, what do you think is wrong with him these days? Why is he tormenting us several times a day, like an enemy is breathing down our necks? Who knows? But I did catch wind that His Highness the Pope will go into seclusion and communicate with God's will again. He just resurfaced not long ago, though. Do you think that was the reason? Not really. Why would the bishop be angry at this? Benjamin listened at the side, in deep thoughts. From the information he got from the other mages, he knew that there was a bishop within the Crusader gateways. In contrast to the bishops in the kingdom, this bishop was a reclusive one, and basically no one outside the gate saw the bishop's face. However, there was no doubt that the alerted priest whom Benjamin saw when he surveilled the insides of the gates using the water particle detection was the bishop. Based on their conversation, the bishop was behaving oddly. Although Benjamin was slightly surprised when he heard that the Pope was going into isolation again, he did not understand the necessity for the bishop in Crusader Gateway to behave weirdly because of this. The bishop was so far away. Unless, there was a more sinister reason behind this seclusion. Benjamin shook his head when he came across this thought. The affairs in the kingdom was a mess, where the power players would intersect. They might be friendly today but stab each other tomorrow. It took him much effort to get out of that terrifying quicksand, and he had no intentions nor interest to go and find out what happened there. The only thing that he would probably care about was what happened to the Thursday after he left. Did the church blame the 30,000 plague deaths on the Thursday? What did Grant think about all the events that happened? What would Claude, Jeremy, and the madam be up to now? Although Benjamin did not live with them for a long period of time, they were still his family members after he came to this world. He did feel embarrassed when he used the word family members though. Benjamin inhaled deeply, collected his wandering thoughts, and pulled himself together. He focused again on the two drinking and chatting guards. The two talked about everything from their leader to women, and Benjamin still managed to gradually get a picture of the shifts of the patrol guards. There were 3 shifts in every 20 hours. 6 a.m., 2 p.m., and 10 p.m. were the times when the exchange of shift would happen. Aside from the shifts on 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., there would be 10 people checking the pedestrians that entered or left the kingdom at the gates. 200 people would stand guard at the top of the gates, while the others will rest and be on standby inside. The patrol guards were not allowed to leave the gates most of the time, but they would have an entire month on break every 2 years. They could go back to their home, drink, have fun, and do whatever they like. These 2 guards drinking in the tavern just arrived here from their homes as their break was ending soon. They would be on duty soon. Benjamin sighed as he realized that the management control system of these guards were quite scientific and humane. Unfortunately, the 2 never talked about the key point, the cross that could identify mages. Hence, Benjamin had no way to determine where would the crosses be placed. Were they collected and given by the people in the church, or were they carried personally by the patrol guards? Benjamin could only move on and investigate by himself. The 2 patrol guards left after they were full and satisfied. Benjamin left the tavern after he realized that he would no longer get any useful information, and walked towards the gate. Benjamin decided to observe the Crusader Gateway again using the water particle detection. After all, there was a saying, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. It would be best if he could plot out the entire structure of the gate, as it would greatly simplify his work when he finally wanted to go in for the cross. Chapter 152, Spying. It was not too late, and the hand-knitting shop was still open. After Benjamin briefly explained the situation, the lady boss had no objections and allowed Benjamin to stand in a corner of the shop to discreetly sense the situation within the gates. Since the rift in the space of consciousness was successfully mended, the water particle detection was not affected despite the slight drop in Benjamin's magical ability. In fact, the range of the detection became wider than before. Based on the response of the water particles, Benjamin could see 10 people checking the pedestrians by the gates, and 200 people standing guard on the top of the gates, which corroborated with the information he got from the eavesdropping. The structure of the Crusader Gateway slowly formed in his mind. The gate looked more like a fortress, as it did not have much space to allow human movement. The middle of the gates consisted of 2 gigantic steel doors with strong aura of divine arts. It appeared that there was no way to go past this gates other than opening the door from within the fortress. In between the two doors was a 100-meter pathway, which was the mandatory route to get in and out of the gateway. At the sides of the pathway, side doors were open, and they led to long hallways and rooms. The rooms each had different functions, such as lodgings for the guards that resembled dorms, prayer rooms specially built for the church, a command room, a canteen, a storehouse. The Crusader gateways was thousands of meters wide and hundreds of meters thick. That was the reason there were so many rooms. Benjamin's attention traveled back and forth the rooms in attempt to search the crosses that could identify mages. At 10 o'clock, the guards by the gates switched shifts. The 10 patrol guards passed the crosses directly to the guards of the next shift. With their lights on, the next shift of guards held the crosses and continued checking the pedestrians who rushed their travels throughout the night. Rubnve.c. Benjamin felt a headache when he was observing this scene. Was it necessary for the same 10 crosses to be used for 24 hours, 365 days? How stingy was the church to not prepare some for reserve? How could Benjamin steal this then? No. There should be spares. Magical instruments have their respective durabilities, and they would be damaged if used too often. Where would the reserve be kept? Maybe Benjamin's detection range was not wide enough, he could only sense the rooms that were near to him. The ones on the far side, or the ones deeper into the gates were unfortunately beyond his sensing capability. Ah, what a huge headache! Benjamin gradually retrieved his detection and puzzled over the situation with his back leaning against the wall of the hand-knitting shop. How was it? Done with it. The voice of the lady boss snapped him back into the real world. It's getting late, I'm going to close my doors soon. It's time for you to take a rest too. Benjamin shrugged helplessly, this is going to be quite difficult. The defenses around the gates are quite strict. Although the hand-knitting shop was not closed yet, there were no other patrons inside. Everyone in the shop was a mage, which was why Benjamin had no need to pretend to be a customer, nor avoid talking about sensitive topics. Of course it is. That was why we said we had no idea how to go about this in the first place. The lady boss did not look particularly disappointed as she said, the harvest these years were borderline acceptable. The people within the gates would occasionally stock up their food supplies by ordering from the town. Varus have a business here, and he did manage to sneak into the place a few times. He didn't find anything though. Sneak into the place? An idea flashed by Benjamin's head. Do we have a chance to go into the gates? He quickly asked. Of course. Even I went in a few times, the lady boss replied as she nodded. It was abnormally cold last winter, and the people in the gates ordered a huge batch of cotton-padded clothes from town. Quite a few knitting shop owners went in. We only managed to walk to the doors, though, we were not allowed to go deeper into the gate. Benjamin thought about it for a moment. He shook his head. The idea he came up with was to disguise as a patrol guard to enter into the Crusader gateways. However, the lady boss actually meant stopping at the door at the pathway, placed the goods there and left when she said sneak into the place. There was no actual sneaking. The more Benjamin thought about this, the more impossible this mission of stealing a cross seemed. Did this imply that he should just give up? He further considered the situation. Suddenly, he switched the subject as he abruptly raised his head. When they ordered the cotton-padded clothes from town, do you know how much they actually ordered? The lady boss looked surprised, as if she could not understand why Benjamin would want to know this. After frowning and thought about it for a moment, she finally answered, at that time. It was approximately 1,000 if you add all the other shops. They did buy another 1,000 from Varus, though. Benjamin nodded, deep in thoughts. According to the relatively excellent shift and holiday arrangements, the patrol guards were treated decently. If they wanted to order special clothes, they would only buy more of them instead of under-purchasing. Furthermore, when Benjamin observed the dormitory using the water particle detection before this, he made a rough estimation that there would approximately be 2,000 guards living in the gate. 2,000 guards. Benjamin also noticed that their armor were not blessed, and were ordinary pieces of steel. Their training must be incompatible with the ones experienced by the Holy Knights or the Royal Knights, which meant that they would probably only have average combat prowess. The undefeatable aura around this place was solely due to the unbreakable door. "What's up? Why did you ask that?" The lady boss was on a cliffhanger when Benjamin stopped talking for a moment. "According to their order, we could conclude that there are almost 2,000 people standing guard in the gates." Benjamin crossed his arms and stood leaning on the walls. "I'm thinking about how strong these 2,000 people would be in a battle." Surprise colored the lady boss face as she quickly shook her head. "You're planning to barge your way through?" "No, that won't work. There's a bishop and 6 other priests in there, we couldn't even handle that one bishop, there's no point to even think about the other priests." Benjamin was quite shocked by that statement too. There were so many spellcasters guarding the Crusader gateways? He was already thinking about the specifics of a battle in his mind. After all, there were more than 20 mages in town, and soldiers without blessed equipments were unusually vulnerable when placed before a mage. If they could all sneak into the pathway of the gates and launch a surprise attack, they might break the defense line and escape directly out of the country. That no longer seemed to be feasible now. The bunch from the church was a force that they could never defeat. "Do you know the magical abilities of the others? How many spells do they know?" Benjamin refused to give up as he asked. "I could make a rough guess," the lady boss said. She soon shook her head. "I need to remind you to not have too high of an expectation, though." Chapter 153, Lesson on Magic. Augustine, strong affinity to the earth element. Spells mastered are Earth Spike, Fireball, Earth Wall, and Stone Armor. Varus, strong spiritual energy. Spells mastered are Fireball, Water Ball, Wind Blade, Earth Spike, Ice Breaking, and other beginner-level attacks. Hannah, no specialty. Spells mastered are Face Washing, Cooling, and Elevated Temperature Baking. Frank, could not properly pronounce spells due to his heavy southern accent. The only spell he knew is the Water of Life. Benjamin finally understood what the lady boss meant by "don't have too high of an expectation" when he finished listening to her introducing the 20 over mages. He held his forehead in his hands and was silent for a long period of time. Don't have too high of an expectation. This should be don't have any expectation instead. It was evident from their appearance that their magical level would not be high. However, no matter how hard Benjamin looked, he would never imagine that their level would be this low. Aside from the few, most of them knew less than 3 spells, and all of the spells were beginner level ones. You would be considered to be exceptional among them if you could release 1 or 2 beginner level spells. No wonder. No wonder they never thought of bulldozing their way through the door. Some of their combat prowess could not even match up with a normal patrol guard. "Actually, we had no choice," the lady boss voice was tainted with helplessness. "We do exchange spells and teach each other how to cast them. However, all of us became mages by chance. So, we didn't know much, and we had no idea how to teach others either." Benjamin was silent for a long time before he could accept this fact. He shook his head and smiled. "It's fine, there will be a way." The lady boss looked confused. "What way?" Benjamin did not answer that question directly. Instead, he decided to insert some suspense into his reply. "You'll see it tomorrow. Gather everyone together for a meeting tomorrow. I have an important announcement for you." Actually, it was good to have weak abilities. In other words, a weak ability means that there was a greater room for improvement, and thus they would have a higher potential in magic. If they were strong initially, there was no need for Benjamin to be here. "All right." The lady boss nodded despite still looking dumbfounded. It was late already, and Benjamin left the hand-knitting shop to return to the tavern. Augustine's place was connected to the back of the tavern. He arranged a guest room for Benjamin for his stay. Benjamin laid on the bed, but he did not fall asleep. Now, he was in the space of his consciousness with the system, figuring out the best cultivation method for normal mages. Benjamin knew clearly that the problem these mages faced was not the lack of spells. There were more than 20 mages in the circle, and they could already form an encyclopedia of beginner-level spells if all of them stumbled on some spells and exchanged them among themselves. Their problem was they had no idea how to train their spiritual energy and affinity to the elements. Thus, even if they knew the spells, they were unable to learn them. That was probably the biggest disadvantage for those self-taught mage. Benjamin relied on the information in the Divine Arts 101 about the zone of prayer and the crest of holy light that he sneakily read it when he first knew magic. He found his own way of cultivation that way. Now, he was still thankful for Divine Arts 101 because without it, he would never be able to summarize a meditating method for these mages. Although I didn't read through the details on those parts, but you did memorize them, right? He asked as he held the bead that was similar to a fish egg in his hand. He could not stop himself from pinching it as he spoke. There seemed to be quite a number of ways to train the spiritual energy and affinity to elements written in Divine Arts 101. Yes, the system drawled, losing hope in all of life. Benjamin was able to adopt the ways of training the divine arts into magical training owing to the discovery that the divine arts and magic were essentially the same. There was no doubt that the methods of cultivating the divine arts will be more advanced than what the mages have due to the long years of pillaging and development from the church. Through the recapitulation of the system and the meticulous selection by Benjamin, they found the meditation method that was most suitable for these people. They would utilize the scattered magical elements in the surrounding, absorbing them into the brain with a special way before releasing them to train one's spiritual energy and affinity to the related elements. The other methods were eliminated due to inefficiency or the lack of external instruments as aid. The circumstances they were in were quite harsh, it would be impossible to obtain any useful aid. After the method was finalized, Benjamin got a notebook and wrote down the general steps and main points. He prepared to pass it to the others the next day. In this process, he suddenly had the feeling that this was very similar to a lesson preparation. At this point, Benjamin was no longer sure whether he should laugh or cry. He spent 1.5 hours to complete the preparation for the first lesson. After that, he meditated for a while before tucking himself under the blankets and was soon fast asleep. The next day, he woke up early in the morning and arrived at the hand-knitting shop. The lady boss used a magical instrument akin to a small bead to notify the other mages hidden in the town about the meeting. When Benjamin first saw this magical instrument, he could not help but recall the God's Eye, the church instrument. The lady boss later informed him that this was also produced by Andrew. Benjamin was amazed at this. This level of workmanship was almost up to the standards of the church. Soon, they went into the secret passage and once again arrived at the underground warehouse. Since the lady boss managed to inform the others beforehand, the atmosphere here was different from the last time Benjamin was here with the 20 other mages. All of them were equipped with pens and papers, and the carpenter even prepared a large amount of stools for seats during the lesson. They sat in rows, papers or notebooks on their knees, pens in their hands. Once Benjamin stepped out from the opening of the secret passage, they looked at him with faces so serious that Benjamin was slightly taken aback by the scene. "We heard that you will teach us the way for us to become stronger today. Is that true?" A young girl who sat in the front row stood up excitedly and asked the moment he came in. Her voice was filled with expectation. Benjamin still nodded even though he found the situation rather awkward. "Yes." Immediately, all of the 20 people stood up and gave him a standing ovation. Benjamin was never given this type of treatment even from the world he was at before this. He was more accustomed as the PowerPoint guy instead of the speaking guy. Thus, he was rendered helpless when he was given the crowd's applause, as if he was shocked by the flattery. There was no need for this. "Just, sit down, it's fine," he said as he cleared his throat and scratched his head. He constructed his sentences before he continued, "There was no need to thank me. I just hoped that once everyone became stronger, we will think of a way to break the Crusader gateways together and leave this church-controlled kingdom. Am I right? Including the few 40-year-olds in the crowd, all 20-plus people who sat on the stools nodded vigorously like chicks pecking on rice. That's right, Teacher Benjamin. A man in his 20s who sat in the middle row chirped excitedly, once we become strong, there is no need for us to be afraid of the people from the church. Teacher Benjamin? If Benjamin was drinking when he heard that, he would probably have spat it all over the people. He really could not adapt to being addressed this way. It did feel quite nice though. Benjamin looked at this scene before him and could not stop himself from smiling despite the weird sensation he was feeling. Thus, he shook his head, still smiling, and felt much less anxious for his first lesson. All right, all right. It is not an easy task to be stronger than the church. He waited for the commotion to settle before he continued, I had a brief understanding of your situation. Although you knew how to use magic, but if we are technical with the definitions, you are all apprentices and not mages. Everyone was paying full attention as they listened. Some even started to take notes even though Benjamin had no idea what was worth taking down from his speech. Maybe they were ignorant for too long, and even though they had strong desires for knowledge, no one was there to answer their questions. That was probably why they were so desperate when Benjamin came to them. When Benjamin thought about this, he lamented. How many mages lived like this throughout the kingdom? He opened the lesson plan he prepared last night and continued talking. I know you must be eager to know how to strengthen your magical abilities. But before that, you must first understand the nature of magic. Magic is not a gift from God, nor it is the power of the devils. Most importantly, it is not the power left by Cain in this world. Magic belongs to you, belongs to all of us in this room. Magic is a series of special effects such as attacks, heals, and defenses that you achieved by summoning spells that could control the magical elements around you. It is definitely not what the church called as power of the devil, or the sign of the fallen. Thus, we do not need to feel uneasy about our identity as a mage. It is our natural instinct, just like how some people were born physically strong, or with a loud voice. It is natural. Next, let us learn more about the magical elements. All of the 20-plus people stared at Benjamin, their gaze bewildered. However, there was an underlying light beneath their eyes. Chapter 154, The Guest from Isur. Initially, Benjamin allocated a maximum of 15 minutes for this lesson. He soon realized that he very much underestimated the enthusiasm and curiosity of his students in his initial expectations. Teacher, how do you come to know all of this knowledge? Teacher Benjamin, where does magical elements come from? Are they the formation blocks of the word? Or are they just a special presence that are dissociated from all matters in this world? Teacher, I didn't manage to take down everything in my notes. Do you mind repeating what you said? Teacher Benjamin, do you know how to cast intermediate spells? Can you show us? Teacher. Benjamin was overwhelmed. At first, he felt quite pleased with the name teacher despite its oddness, but that satisfaction only lasted for about 15 minutes. After that, the word teacher became his binding spell. He would feel a reflexive pain in his head whenever he heard the word. This bunch really loves asking questions. Of course, Benjamin would not be so troubled if those questions could be easily answered. However, most of the questions they posed are ones that even Benjamin had no answers to, so whenever he was asked, he would feel a mountain of pressure and expectations piling on his back. After all, he was just an amateur teacher. He has not even completed his own pursuit for knowledge. How could he handle all these questions? Guys, I'd like for you to stop addressing me as teacher. Instead, just call me Benjamin, he said helplessly. I'm also a new mage, and am still slowly discovering the different facets of magic. The things I shared with you today are information I got from a book, and I only hope that you could utilize it to increase your magical abilities so that we can finally leave the Kingdom of Helius." Thankfully, the students calmed down after that as they stopped calling him teacher. After he was sure that all of them have learnt the method for meditation, he finally called it a day. Everyone kept away their pens, papers, and stools, and gratefully bowed to Benjamin before they dismissed themselves. Judging from their eager and passionate faces, they probably would start training right after they arrived in the comforts of their homes. Benjamin felt very flattered and touched by their actions. Setting apart the ripple effects could happen in the future due to his actions today, Benjamin felt that he might have already changed the course of their lives in the 30 minutes he spent talking to these 20+ mages. If Benjamin never existed, some of them would probably perish in the church's hunt for mages, some of them would hide their identity forever and live their lives as commoners, taking up roles like an ordinary carpenter or a tavern owner. However, from today onwards, they would embark on the path of magic. They might die, or they might live an unforgettable and extraordinary life. Benjamin had no idea whether this move of his helped them or pushed them towards their demise. Regardless, Benjamin had no regrets. No one could see into the future. At least, the longing and anticipations that reflected in their eyes upon their departure actually existed here. Benjamin too left the secret base that belonged solely to the mages. He returned to Augustine's tavern. Although the task to steal a cross was still in his consideration, Benjamin ran out of ideas to actually resolve it. Hence, he could do nothing but to cast that matter aside for now, and instead chose to catch up on his meditation exercises. He did plan to strengthen the other 2 runes before he finally managed to condense another water rune. He planned to meditate throughout the afternoon, but the bartender of the tavern came to him at approximately 2 p.m. He called for Benjamin, visibly shaken. "Brother, have you seen where our boss went to?" "Augustine?" Benjamin frowned as he tried to recall his whereabouts. He shook his head. "No idea." "Why, what happened?" If his guess was accurate, Augustine was probably hidden somewhere in town just like everyone else, obsessed with meditation. It would take some time for him to get out of the exercise. "Oh, what should I do? There's a conflict in the tavern, and it looked like a fight is going to start soon. We have no idea how to handle this." Benjamin scowled. Although he was reluctant to waste his time, but Augustine did take him in when he was looking for lodgings. Besides, Benjamin could not consider coldly driving the bartender off when the latter looked as helpless as a kitten up in a tree. Thus, he answered, "I'll go with you to see what's going on." If someone was indeed causing trouble, he could scare off the crowd easily, not with his magic, mind you, but with the gun that he still carried around. Thus, they started towards the tavern and arrived shortly after. The atmosphere in the tavern was delicate indeed. Most of the people remained on their seats, very much interested in the events developing before them. At the area near the entrance, the patrons who sat around 2 tables were rattling with anger, and looked as if they were going to start a fight. Around a table was 4 strong-looking men who dressed like hunters and looked very fierce, while on the other table was 2 mysterious men clad in cloaks, swords pinned on their waists. "Say that again, and I'll turn your arms to paste," one man in cloak spat mysteriously. "Come if you dare, you've got son of a BTCH, barked a hunter from the other table, "go home and lick the solace of your blind queen, we do not welcome you here." Benjamin felt a headache growing after he accessed the situation. Nation conflicts are always a hot potato. This was probably not a rare occurrence in the town of Kru. It was a town by the borders after all, and Isar was just outside the Crusader gateways. It was normal for quite a number of people to drop by from Isar, as although the country's relations was not exactly amicable, it was at least better than what it was back in the war days. Based on the hunter's words, these 2 mysterious men were probably from the country ruled by that queen, Isar. To be frank, he usually would not be bothered to intervene in these issues. He did not possess the sense of belonging towards the Kingdom of Helius, nor did he have any impression towards the other countries. He was entirely neutral, which was why he was not inclined to involve himself in this. However, the hunter's words were indeed too grating for the ears, and if there really was a fist fight here, the tables, chairs, plates, and cups will not survive unscathed. Benjamin will never allow that to happen. Thus, Benjamin drew his pistol and released its safety before the two mysterious men drew their swords out of their sheaths. Then, he aimed at the filthy-mouthed hunter and fired. Bang! Everyone in the tavern, including the bartender behind Benjamin, was shocked at the sudden noise. As he was standing close to Benjamin, the thunderous crack of the gunshot made him weak on his knees as he nearly collapsed on the ground. Meanwhile, the bullet grazed the hunter who Benjamin aimed the shot at. It did not cause any injury, but it tore through his belt and split it clean in half. The belt broke apart immediately, and the hunter's pants dropped to his ankles with a swish. The hunter was stunned. As the crowd recovered from the shock, they remained silent. Their eyes soon arrived at the more interesting places after they stole a glance at Benjamin. The hunter who stood at the center of attention failed to realize what has happened, but his instincts took over when his hands went straight down to cover his nether regions. It was too late. Some of the people already caught a clear view, and their faces were one of surprise or disappointment. Some of them even barked an unintentional laugh. The situation was very awkward for a moment. Face bright red in embarrassment, the hunter glared at Benjamin who made the shot. Chapter 155, The Mercenaries' Mission. The atmosphere in the tavern became unusual once again. The crowd surrounding the scene looked interested again, but this time the identity of the two mysterious men was long forgotten. The main characters now are Benjamin and the table of hunters. The hunter who was shot at finally realized the state he was in as he hurriedly pulled up his trousers. F***ing brat, you! Infuriated, he looked as if he was going to pounce at Benjamin and fight to his death at the next moment. However, his trousers will fall if he loosened his grip as he no longer has a belt. As a result, his movements became incredibly awkward and restrained, and he could only grit his teeth and hiss at Benjamin while he stood rooted at his place. Even his companions smiled at his embarrassing predicament. "Oh, please, what are you still doing here?" Benjamin sighed in annoyance. "I have a gun, you don't. You can't fight me, so you can't take your revenge. Since you can't avenge your honor, stop wasting everybody's time. Go back and fix your belt, all right." Benjamin felt that his words were very diplomatic and reasonable, but unfortunately the other party refused to see reason. I will kill you." The hunter held his trousers and stomped, refusing to give in yet unable to rush over and attack Benjamin. The situation became tense once again. The other hunters advised their companion, forget it. He has a gun." The scene was at a bind for a moment before the hunters finally convinced their friend. He glared at both Benjamin and the mysterious men before he shuffled out of the tavern with his friends. At last, the tavern was peaceful once again. The audience shook their heads in disappointment before they moved on with their lives. Benjamin also holstered his pistol and prepared to return to his quarters and continue meditating. "Fellow brother," Benjamin halted his steps when he was called by a voice as he turned to take his leave. "Thank you for your assistance." Benjamin turned to see the two mysterious men standing behind him in their cloaks. "No problem, this is just a minor thing." Benjamin waved nonchalantly. "I didn't do this to help you. A friend of mine owned this tavern, I just wanted to prevent you from damaging his property in a fight." Strangely, the younger of the two men looked offended. "That's an unnecessary concern. If a fight did break out between us, the only thing that would be damaged is his arm," he said arrogantly as he touched the hilt of his sword that was pinned to his waist. At that, the elder one turned to scowl at him, as if he was criticizing his immaturity. He did not deny that, though. "Oh?" Benjamin's interest was piqued as he remembered something. The two men gave off a specific vibe to Benjamin. They seemed less driven than war-hardened soldiers, but more prideful than the average bandits and thieves. This particular sense of casual sharpness triggered something in Benjamin's memory. It was very similar with Chief Silver Fox. They were travelers from foreign lands, too. It did not take Benjamin long to come to a conclusion when he noticed that their swords seemed to be enchanted. "You're mercenaries." Two men shared a peculiar look the moment they heard Benjamin's words. The elder turned to look at Benjamin as he spoke. My. This is certainly out of our expectations." There was still someone within the Kingdom of Helius who understood what this word meant. "Please, do not spread the word, for we only came to locate a person. We have no malicious intent whatsoever." Benjamin shrugged in mild disbelief. He could not help but relate this to mercenaries from Isar with the foreign assassin that was sent in to assassinate the Pope. Do they really have no other hidden agendas? Although Benjamin was very curious about their mission, but mercenaries were usually an honorable bunch that treated the rules of their profession with utmost respect. It was highly unlikely for Benjamin to get information from them. Thus, he did not take the risk of trouble and dropped the line of questioning altogether. In contrast, he whispered quietly to them after he sent the bartender off to some work, "I have a mission for you. Will you be interested to take it on?" The mercenaries looked quite surprised at his proposition. They shared a look again before the Elder One replied, his voice subdued and quiet, "Normally, we would need to go through some standard procedures from the Mercenary Association before we could take up a mission. However, sometimes we do run a few missions in private." He did not further elaborate, and it was evident that he was waiting for Benjamin to detail the specifics and rewards to his mission. The fact that he did not flat out refuse Benjamin's offer was a good news in itself. "Don't worry, it's an easy job." Benjamin held a large bag of gold coins and slightly shook it before them. "I just need you to go to an isolated location in the imperial capital and dig out something that I want. Your mission will be completed once you pass the goods to me." For safety reasons, Benjamin dealt with a number of his belongings before he left the kingdom. The crosses he salvaged from the priest, the light elemental crystal, Annie's mirror of mirage, a box full of blessed bullets. Although Benjamin mentally prepared himself to the pain of giving up these things, but it would be great if there was a chance for him to regain them. The crosses that could boost spiritual energy and its regeneration would be especially helpful to him now. Since he met these two mercenaries by coincidence, he might as well ask them to help him retrieve the goods. There was no need for him to be afraid that the mercenaries might leak the news that Benjamin is a mage. They had no idea that he is one. Besides, even if they found out that Benjamin was a mage, they would not expose it to the church either. After all, the church were suppressing mercenaries while they were hunting mages down. Enemies of the enemy are friends. It will be impossible for them to work with the church. Those were the reasons why Benjamin felt he could give this mission to these two men. "The imperial capital was indeed on the route of our journey," the elder mercenary said with reluctance, "but we're unsure of the duration of our stay in the Kingdom of Helius. We're afraid to say that you might have already left when we returned to the town of Crew." "That's not a problem. If I've left this town, I must be out of country already." Benjamin waved it off and answered, "Tell me your names, and I will look for you in the Mercenary Association." The mercenaries were hesitant at first, but they nodded after some contemplation. "When you're at the Mercenary Association, ask for Seal and Lewis. You'll find us there." After some muted discussions, Benjamin paid them a deposit of 2 gold coins, and made an agreement to pay them the rest of the 18 gold coins once they delivered the goods to him. Then, he told them the location where he buried the things. The mission was finalized after that. Benjamin bid his farewell to the two mercenaries before returning into his room at the back of the tavern to continue his meditation. The two mercenaries seemed satisfied as they left the tavern and walked towards the exit of town to continue on their journey. On the road. "Fair luck. I originally thought that we're wasting our effort coming to the Kingdom of Helius. Thankfully we got this extra mission, so at least we would have some sort of income." The younger of the two sighed. The elder one snorted, "How would you know that we're wasting our time? If we could find that person, we wouldn't be able to spend all of the reward money in our lifetimes." The most recent news said that he last appeared in the village near Perseus Lake, north of the imperial capital, the younger mercenary said as he shook his head. The news was from 1 month ago, though. Apparently quite a number of holy knights were sent out to find him, but to no avail. The Mister hired us to come here, but what could we find? Chapter 156, New Developments. Benjamin had a peaceful 3 days in the town of Kubei. He spent most of his time meditating in these past 3 days. He hasn't been practicing magic like this in ages. The rush from the escape, the rift in the space of consciousness, there were just too many factors contributing to his lack of meditation. Finally, now he has the chance to catch up with his homework. Of course he did not spend all his time just meditating. He was not out of the woods yet, as he was still within the borders of the kingdom and could still be arrested by the church. Therefore, he also spent time investigating further into the Crusader Gateway. The tavern was the best place to obtain the latest information. He could just sit beside and eavesdrop or share a pint or two with other parties, and he could easily find a lot of information he required. He has met all kinds of people in the tavern. The solder at the gateway, the cook, the military supply officer, the cleaners, and the craftsmen who claimed to be engaged in the repair of the gateway. Benjamin dared not dig deeper into details, but it was enough for him to draw out the layouts of the gateway. He also managed to find out about the backup crosses. He heard from a half-drunk military supply officer that apart from the 10 crosses the guards at the gateway held, there was another 50 crosses kept in a storage deep within the gate. The key of the storage was in the hands of the military supply officer, and as he spoke of this, he even took out and dangled the key like a kid showing off his new toy. He was obviously drunk. If it weren't because of the crowd, Benjamin would have snatched the key right there and then. Benjamin wasn't the kind to let go of such a good opportunity. As the military supply officer staggered drunkardly out of the tavern, he immediately followed. He was prepared to snatch the key when the officer reaches an empty street. To his dismay, that once the officer stepped out of the tavern, he immediately collapsed and caused such a commotion. Before Benjamin could offer a helping hand, 2 kind-hearted civilians had already helped the poor fellow up and towards the gate. Benjamin could explode at the scene. He missed such a perfect opportunity. Those 2 were already up and about carrying him, and he was quite a bit of a distance away due to precaution's sake. He wouldn't be able to carry out his plan in time even if he wanted to. He could only comfort himself that the officer seemed to be a drunkard and would always be at the tavern. Although he missed his opportunity now, he could wait for the next. That being said, when he returned to the tavern, the bartender told him that the officer never drank at the tavern, and this was a surprising first. The officer would probably not return the second time. Benjamin was filled with regret. Sigh. He could only figure out another way to obtain the key. Well, every cloud has a silver lining. At least he found out about the backup crosses and where they were kept. He also knew where to obtain the key. The next he could do was to dig deeper into the internal information of the gateway and an opportunity to sneak in. The best case scenario would be as told by the lady boss of the textile shop when the people at the gates are out getting supplies. Benjamin could then hide in one of the dry food sacks and sneak into the gate to steal the crosses. And just like that, he mediated while formulating a plan to cross the gates. 3 days went by quickly. On the morning of the 4th day, his peaceful life was interrupted. It wasn't any major happening that interrupted his peace, but rather the small mage party that laid hidden within the town of Kubei called for a meeting. After the previous magic class, Benjamin felt a sense of responsibility toward this group of people. Therefore, he decided to stop his meditation and attended the meeting. Benjamin used the secret pathway to reach the hidden basement cellar once again. He realized that this time, the expression on everybody's face was different. There were people gathered together and having full-on discussions about the practice of magic. Their cheeks flushed red once they were at the heat of their discussions. It was different from the first time he met them, where they were like nosy neighbors in a marketplace. Benjamin let out a deep sigh of satisfaction by this turnout. What more could he say? Cheese changes fortune. The rest quickly noticed the arrival of Benjamin and all raced towards him like a teacher's pet. "Teacher Benjamin, oh that's not right. Sir Benjamin, you have arrived. The technique is extremely effective, how did you come across such a good technique?" "Sir Benjamin, I met with a tiny issue during meditation, I really need to seek your advice." Benjamin was drowned by all sorts of sounds and appeals. He quickly waved his hand and raised his voice to calm 20 overly inquisitive mages. "Slowly now. Slowly now. If anyone has any questions during their practice, please ask one by one. As long as it is within my knowledge, I will answer. Please do not rush, one by one now. FEEBOM." After much effort, Benjamin finally gotten them to calm down that it didn't went out of control. Next, he started the Q&A session. He must say though, one could tell that their knowledge on magic has increased tremendously even if it has only been 3 days, from the way they were asking questions. They weren't even sure what were magical particles and now they were analyzing how magical particles brought about change to people. Of course the questions they would ask now would be now harder to answer. Just as the merchant Varus who deliberated whether magical particles were a spiritual or an extrinsic matter. If it were extrinsic, why could they be used spiritually then? How would Benjamin answer this sort of question? In the end, he had to embody the Athenian spirit and concluded the answer would lay on continuous discussion. He encouraged everyone to discuss and debate a conclusion. Once again they gathered together and engaged in a heated discussion. Benjamin could finally let out a huge sigh. Honestly speaking, the way he practiced magic was different from the rest. He could not appy his experience with them. They have to discover their own path and direction. He couldn't be of too much help to them. Just when he thought that this meeting would end in an impassioned debate, suddenly there was a huge unpleasant odor. Everyone had to stop the ongoing debate to cover their nose and let out shouts over the huge stench. "What's going on? That stinks!" Someone whined in the crowd. Benjamin wasn't expecting such a huge turn of events. "What the hell? Don't tell him that the church released a biochemical weapon." Everyone was puzzled and so they turned towards the source of smell. There was a young man who crawled out of the secret entrance. He held a wooden bucket with his right hand and the stench came from the bucket he was holding. "Frank!" A young woman angrily shouted, "What are you doing? You're this late to the meeting and now you're stinking up the whole place. You're really a disappointment." Benjamin was surprised by the response. He was one of them. He actually thought that the church had caught up to them. Well, this young man by the name of Frank did look familiar. And sounded familiar too. If it wasn't the guy who had too strong of a southern accent and couldn't really take on magic? Frank was embarrassed that he scratched his head, facing everyone's cold shoulder. "Please don't be angry, I didn't do it on purpose. I was late for a reason and I have also made an important discovery with this thing. Let me explain." Benjamin felt like laughing, hearing him talk. Just as Lady Boss introduced him, the young man spoke with a heavy accent that Benjamin could only understand a few phrases. He had to connect the dots in order to guess what message he was trying to convey. It was no wonder he could only learn the Water of Life spell as he would have problem chanting with his heavy accent. "What did you discover?" "That you could suffocate the church with the thing you have in the bucket." The young lady sarcastically replied with dissatisfaction while holding her breath. Frank was used to sarcasm and ignored it. He giggled sheepishly. Chapter 157, Ways of Improvement. Everyone was shocked from the news. Although they still couldn't bear with the smell, but at least they did not turn their back on him. "What's in the bucket?" Benjamin couldn't help but ask. Frank removed the bucket lid and everyone curiously peered in. Inside, was some whitish-yellowish fat gunk and surprising the scent came from there. "It's horse essence," revealed Frank. Griffins are fond of horse meat and they would not be able to resist horse essence that was extracted. We could distract the griffins with this and fly over the mountains with the flight spell." They looked at one another. but has any of us have mastered the flight spell? The young lady thought about it and hesitantly stated, this is the hardest of all beginner-level magic and calls for high affinity with the wind elements. Frank conversely was happy to answer, nope, it's not as you think it is. The flight spell is not that hard and I've just learned it. As long as you put your mind to it, you can do it as well. The rest had an odd expression in their faces. He learned the flight spell. For real? It wasn't that they looked down on Frank, but rather, they knew his southern accent was too thick for incantations. His journey to become a mage has not been short, and the only magic he mastered was the water of life. This alone was enough to indicate his talents on becoming a mage. And now that they have just all learnt the way to meditate, it couldn't be that Frank had mastered the flight spell, which was a high difficulty level for beginner-level magic, in less than 3 days, could it? They found it hard to believe and started to wonder whether this was a prank. Frank replaced the lid back onto the bucket and took a deep breath and chanted the flight spell after seeing everyone in disbelief. Although his accent was thick, but the chant for the flight spell seemed to match up with his accent. The entire chant wasn't mispronounced. Accompanied by the spreading of light waves and the accumulation of the wind particles, suddenly, Frank's sleeves flared up and he opened his arms as the tip of his feet left the ground. He was like a kite, slowly floating into the air. Oh my! The crowd let out a shout. Nobody was bothered by the smell from the horse essence anymore. Benjamin was pleasantly surprised. He could tell from Frank's display of the spell that although his talent wasn't there, his spiritual energy and affinity to the wind element wasn't bad. It was just that he was bounded by the restriction of his accent, that he couldn't roll his tongue and pronounce the chants properly. It was happened that the flight spell didn't require the roll of the tongue. What dumb luck! Frank flew in the air for a while and slowly descended while the rest were in awe. Everyone was excited and gathered around Frank to ask how he did it. Frank in turn, gave them a surprising answer. I have always wanted to learn the flight spell, and so when Sir Benjamin taught about the meditation nature, I'm thinking that if I work on my affinity to the wind element, would my affinity to element increase by folds? His eyes were beaming with excitement. So, I went to the wind fissure in the south to meditate. The crowd were once again astonished. My, the wind fissure, are you mad? Although Benjamin wasn't familiar with the topography of this area, he had been around town and staying in an inn. He has heard of the wind fissure. After all, it was a popular spot around here. The wind fissure was situated south of the town of Kubei. It was a rift beyond the mountain range. It was said to be a windy place all year long. Basically, it was a level 8-degree typhoon which could literally blow someone away to the ends of the earth. Nobody was silly enough to head there and risk losing their life being blown away. To head to that area to meditate, that would take guts. During that time, I locked myself onto several kilograms of metal chains to prevent myself being blown away. I was lifted halfway into the air by the wind, yet held back by the chain while meditating. Frank showed deep red markings on his wrists and continued, the air was filled with nothing but wind particles. I could only draw the wind particles to polish my spiritual energy and affinity to elements. Although there is no improvement towards other elements, my affinity to the wind element has increased tremendously. Oh! Listening to all this, the crowd did not harbor any shocked or inapprehensive expression. On the contrary, they were all silent and lowered their heads as they were deep in thought. Frank's words had enlightened them to contemplate. Benjamin wasn't that much enlightened, as the way he practiced was different from the rest, and so if he were to dive deep into the sea of thought, the strengthening of his runes would not improve much. However, there was no denying that he was pleasantly surprised by Frank's words. He didn't think that by teaching them ways to meditate, they were able to improvise their meditation based on their own needs. Although this may just be scratching the surface of improvement by changing the environment of meditation to change the outcome. As long as one spent some time on it, it was easy to figure out. Benjamin was still impressed with the logical thinking that came with it. As long as they dared to change, innovate, and try. Come to think of it, this could be the benefit of mages without formal teachings. Nobody taught them about fearing the magical gods or Cain kinda bullcrap. Under Benjamin's atheist influence, the group was fearless against all odds. One has to have this attitude to be a mage. What's the point of being a mage if it meant praying and worshipping the gods and blindly following ancient teachings? The group quickly broke from their thoughts and engaged in another heated discussion. Frank's way of meditation had greatly inspired them. Perhaps they did not need to resort to extreme measures like chaining themselves against the typhoon to meditate. They could use a more approachable method, such as soaking in water to learn water spells, meditate near a stove to learn fire spells, or burying oneself in the sand to learn earth spells. As long as one dared to imagine, there were a lot of ways. Benjamin didn't think that they managed to come up with a dual practice method. Let's say if a person would like to strengthen their affinity to the water element, then another person would be throwing water balls at him. The water balls were different from the water in real life, as they can quickly disintegrate the water particles and absorbed by the person in meditation. Two people would work together, one who would assemble the particles and the other would utilize them. The efficiency of the practice would be a lot faster than simply meditating in the bath. Benjamin was shocked with their conclusions. Who would have thought that in a world where it has yet to be industrialized, the concept of work sharing seemed to be distant? However, the people of this era managed to build this concept into the practice of magic. Interesting. Benjamin was filled with anticipation. To think he was worried about their future 3 days ago. They managed to find their own path in just a mere 3 days. So, what's next? Chapter 158, I Am Grant. The mage's passion for learning was so high that they started the dual practice on the spot, to experiment on their reformed meditation. It could be perhaps that the water balls were more convenient that they chose it to strengthen their affinity for the water element. One person would cross their legs and start to meditate while another would be slamming him with water balls. The attack of these spells would be weak enough to not disrupt the other party in meditation mode. The rest gathered around at a corner and held their breath while observing. Some of them were holding and scribbling on their notebooks. Although it was unclear what they were writing, but they looked like biologists jotting their journal on cultivating specimens. Benjamin was at loss whether to laugh or cry at the scene. The whole experiment took about 10 minutes. After which, the person who was casting water balls repeatedly had drained his spiritual energy. Therefore, the meditation would come to a halt. The other mage, who had just enjoyed 10 minutes of water ball showers, opened his eyes, swung his drenched clothes and slicked his wet hair up. How was it? How's the effect? Someone impatiently asked. The man laid silent for a while as if trying to feel his bodily changes. Quickly, his face brightened up. I never felt water particles were easy to maneuver until today. The crowd cheered at the response. The usage and effect of the dual practice had been proven, and now they had to think about its sustainability. It wasn't as though someone could continuously cast water balls for a whole day and not feel tired. They started their discussion once again. About that. Now, everyone can quickly learn the flight spell. Suddenly, Frank jumped out and pointed at the wooden bucket and exclaimed, "Does this mean we could go with the plan to use the horse essence to lure the griffins away and just fly over the border?" The group stopped their discussion. Augustine, who was standing next to him, shook his head and rejected his idea. Some griffins can be lured away with the horse essence. However, there are many griffins on the mountains, and how much can a little bucket help? They might be lured for not more than a minute before this bucket is emptied. He patted Frank's shoulder and continued, "Even if you were to kill all the horses in the town of Crew, you wouldn't have enough horse essence to guarantee our safety flying over the mountain top." The rest smiled at Frank and nodded. Ah! Frank's head tilted down and he stared disappointingly at the ill-scented wooden bucket. "Don't worry about it. You discovered a way to improve the meditation, and this is indeed an extraordinary find." Benjamin went over to comfort him. "Everyone is able to stretch their potential all thanks to you." Frank was flattered. "Thank me? There's really no need to. I just came up with it." The group looked at Frank, who was still out of it, and laughed. They continued to explore and discuss ways to practice magic. This had to be their longest meeting in history. Everyone had something to say. They realized it was late when it was past dinner and quickly ended the meeting. They all returned home using the secret pathway. Benjamin returned to the inn. He still had his business to take care of. It could be perhaps their stay at the town of Crew was too long. Nobody except him was completely focused on the plan to escape the kingdom. They seemed more intent to continue training in the town. However, Benjamin was clear that the kingdom was under the play of the church. A temporary calm didn't mean that the mages could hide away in a tiny town such as this. The church was either killing mages or on the way to kill mages. Unless they escaped the kingdom, one day it would be their heads on the chopping board. That was why Benjamin didn't charge headfirst into training like the rest. He had to think about crossing the gateway. Frank's plan had provided Benjamin with new string of ideas. If they couldn't penetrate the Crusader gateway, they could still think of ways of getting past the griffins on the mountains. Although griffins were large in quantity and had incredibly strong attacks, their intelligence did not surpass that of humans. Using the horse essence to lure them away was smart but not a feasible solution. All he needed was a better plan. Over the next few days, he persisted on his meditation homework while collecting all sorts of data about the griffins. There wasn't a library in the town, but he was able to collect unverified data through conversations in the inn. Data such as griffins liking shiny items, their favorite prey being horses, how they have excellent vision, hearing, and a sense of smell. He was afraid that if it kept up, the list would be about dragons instead of the griffins. In the meantime, he had even looked for the merchant, Varus. This merchant cum mage was also heels deep into training, and after the class with Benjamin, also held Benjamin high in his heart. Therefore, when Varus found out that Benjamin was looking for him, he was excited to welcome him. Tiak. Sir Benjamin, what brings you here? Varus was a 30 or 40-year-old man with Fu Manchu mustache. He looked sly as he broke into a smile. Perhaps that was the look of a merchant. I heard that the people at the gate will order their food supply through you. Benjamin closed the door to ensure nobody was listening. He then turned and continued, I want to know if they have purchased any new supplies. Varus lifted his thin eyebrow in surprise. It could be because his eyes were simply too small that his expression seemed comedic. They did. He nodded and said, a few days ago, they placed quite a large order and stated that they required the goods urgently. Sir Benjamin, may I ask the purpose of this question? Recently, hey. Benjamin nodded his head as he fell deep into thought. This would be the right opportunity then. I want to use this opportunity of them buying the supplies to get into the gate and steal one of their backup crosses. He told Varus solemnly. Varus was stunned by the statement. This would be too dangerous, Sir Benjamin. Please do not act irrationally. There will always be chances to leave the kingdom. We have been waiting for more than a year now, you don't have to rush this. Benjamin's tone became firm. More than a year of safety does not guarantee the security of the next second. We have been right under their nose, just a few hundred meters away is the gate with a pope. They could find us at any given time, don't you understand? Varus let out a sigh, I understand, but why is there a need to rush? Benjamin helplessly scratched his head. How could he not? He was still under a search warrant by the church for the huge water ball that flooded the capital, for the fire that almost burnt down the village by Perseus Lake, and a companion that planted a curse that killed over 30,000 civilians. The church could let anyone go but him. Benjamin hesitated for a moment but decided to convince Varus to help him. He decided to let out his trump card. Chapter 159, Recondensing Water Runes. Varus' jaw dropped. What? Didn't you say your name was Benjamin? Benjamin let out a bitter smile, I don't know where to begin. Believe me, you wouldn't want to hear the whole story. Just called me Benjamin like before. This. Varus massaged his forehead heavily, trying to digest the news. Benjamin could only shrug his shoulders. He regretted it a little. After all, news does get spread out rather perversely. Who knew what would become of the news about huge water ball once it had traveled to the borders of the kingdom? Sky-bestowed flood? Sky-bestowed meteor? The war between the gods and the devils? What would the people describe him as? He should have gathered intel prior to revealing this. Having said that, seeing Varys in a state of shock, Benjamin couldn't help but feel an odd sensation of accomplishment. I apologize, I must have been impolite. After a long pause, Varys managed to take a deep breath. I really didn't think that the rumored water ball demon would be someone like you. I was out of line. Water ball demon. Benjamin felt a slight helplessness. What the hell was that? So, what kind of person was I rumored to be? He couldn't help but ask. People were saying that after the fall of Grant, the divine arts genius, he grew a third eye and lived on human blood. Whoever he gazes at will be frozen into ice sculptures and he drains your blood as though drinking ice milk. Varys responded. Benjamin was speechless. The imagination of the people was really creative. Varys was uncomfortable to the point that he could no longer look Benjamin in the eye. However, he slowly adapted and agreed to Benjamin's plan without protesting stealing the cross. Now that the initial plans were established, he could take care of all the intricate details. Benjamin's initial thought was to hide in one of the food sacks and have Varys hand him over to the people at the gates. Once he was moved to the kitchen or pantry area, he would sneak out of the sack. It was a good idea, but the issue was that the people tend to check the food when received. So how he could hide in the sack without being noticed was the question they had to solve. As for escaping from the gates after stealing the cross, it wasn't that big of a deal. There were 2,000 over people living there, which would obviously produce a lot of waste. The waste is packed in a huge cloth bag and thrown to the townies to dispose of. Although it did sound a little disgusting, one had to admit that it was a great idea. Nobody would actually check garbage, especially those in huge bags. Benjamin could easily be returned to town by hiding in the garbage bags. The hardest question would still be whether he could get past the food supply checking process. Benjamin and Varys spent a lot of time debating on this matter. To be honest, they don't inspect the food supply strictly. They would only open a couple of bags to inspect and check its quality. Varys said, however, if they think we were cutting corners, they would inspect in detail during waiting. If there was a bag whose weight was out of the ordinary, they will open it up to investigate. A person's body was a lot lighter than wheat. If a person were to smuggle into the sack of wheat, they would definitely be found out once if it was weighed. That's true. Benjamin nodded, but I'm sure you have experience in deceiving them. Varys was stunned for a moment but nodded without denying it. In the end, they devised a plan to use a larger sack and increase the food supply ratio. Then, they would fill the sack with denser wheat to allow Benjamin to hide in the sack, without letting the weight differ with other sacks, thus allowing Benjamin to slip through the inspection process. The plan was now roughly laid out, and just required a few tweaks to refine it. Benjamin left it to Varys. After all, he had been in the business for a long time and had a wide range of experience. He shouldn't have any problems. It wasn't as though Benjamin could be of any help anyway. Benjamin then left Varys' home and returned to the inn to meditate. The nit and grit of the work was getting done by one as time went by. Varys was busy preparing bigger sacks and better quality wheat. The overall ability of the Mage Guild was also on the rise. Benjamin was also returning to his original abilities before the rift, through meditation. Most importantly, the water runes that had exploded had been recondensed by Benjamin 4 days ago. It was complete darkness, as always, in the space of consciousness. 3 magical runes were floating in the air, forming a triangle and shining a beam of magnificent blue light. There were countless active water particles surrounding them, like a school of fish swimming around. Benjamin felt a sense of what have been lost had now returned and felt grateful. Finally, he could use the water ball spell. It was the first spell he mastered after all. It was also the spell that he understood the most. Although its damage was incomparable to the ice-breaking spell series and its flexibility as well as functionality could not compare to the Pillar of Steam, this was still, without a doubt, the spell he was most adept at. It was useful in both defense and offense and could create the best-case battle scenario for him. It could be that due to the fact that he was highly skilled in the spell that his consumption of spiritual energy when using Water Ball was less than the other 2 spells in order to create the giant Water Ball in the Imperial capital. He must have used the Water Ball spell at least a few 100,000 times. Congrats! You've recovered your abilities and I am really happy. The system cringingly bounced forward. Benjamin almost laughed out loud. Oh, system! Ever since system was trapped inside a roll-looking marble, Benjamin found a way to tackle it. He could use system as a bouncy ball or as a punching bag. Its elasticity was so good that it wouldn't break no matter how he toyed with it. As such, Benjamin did not hold back on teaching the system a lesson. The system was no longer as puffed up with arrogance as it once was. He no longer dared to talk back to Benjamin. In fact, it sounded like a weakling, as if afraid to provoke Benjamin lest face another beach volleyball competition. Benjamin was quite satisfied with the state things were now. When will you change from this roundish thingy? Benjamin thought about it and asked, I don't expect you to hatch into a high-leveled pet monster, but if you stay in here, you're pretty much useless. Wouldn't that be a shame? I have no idea. The system now spoke with a tearful voice, I can feel something happening. But each time I scan, the insides of the marble is empty, nada. Nothing could be done. Benjamin could only shrug it off. It should be something big, seeing that it came exploding from the pure blue world. Since the system said some change was happening, they should just wait. One day, the change would eventually be visible. It wasn't as though he depended on it to hatch into a dragon and ride him to conquer the world or something. He had previously tried to, but couldn't, bring the little thing out of the space of consciousness. Breeding a pet monster with fighting abilities would have been a great idea. Benjamin quickly left the system, who was resentful and filled with dread, to meditate. Time went by. Everything was peaceful right up to the afternoon of the 5th day, when he suddenly received news. Chapter 160, Waiting for the Prey. Nightfall, to the north of the town of Crew, behind some rocks in a narrow mountainous pathway. Do you really think this will work? What if you miscalculated? Suddenly, the system voiced out in Benjamin's space of consciousness. I did not miscalculate. Benjamin answered expressionlessly. He thought that once Augustine bore news to him, Varus would have prepared everything and that he would be sneaking into a sack full of wheat, transported to the Crusader Gateway, and be stealing the cross that very night. He didn't think that Augustine would inform him of something very different. He came to Benjamin's rented room during the afternoon. Benjamin returned to reality from his meditation and was told about a mage from the little guild news on Andrew, the stammerer who has a talent on magical equipment. Andrew? There's new development. Upon hearing his name, Benjamin was caught off guard. He quickly came back to his senses and followed up. His plan to steal the cross was to help Andrew in researching new ways to deflect the cross. He hadn't even made a move yet and Andrew came through on his end. Benjamin wouldn't have to put himself in danger. He was filled with anticipation when he went up to see Andrew. However, his anticipation was not met by reality. There was no new development in Andrew's research. However, he told Benjamin a valuable bit of information. My uncle is also a mage. He has been secretly serving the nobles in Morton up north. Andrew stammered with excitement. He just told me that a few days ago, a small army took off from a local church and is coming towards here. He said, the army is transporting new backup crow crosses to the gates. Benjamin was dumbfounded. New backup crosses? Benjamin has always been curious on how the church creates the magical equipment. For so many crosses, surely the church has some designated location and personnel for production and research, such as some cross factory or cross research faculty. This was where Benjamin was stumped. Take the crosses used at the gateway to check for mages as an example. The cross definitely did not come from the gates but should have been pre-made elsewhere and sent over. He quickly forced these questions to the back of his head, but surprisingly Andrew knew the answers anyway. Where is this army? He asked. They haven't reached the town of Crew, have they? Which route did they take, does your uncle know? A platoon of soldiers transporting backup crosses was like pork belly sent to his mouth for Benjamin. Taking care of them, being in the middle of nowhere, without the protection of the gateway and fortress would be easy for Benjamin, who has recovered all his abilities. Come to think of it, he could snatch the crosses right from the palm of their hands instead of risking himself by being stuffed in a wheat sack and smuggled into the gates. More conveniently, he could disguise the whole scene to look like there was a beast attack after taking care of the soldiers. It wouldn't raise any red flags, safe and highly efficient. You rushed over, so he could reach before the soldiers, to inform us on this. Andrew answered. He said, tomorrow morning, the soldiers would reach town of CR Crew, so too. Tonight is our only chance. Tonight, it is. Benjamin didn't feel rushed, on the contrary, the timing was just right. He had been in this forsaken town for far too long. They could finally leave the Kingdom of Helius. Once they obtained the cross and Andrew finishes decoding the puzzle, Benjamin immediately decided to make a move that very night to intercept the soldiers from sending the crosses. In the event that the plan fails, he would have Varys execute Plan B to sneak into the gates. After making the decision, he met with Andrew's uncle. Andrew's uncle told Benjamin that the platoon took the road at the foot of the mountains around the border for safety and confidentiality sake. He even told Benjamin the map of possible routes they would take later on. When Benjamin investigated, he found that no matter which route the soldiers took, there would always be a crossroad that they'd eventually pass by. It looked like it was going to be an easy job. As long as he waited at the crossroads, the crosses would show up. Benjamin said his goodbyes to Andrew and returned to his room to prepare. He had specially contacted the rest of the town's mages and had another meeting. He took off from the town of Crew and headed north of the mountains as the day was getting late. And there he was, hiding behind the rock of a narrow mountainous pathway, not moving an inch. The day has yet to darken when he reached the area. He had his patience tested as he hid behind a bigger rock and closed his eyes to release the water particle detection. Like a spider on a web, he waited for his prey to come along. He never thought it would take so long. From afternoon to evening, from evening to night, there he was, hiding behind a rock, observing his surroundings. A flock of birds flew overhead, a herd of rabbits scampered by. This place was indeed in the middle of nowhere, and Benjamin had been waiting for more than 6 hours. Yet, not a single human shadow has been seen. Using the water particle detection spell for more than 6 hours was also draining his spiritual energy. He couldn't help but temporarily halt the spell as he was getting tired. He opened his eyes to use his now impaired senses to visually observe his surroundings. He started to feel nervous. What, hadn't they arrived yet? What if nobody was coming? That would be a problem. And that was how the initial conversation with the system was initiated. Although the system was such a weakling now, it still couldn't help but remind Benjamin of a possible miscalculation. Benjamin, on the other hand, just as he put it, believed his judgment couldn't be wrong. Luckily, it wasn't. After a long wait, the prey arrived. About 10 minutes after stopping his water particle detection spell, a humanly figure started to appear from the dark blurry mountain pathway. Benjamin saw the figure and a smile cheekily lit up. Finally, they were here. However, what emerged from the dark wasn't the figures of satyrs transporting crosses but rather a single person. Someone who Benjamin was familiar with. He was wearing a pitch-black mage robe with a hump on his back. If no special attention was given, he could easily blend in with the dark. He was not wearing a hood, revealing his messy hair, which made it easier for Benjamin to recognize him. He came in close and stopped short by the rock Benjamin was hiding behind. "Mr. Grant, it's better for you to come out. Although I don't know where you're hiding, but this game of hide and seek is a waste of time. If you think you can escape now, it's far too late for that." Andrew looked around his surroundings after letting out the threat. He carried a cold smile and was. Chapter 161, A Trap Within a Trap. Benjamin stopped hiding behind the rock. He walked out onto the middle of the mountain pass, looking straight at his opponent. Andrew. Andrew stood in front of him, opened his arms, and laughed, saying, "Are you surprised?" Considering his actions and attitude, it was as if he was a different person. Benjamin was quiet for a moment, then shook his head and suddenly said, "I should have realized earlier, books on the creation of magical objects have already been collected by the church. If a mage were to learn about these things it would be difficult. Moreover, the communication pearls that you invented for the others, is similar to the church's God's Eye. Now that he thought about it, Andrew, disguising himself as a stuttering mage who was proficient in magical objects, hiding amongst the mage guild of the town of Crew, was a work of genius. Only, he refused to believe it. He was a mage, why would he side with the church? Is that right? The smile on Andrew's face disappeared, returning to calm. "If you really thought about it, you shouldn't be here." Following his words, the sound of marching footsteps was heard. The sound was so continuous, like the continuous sound of the rain hitting the tiles. Very quickly, in the pitch darkness of the sides of the mountain pass, the silhouettes of humans appeared. One of the first ones that appeared was a group of priests wearing robes. When he counted, there were at least 10 people. The red robes looked even more solemn in the moonlight. The one standing in front was wearing a robe that was somehow different from the others. It was the bishop and the priest of the Crusader Gateway. The bishop and the 10 priests blocked the mountain road on both sides, encircling Benjamin completely. "I don't understand." Benjamin's gaze fell on Andrew. "You are obviously a mage, why are you a spy for the church?" Andrew just turned around, and first bowed down to the bishop, then he glared at Benjamin. "Because, the church is the future." His gaze held sincerity and disregard, as though he wasn't answering Benjamin's question, but was saying something deep and meaningful. "I just chose the right path." Hearing this, Benjamin grunted in disgust. "Then we have nothing to talk about. Even today, there are mages that didn't understand this principle. The church is their biggest enemy, each can destroy the other, and the victor can rebuild everything from scratch. Besides that, there are no other options. A mage that seeks refuge from the church, can at most become a lamb beneath the shadow of the cross, being shaved for wool and milked. Once they have lost their function, they will be the feast, set on the Holy Spirit's table." Grant Latour. The bishop seemed disinterested as he looked at Andrew, then at Benjamin, when I first saw you 10 years ago, I didn't think that we will meet again in this place." Benjamin just felt like laughing. He didn't know how many times he had been mistaken as Grant. It seems him replacing Grant in the news about the rifle was covered up well by St. Peter's Church. If the bishop from the border didn't know, then the public would definitely not know. "My Lord Bishop." Thinking about this, Benjamin looked around him, and asked in return, "You spent so much effort to lure me out, wanting to corner me, surely you must be with more people than this, right?" Hearing this, the bishop was shocked but laughed and said, "You're right, for someone who can make such a big fuss in the kingdom, the infamous water demon, I should have shown you more respect." As he said this, he snapped his fingers. As he smiled calmly, the sound of many more footsteps was heard. But what was different was that these footsteps sounded more uniform and louder, as though following the bass of a rock music festival. Suddenly, an uncountable number of patrol guards came out from the darkness. They stood behind the priest, their footsteps coming to a halt. Their movements were synchronized, backing up through the whole path, making the narrow mountain road even more crowded. "These people are more than enough." The bishop waved his hand, as though he was showing off to Benjamin his grand ambush. "Besides them, at every road in the place, I have sent a priest and a team of patrol guards. This is for security, you will never escape from this place." "Is that so?" Benjamin looked at the endless sea of soldiers, not saying a word. It wasn't that he was confused, only that he suddenly remembered in the beginning, he used water particles to spy on the internal workings of the Crusader Gateway, stopping at the bishop for only few seconds but was immediately detected by him. "So this is to say that since the beginning, you knew I was in the town of Crewe?" he asked. Initially, Benjamin thought the bishop only had a strong sixth sense, and didn't really spare it much thought. What he didn't consider, was that his enemy knew of his existence right from that instant. The bishop nodded his head and said, "That is correct, I wasn't sure of your identity, so I had Andrew guide you behind the scenes, letting you join the mage group. After that, when you met with Andrew again, from then on we knew your true identity." "Mage group?" When he heard about this, he was silent for a while. Suddenly, his face changed as he said, "You already knew of the mage group's existence." Once he said this, not only the bishop but also the rest of the priest also showed him a harsh smile. "More than just knowing about it." The bishop shook his head and said, "It is like killing rats, we get them to gather together, and we keep them. Once there are enough of them, we'll kill them all at once. Every 2 years, we will guide all the mages that have been stuck here because of the gateway, let them create the mage group, and when the time is right, to destroy them all together. Actually, it's almost time for the day of harvest. The only thing is that I had a hunch that you would think that you can escape from here, so I let them stay a while, as a bait for you." So, the existence of the group, was only the church's trap. No, it can't even be called a trap, at most they were just a handy means. Just like sowing seeds in the springtime, and reaping them in the fall, something so simple, how can it be a conspiracy? That's right, an average group of mage apprentices, managed to build mage group right under the noses of the church, it would be impossible. Benjamin sighed. He didn't feel surprised, only disappointed. The boss lady, Augustine, old blacksmith, they have been in town of Crewe for about a year, they even have their own businesses, never talking about escaping the kingdom, only thinking about hiding their names and living here. Everyone still thought, being able to find so many of them in a town was a good thing, as though the wandering mages finally found a place that they belonged. They discussed meditation and magic, the things happening in their own families, even about the fresh gossip that appeared in town. No matter who was in trouble, the others will always try to find a way to help. They weren't strangers anymore, they were each other's family. But, what about now? In the end, their sense of belonging and affirmance, was only a trap by the church. They couldn't even tell that this was a conspiracy. What if in the end, the church will gather up their nets, and kill them all? Their genocide was something that occurred every 2 years, and they weren't the only ones, nothing special, commendable or cherished. What an unremarkable way to die. This kind of harvested death, there were already so many other mages who went through it before them. You don't have to be scared, if I wanted to kill you, I would have already done it. The bishop saw that Benjamin was silent, not saying a word, and continued on saying, "You can see, there are mages working for us, my way of doing things and the bishop of St. Peter's Church is different." Hearing this, Benjamin came to his senses and laughed coolly, saying, "You're right, you refused to make your move, until I led you to this wilderness, only then will you show yourself. Maybe you don't want the church in the capital to know about me. If not, the bishop would have already done something, instead of creating this sending patrol guards bearing crosses farce of a plan, and luring me here." While listening to all of this, the bishop didn't look frustrated, instead there was admiration on his face. "You guessed correct, I cannot let anyone else know that you are in town of Crew." He nodded his head and said, "If the people in the capital knew, they will be more alert, and everything I want to do after this will be under scrutiny and so right from the start, I sent the quartermaster to send you the keys, and sent the merchant mage out to buy food, hoping to lure you into the gateway. That guy couldn't even hold his liquor, the keys didn't reach you, it almost ruined my plan. So that's what happened." At that moment, Benjamin was a little shocked. He didn't think, the quartermaster who was drunk in front of him, was actually sent by the bishop as bait. The food order that Varus received, was also a trap by the bishop to lure him into the gateway. What a game plan! Thinking about this, Benjamin could only feel it was a good thing the bishop was more anxious than he was, forcing this trap in the mountains before Benjamin tried to sneak into the gateway himself. If he had, Benjamin could really be stuck in the gateway with a broken wing. But the bishop wanted to keep things under wraps, not wanting the people in the capital to know about this. He should really have thought this through. "You want to rebel? Aren't you afraid of your so-called God's wrath?" He spoke as his eyes swept across the people behind the bishop. However, whether it was the other priest or the patrol guards, they had the same indifferent look, as though they weren't surprised by this. That was interesting. At first glance, the entire Crusader gateway belonged to the royal family and the church, but in reality, it belonged only to this bishop. By God's will, no one can rebel. The bishop had a solemn look on his face. His Majesty the Pope has not appeared for 8 years, and when he did, he just disappeared again in 2 months. This looks very suspicious to me. I just wanted to know if His Majesty the Pope was still alive. You come from the capital, the chaos that caused His Majesty the Pope to disappear was caused by you, you must know what the capital is hiding." Benjamin shook his head nonchalantly. Truthfully, whatever the bishop said next, he wasn't listening anymore. If the Pope was locked up, then the bishop has all the power, but that bishop didn't do anything, the internal workings of the church was compromised, leading to infighting. But honestly, Benjamin really did not care one bit about who had power over the church. Even though he did not want to admit it, he cared about the silly mages of the town of Crew. He only wanted to lead them out of this hellish kingdom of Helius. Shaking your head? Is it that you don't know, or you don't want to tell me? The bishop squinted, murderous intent dripping from his eyes. Andrew stood to the side, and used a threatening voice, "You have nowhere left to run. Having said that, you can be like me and have a bright future. If you don't agree, death will be the only option for you." Hearing this, Benjamin just shrugged. Bright future. Suddenly, he sighed a breath, touched his hand to his forehead, and spoke to himself, rambling away. "The number of guard patrols in the Crusader Gateway is about 2,000, the guard here now should be about 1,000. I'm not too sure about the number of priests, there are about 10 here, added on with the number guarding the other mountain roads, should be about that amount. If it's like this." As he said this, his voice became softer, his eyebrows knitted together. He kept muttering odd numbers, like a student who was called up in math class, and did not know how to do calculations in his head. Seeing this, the bishop and the priest were confused. "What are you thinking about? You? How do you know the number of people in the gateway?" Andrew hesitated for a while before asking. Even though there was no reason for being flustered, his words were a jumble in his mouth. Still, compared to when he was acting like a stutterer, this sounded much more natural. To Benjamin's ears at least, it was much more pleasant. If there are so few people left in the gateway, then it should be about time. When he said this, Benjamin stopped his incoherent rambling. He lifted his head and faced the people surrounding him, opened his arms and revealed an innocent smile on his face. He looked as innocent as a cat, purposely pushing a vase over, and blaming it on the sleeping husky, later acting innocent in front of its owner. "I just think that you should look behind you," he reminded them kindly. Hearing this, the priests were surprised for a moment, and then with a skeptical look on their faces, they turned and looked at the town of Kru. The sky was dark, and even with the moonlight they couldn't see much. Right at that moment, the sky above the Crusader gateway lit up with fire. It was with that light that they could make out the outline of the town. That is. Besides Benjamin, everyone else had a shocked look on their faces. It looked strange in the firelight. It wasn't a natural fire as the flames were floating in midair. Looking carefully, it looked like countless fireballs gathered together, with people directing it from below, changing it into certain shapes. The night was dark, and the flame was their only source of light. It floated in midair like a spirit, above the town of Kru, facing the thousands of people in the mountains, facing the entire kingdom of Helius. It smiled. The fire changed shape and formed a simple sentence. It was like someone wrote a short sentence in the sky above the Crusader gateway with flames. A propaganda slogan, a banner, or the like. But it really was a simple sentence. It was so simple, everyone in the town of Kru understood it, the tourist on the road understood it, the thousands of men on the narrow mountain road with Benjamin also understood. The hundreds of people in the radius around the Crusader gateway, those who were ready to sleep, were all attracted by the fire, turning their curious eyes towards it. Looking at it, everyone was stunned. Some yelled in surprise, some laughed, some were so angry they stomped their feet. But no matter what, it remained the main character for the night. Very quickly, this image will be propagated to the rest of the Kingdom of Helius, sent to the entire land, and soon become the talk of everybody in the land. The fire didn't last too long, only about 2 minutes, then it disappeared, but it caused a commotion that could not be quelled. In fact, heated discussions had already begun. The words written in flame in midair already left a deep impression in the hearts of the people. Just like as if it was playing on a loop, everyone was either silent, or are unable to stop themselves from saying the sentence. It was as though it had become a strange spell, said by people from different places, with different identities, and different countries. Something so simple yet so crude was being said everywhere. Chapter 162, Siege Plan, Part 1. About 2 hours ago. Before Benjamin was surrounded, before the flame appeared in midair. It was nighttime in the town of Kru. The area around the Crusader gateway was quiet. It was going to be closing time soon and the guard was doing the final rounds before their break. "Hey, do you really think we can do this?" Hidden in a tree not too far away from the gateway, a man and a woman, both mages, were quietly observing the activity around the gateway. The man's expression showed that he was hesitant, looking at the majestic gateway. He couldn't help himself and so he said softly, "Andy, you have no balls." The girl turned her head and glared at him. "Sir Benjamin already said, this is our only chance. Andrew is a traitor. If we doubt it any further, we will all be killed but the church." When Andy heard this, he sighed and looked back to the gateway, not saying another word. She was right, this was their only chance. Chance. Before Sir Benjamin appeared, the word was all but gone from the mage's mind. They hoped that they could escape from the town of Kru, but were blocked by the unattainable gateway. Week after week, month after month, even the most ambitious person had eventually given up. Left behind in the town of Crew, the 20+ people built the Mages Guild here. Out of them, how many were desperate to find a way out? Everyone was just lying to themselves and each other, passing through the motion of every day. But then Benjamin appeared, and with him he brought the laws of meditation, leading them to the right path. From then on their lives were filled with color again. They finally knew what they wanted, and they knew how to get it. When he thought about all this, Andy's eyes filled with hope. Originally, he had already lost all hope and expectation in magic. Because he knew his skills were only sub-par, he felt like what magic he could learn was all coincidental. But ever since he learnt the law of meditation, in just a few short days, he had already learnt a new spell. It made him, who knew only 2 spells before, very excited. Every time he meditated, he felt himself get a little stronger than before. He became intoxicated with the feeling of witnessing the change in his body. To think this world had such an amazing thing. Meeting Benjamin, Andy was full of curiosity. He could sense Benjamin's unease at facing everyone, but every time he opened his mouth to say something, it would always stir something in Andy. Why? Why was he brave enough to boldly refute the preaching of the Church's God? Why were there so many unbelievable thoughts in his head? Why did he have so much precious knowledge and yet still not be able to share it with others? Not to mention this afternoon, he suddenly gathered everyone together and told them in confidence that Andrew was a double agent of the Church. Andy was shocked, speechless. Andrew was a traitor? But he had been with the guild for the longest time. How could he be a traitor? In the beginning, there were a lot of them who didn't believe it. Only a few of them looked like a light bulb flashed above their heads. But Benjamin revealed everything down to the minute details, and those who were listening realized something wasn't right with Andrew. At the end of it all, Benjamin revealed the straw that broke the camel's back. The uncle that came to deliver the message wasn't even a mage, he was a priest from the Crusader Gateway. The priest never revealed his face, but my spiritual energy is very special, even allowing me to observe people's faces through walls. When I was spying on the gateway a few days ago, I spotted him, that was why I could recognize him. And after Benjamin demonstrated his extraordinary observation powers, the Mages Guild had no doubt, they believed that Andrew was a traitor. That bastard, I'm going to go get him now. Immediately, the old blacksmith stood up angrily, and in his anger, he wanted something done. The others in the guild also felt the same way. Rage filled their hearts. Betrayed by someone they knew and trusted, was a difficult pill to swallow. However, Benjamin stopped them. There is no point in you killing him. The Church is still there, and one day they will kill us all. But, if we let him stay. When he mentioned this, Benjamin revealed a sly smile, and continued on saying, he is a hateful traitor, but at the same time, he is also our greatest chance at getting through the gateway. So, there they were, hiding in the tree, observing the scene before them in the dark. When Benjamin first mentioned his plan, Andy was very hesitant. Will it actually work? Can they really do it? But after thinking about what Benjamin said, they are like frogs in warm water, feeling as though they are not in any danger, but slowly they will be cooked alive. By the time they realize, they will have no time to escape. And so, even with his heart full of dread, Andy took a deep breath, clenched his hand into a fist, and with a heart full of determination, volunteered to be responsible for the vanguard. No matter where they turn, they would die anyway, why not just give it their all? With this line of thinking, Andy no longer had fear in his heart. In the calm of the night, he hid in the trees with another companion, patiently waiting for the previously determined time to strike. After about 15 minutes, a group of people suddenly appeared on the town street. Seeing this, the 2 mages who were hiding in the trees suddenly became more alert. They were here. Andy suddenly felt a cold chill in his spine. They could only see about 5 to 6 people in the group, excluding the leader. The others were pushing a small cart. The cart was piled high with sacks of food. And their leader was someone whom they were very familiar with. It was the merchant mage Varus. He took the few carts laden with food, and made a transaction with the people at the gateway. While observing what was happening, Andy knew how important this part of the plan was. And so, he couldn't help but be a little nervous. Whilst holding his breath, his eyes stared unblinkingly at Varus and his team of helpers. Pretty soon they reached the gateway. "Hold up, what are you doing?" The soldier stopped them and asked coldly. "What is happening? Did your supervisor not tell you?" Varus said and looked at them, an expression of doubt on his face. "Was it not you who decided to order food from me? Now that the food is here, you should pay up." As he said this, he pulled out a receipt from his pocket, handing it over to the soldiers. The soldier took the receipt, looked at it briefly, and showed an inquisitive expression. He spared a glance to the soldiers beside him before turning around and saying, "The thing is, our supervisor is out today, come back tomorrow." However, when he heard this, Varus smacked his thigh, suddenly looking anxious. "This will not do." The words flowed like water on a field. "For this much food, if you leave it overnight, other people will definitely steal it, then who will pay for damages lost? I don't want to pay for the cost of this food. Don't forget, it was you people who ordered the food, and want it sent around this time, don't blame it on me. Hurry up and pay me. If you guys refuse, I'll see the next time you want to place an order, nobody will want to do business with you." The soldier was uncertain on how to settle this situation, and facing Varus the merchant's argument, he was a little confused. Be that as it may, but the supervisor is really not around. We cannot make our own decisions. If your supervisor is not around, then what about your general? The bishop? There must be someone who can make the decision. They are currently busy, and are unable to leave. Upon hearing this, Varus' machine gun of a mouth finally stopped. He stroked his small mustache. With a roll of his eyeball, the speed of his speech slowed down, the tone of his voice also sounded like he had another intention. "Wait. You are saying, now at the gateway, there is no one who can make decisions?" The soldier couldn't guess if anything was out of the ordinary and nodded his head, as though with the speed of Varus talking slowing down, he was no longer under pressure. However, he could not have guessed what would happen next. "Ha ha ha ha! What sort of legendary gateway is this? What kind of blessed kingdom is this? Shameless church, contemptible military, I'll just wait for you to die. Today, I will let you taste the wrath of the powerful mage Joanna's flame anti-incantation." Following the sudden burst of laughter and declaration, 2 fireballs appeared. No one knows where it came from, but it flew fast, directly toward the soldiers of the gateway. Chapter 163, Siege Plan, Part 2. The change was sudden, adding on to the fact that the mage Joanna's laugh sounded a little off. The soldiers of the gateway had not enough time to react, and could only allow the fireball to head towards them, aimed straight at their chest. However, unexpectedly, just as the magical fireball was about to turn them to ashes, the crosses in their hand that they used to test for mages suddenly cracked on its own, releasing a ray of protective holy light, blocking them from the 2 fireballs. How? Looking at the scene, Joanna, who had released the fireballs, and Andy were both stunned, forgetting that they were supposed to rush towards the gateway. Originally, in their imagination, the 2 fireballs would immediately kill the soldiers. Unbeknownst to them, the cross in their hands were so multi-purpose that besides testing for mages, it can even help protect someone from an attack. This caught them completely off guard. The shield around the soldiers dissipated and the gateway soldiers came to their senses. They saw the 2 mages not too far away, exchanged a look with each other, turned around and bolted to get help from the gateway. However, just as they were getting ready to run, the merchant Varus suddenly rushed forward, hanging on tight to the soldiers' legs. "Help! Help me! The mages are here! Help me, don't let them hurt me! Don't leave me to die!" The soldier panicked and almost tripped onto the floor. "What are you doing? Let go of me!" Varus may not look it, but his hands were amazingly strong, allowing him to hold on tight to the soldier's thighs. The soldiers wanted to kick Varus off, but in the panic, couldn't do so properly. Immediately, the men behind Varus who were previously pushing the carts charged forward, squeezing themselves in the Crusader Gateway's door. The door was actually quite wide, but no matter how wide a door is, it definitely cannot fit 7 to 8 people, 5 to 6 carts, and several sacks of food squeezing in at the same time. And so, the gateway's door was blocked, everyone was stuck together, and the two soldiers could not move at all. "Let go of your hand. The mages are coming, we need to seal the door. Don't squeeze any more. My waist. My waist. No, don't lock us out, we will die. Where are you touching? Stop touching me, move your hand. Arg. My foot, who stepped on my foot?" The whole scene was a mess. Standing about 10 meters from the door, Joanna and Andy, as the source of the entire attack, looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help being a little dumbfounded. "Should we continue? We might accidentally hurt them, I think we should wait and see what happens." Very quickly, the other gateway soldiers who were on duty were attracted by the noisy situation. They came over, and upon seeing the soldiers, Varus, the men who pushed the cart, sacks upon sacks of food, and the mess that was the carts blocking the gateway, were stunned. This has got to be one of the most chaotic situations they have ever witnessed. After they came to their senses, they walked forward, and tried to rescue the two soldiers. However, they underestimated the other people, and in the mess, they were unable to pull out anyone. They even got a new soldier stuck in the crowd. "What happened? What are you all doing?" The uninvolved soldiers kept their distance and asked. "The mages attacked, quickly close the door." Upon hearing this, a soldier immediately went to the handle on the other side, wanting to slam the door shut. But just as he was about to do so, he hesitated. "No, they are blocking the door. If we bring the door down, we will kill them all." After a short silence, in the pile of humans, came a voice, "Then just pull us all in." But all the soldiers stopped what they were doing, no one closed the door, and no one tried to pull anyone in. "Why? What are you all doing there?" The newly arrived soldiers looked at each other, but no one said a word. Outsiders may not be able to understand their incompetency, but as one of them, the soldiers in the human pile quickly understood. They could not pull anyone in, that was their responsibility. Those who let outsiders in without a thorough check, would be severely punished if they were discovered by the bishop or the team leader. But, now they were mages attacking outside, if they did not quickly close the door, they will be breached. Standing between the two contradictions, they were only simple soldiers, and were helpless to do anything. "Someone go get the priest, the others help us pull everybody in. Hurry! The mages outside are going to come in. And then we will be screwed!" yelled Varus, imitating one of the soldiers' voices. The situation at the gateway was already very chaotic, with them being in a human pile, no one noticed who said it. Even the soldiers who were with them did not know what to do, added on with the threat of the mages are going to attack, they automatically followed the suggestion. During these kinds of situations, all foot soldiers need is a simple instruction. And just like that they all rushed forward, prepared to pull in every single body stuck in the gateway. At the same time, the soldier closest to the side door opened it and rushed through, planning to look for the only priest in the gateway so he could come out and fight against the mages' attack. After exerting their strength for 5 minutes, an object that was blocking the door finally came free. The soldiers, people, stuck carts, sacks of food that were squeezed together finally came free and tumbled onto the road in the Crusader Gateway. When they fell on the ground, they were in so much pain they couldn't even stand. Bang! A soldier then pulled the handle, and the steel door that had withstood countless spells fell shut, with a loud roar. Just like that, the entire Crusader gateway was locked. Once the priest was informed, he came to the door. The priest looked at the mess on the floor, frowned, opened his mouth and said, "Who can explain to me just what is going on here?" Immediately a soldier answered, "There is a mage attack on the outside. They used 2 fireballs which destroyed 2 crosses." "I already knew that." The priest shook his head, and pointed to the mess of food and people on the floor and said, "I'm asking about this. What is going on with these people? Who are they and why did you let them in?" "This." The soldier stammered, not knowing how to explain it. Just then, Varus brushed the dust off his body. He stood up and walked up to the priest, with an embarrassed expression on his face. Varus bowed down to him. "Let me explain." He shook the priest's hand, sighed, and in an unusually sincere voice said, "Let me introduce myself, I am Varus, a merchant from the city. You have ordered this food from me, we were just bringing it over to you. Unfortunately, at the same time we encountered the mage's attack at the gate. Everyone wanted to escape, and in the chaos that ensued it became like this. I'm really sorry." "Food?" "Varus." The priest didn't look very happy, wanting to take his hand back. Suddenly his face changed. You are that." Unfortunately, he was unable to finish the next half of the sentence and Varus continued what the priest was saying, smiling happily. "You're right, I am that mage." The priest was unable to speak another word. Nobody noticed as Varus pulled out a dagger from his pocket. As the color on the priest's face drained, Varus had a smile on his face, and whilst no one was looking, he plunged the dagger deep into the priest's chest. Time stood still. Sir Benjamin was not wrong. Suddenly, the priest heard in a haze as Varus spoke, "By only using a weapon not touched by magic, and carry out a near attack, we can avoid activating the protection crosses." Hearing this, the priest opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something but was unable to. After finishing that sentence, Varus let go. And the priest who stood tall just moments before, crumpled to the ground in a sorry heap. Chapter 164, Seizing the Door. It wasn't until the priest collapsed, did the soldiers around them knew what was happening. Among them, there were still people who thought the priest was still alive and wanted to go and save him. Some had drawn their swords, ready to move, some turned and ran, calling anyone left in the gateway to come and help. And the mages definitely had a better response. Among the sacks of food scattered on the ground, suddenly came a sound of continuous curses chanting. And those who were pushing the carts didn't pretend anymore, and followed along chanting curses. Before the soldiers could take the next step, almost 20 fireballs were formed in the midair. At that moment, the temperature at the aisle rose up. The mages that were hiding in the sacks of food, cut open the sacks one by one and emerged, as though they were being called from beyond the grave. Aside from the fact that they look like puppies shaking themselves off after a bath to remove the grains stuck to their bodies, they presented quite an imposing picture. What? You are all mages. Facing the crowded aisle, and the fireballs in the air have almost become a fire dragon, making the soldiers almost passing out from fear. I have been waiting for this day. Boss Lady also stood up from the sack, fireball in hand, and glared at one of the soldiers. The last time you were in my shop, you haggled for a pair of shoes for almost 2 hours, and in the end I reduced the price, and this son of a bitch didn't buy it. I must collect my debt for this offense. Upon hearing that, the faces of the soldiers looked stunned. As though it was only at that moment, did they realize, the mages are actually the regular citizens of the town of Crew. The boss lady of the handmade textile shop, the old blacksmith from the blacksmith forge, the hotel partner, everyone was unremarkable and ordinary, and they turned out to be mages, lifting fireballs as big as a person's head, aiming it at them. It made them feel the absurdity and despair all at the same time. So, before they even had the chance to sound the alarm, Varus waved a hand, a signal to the other mages to fight. The fireballs merged together, layer by layer, as though it was becoming a dragon, and charged towards the soldiers who had nowhere to hide. The crosses in the soldiers' hands broke one after another, protecting them. In the end, there were only 8 left. How was it supposed to defend against 20 fireballs firing continuously at them? Very quickly, in the fiery inferno, the soldiers that guarded the door went up in flames, leaving nothing behind. The 10 soldiers on duty, added on with the others who heard the commotion, they were all destroyed. Seeing this, Varus strode to the handle and turned it, opening the door once again. "Hey, you two, come on in. The only priest in here has been eradicated by us," he said to the mages defending the door, the slack-jawed, clueless Joanna and Andy. The 2 mages stood in amazement. "You guys were too fast, and you didn't even leave any for me," said Joanna with regret on her face as she led Andy in. When they entered, Varus shut the door again. At the same time, the other mages went to the other door and shut it as well. During the whole process, a few other soldiers who didn't know what was going on, curiously walked in from the 2 side doors, and were promptly killed by the mages. "It's done, now the whole gateway is sealed, no one else can come in." Varus looked around at the other mages, and took a deep breath in, and said, "The next step is to get rid of the remaining soldiers that are in here, then the Crusader gateway will be ours." Hearing this, everyone excitedly nodded their heads. They were eager to carry it out, some were so excited their hands were shaking. This was the Crusader gateway. Even until noon, they stared up at the tall towers, which can only be described as awe-inspiring, but didn't take another step closer. They have been blocked by this door for too long, so long that they were used to this existence, used to having the Crusader gateway cannot be crossed thought in their heads. But now, they actually crossed into the gate, and took over this famous military fortress. Throughout the whole process, the opposition they faced wasn't much, in fact, and was too easy they could hardly believe it. No matter how big its doors, how thick its wall, those are all dead things, the people who are protected inside are the most important ones. They couldn't help but remember, when they were making the plans, Benjamin said this to them. Maybe the people within its walls has had peace for too long, and they were too used to the impenetrable walls of the gateway, but they were unable to match the will of the gateway. Tonight, it will only be an empty city. Just like that, under Varus' command, the mages divided themselves, going in from the side door, and began to clear the remaining soldiers in the gateway. They had a fireball each, kicking down every door, and prepared to throw the fireballs in. However, they were surprised to find that a lot of the rooms were empty, the desertedness of the gateway was worse than what they expected. No wonder despite the ruckus they caused in the aisle, they were only so few soldiers that came out to see. After about an hour, they managed to sweep through the entire Crusader gateway. And during this process, they didn't even have to kill one person. Maybe the soldiers who just got off their night shift from the previous night were still sleeping in their beds, or when they opened the doors, the soldiers were already on their knees with their hands on their heads, pleading for their lives. In reality, the fireball the mages held in their hands was the only thing they could do, there wasn't even the slightest chance of throwing it. They tied up the rest of the soldiers, and locked them up in several rooms, turning them into their prisoners. After sweeping through the place, only then did they discover, the total number of soldiers in the Crusader gateway didn't even hit 200. 20 mages against 200 soldiers, everyone felt that it sucked the fun out of it. The remaining people, is anyone protecting Sir Benjamin? Seeing the situation, one of the mages suddenly said worriedly. Once he said that, it was like someone poured a bucket of cold water over everyone's heads, everyone was pulled down from their high from the victory. They thought about the usual thousands of soldiers at the gateway, and also about the bishop and the priest who always guarded the gateway. They were very sure, it was so easy to attack the gateway because these people were all led away by Benjamin. Looking at it from a different angle, they didn't face the true might of the Crusader gateway. At that moment, in the mountains in the northern part of the kingdom, Benjamin was facing the full force of the Crusader Gateway. I have to save Teacher Benjamin. Joanna suddenly stood up and yelled, I did not do anything, and you guy already conquered this place. I want to kill the priest too. Agreed. I want to go too. Teacher Benjamin cannot die. We'll go together, and take those fellows from the church by surprise. At that moment, the crowd seemed to get a new direction, and they all got excited all at once. Enough! Varus yelled out in a loud voice, stopping the crowd dead in their tracks. What is the point of us going over there? Can we really beat the bishop? We might as well be walking to our deaths. Sir Benjamin will not want us to go there and mess things up for him. But what if teacher does not return? What would we do then? Someone didn't give up and asked. Maybe they have not realized this, but they have only known Benjamin for less than half a month, but because of the law of meditation enabled them to come up with this plan. In their eyes, Benjamin was slowly becoming irreplaceable. As though he was becoming the heart and soul of the guild. He will return. Varus' voice sounded steady. Are you sure? Varus shook his head, paused before arrogantly saying, that is because you don't know, Sir Benjamin is the legendary water demon. He already escaped from under the Pope's nose. How can that compare to one tiny bishop? You are worried about Sir Benjamin when you should be worrying about the bishop. Hearing this, the muttering amongst the crowd hushed, as though a teacher had entered the class. Everyone had disbelief on their faces. Chapter 165, The Future of the Church. On the mountains in the northern part of the town of Crewe. I can only say, you have too much faith in the defense of the gateway. Having witnessed the fire above the Crusader Gateway, the entire mountainside was blanketed in silence. It didn't matter if it was the bishop, the priest, that traitor Andrew, or the thousands of patrol guards around him. They were all looking in that direction, not a word to be said. It was as though time stood still. Only Benjamin looked over in that direction, and nodded his head, with a happy smile on his face. After he discovered Andrew's double-crossing, he secretly called the mages together, and carried out a secret meeting. Without a doubt, Andrew wanted him out of the town of Crewe, and proceeded to do what he saw before his eyes right now, the massive circle of silence surrounding him. But Benjamin was quick to realize, why doesn't he try to lure the people from the gateway out? Truthfully, after observing the gateway for such a long time, his most lasting impression wasn't that the gateway was strong, but that the patrol guards were responsible. Because of that, just by luring them out of the gateway, a distraction plan formed in his mind. It was quite a risky plan. What if the people surrounding him were too few? What if a few stronger priests decided to remain at the gateway? What if the bishop decided not to ambush him? If he made any mistakes in his estimations, it was very likely to be a very devastating blow to the entire team. But then he thought, Andrew had already betrayed them. Will the mages in the town still survive for long? No matter which way he turned ends in death. Why shouldn't he just give it one last push? And even if he dies, he will drag the church through blood, and make them feel like dying. Thinking about it now, trying to take over the most powerful border fortress of the Kingdom of Helius, it was a crazy idea. At the time, his brain only had this one idea. Benjamin felt he himself must have been crazy too. Luckily, this world can accommodate the crazy people also. And now, the light of the fire says it all. Are you surprised? He turned his head, looking silently at the bishop. You used me as a rat to destroy the mages, who can just as easily turn around and bite you. This is what happens when you underestimate other people. The bishop glared at him, speechless, face turning red. His previous blasé attitude had completely disappeared. Benjamin just retaliated with a friendly smile. Thinking carefully, he only wanted to scheme internally, but Benjamin managed to counterattack and win, and he lost even his home, and was condemned publicly by the people. The bishop's mood took a turn for the worse. Who is to be blamed? He should blame himself. He only wanted to fight with the kingdom's bishop. thinking the mages as insignificant, and now he has lost. Lord Bishop, gateway, the gateway over there. Andrew glanced at the bishop, he looked at a loss. Hearing this, the bishop took a deep breath, muttered something quietly, as though he was calming himself down. Then, he shook his head and looked at Benjamin again, his expression was calm once again. I was too anxious, and you found a loophole. He tried hard to sound like it didn't matter, as though the siege on the gateway was nothing big. I know why you have nothing to fear. You want an exchange, using you in exchange for the control of the gateway. This way, you can all proceed undisturbed to Isur. Then, hearing this, Benjamin couldn't help but laugh. The bishop frowned. You think too much. Benjamin only shook his head, and quietly said, we put in the effort to take over the gateway, just because you say return it to you, do you think we will do so? Who do you think you are? Is that right? Along with the calm in his voice there was also anger, the fist hidden beneath his robes got tighter, so today, don't you even think about leaving this place. Just like that, the atmosphere became more tense. Are they making their move? Benjamin felt offended. Why is it that every time they reach this point, these people who serve God, don't see this as the will of God and just accept it? This double standard is too much. But the more he thought about it, Benjamin felt that it was time. So, he turned suddenly, changing his tone, turning to the bishop and said, have you heard of this thing called horse oil? The bishop glared at Benjamin, not saying a word, probably not knowing what medicine Benjamin was keeping in the gourd. And Benjamin, he didn't wait for a response, he just continued on. Even if you don't know it all right, I heard people use it as a beauty product, some even eat it, but I can't stand the smell. Especially if it's a big pail of it, after a few days, that smell is really something. As he spoke, he waved his hand in front of his nose, and continued on, but if water is used to dilute it, then the taste is much better. If you pour it on the ground evenly, pour it on the road, then you can say, unless it is a demon with a sensitive nose, no one else will notice it. Maybe Benjamin's face looked like he deserved to be punched, even the system couldn't help but appear, saying, are you sure this is all right? What if they don't run? The bishop will surely kill you. Benjamin laughed and spoke to the system in his mind, are you sure this is all right? Even though I'm in front of an enemy, I can just as easily return to the space of consciousness and kill you. The system held back for who knows how long, only then did he gather up his courage to appear, and Benjamin just indifferently cut him off. Now in reality, the people around him listened to Benjamin, and had puzzled looks on their faces. It must be that aside from beating Benjamin in one movement, they didn't feel anything. Benjamin saw this, he thoughtfully nodded his head. Looking at this, the bishop wasn't very knowledgeable about demons. Now they're getting somewhere. Enough. Just as Benjamin hesitated on whether he should use that tone to talk about the griffin's love for horse oil, Andrew, who had been standing to the side, as though he couldn't hold back any more, suddenly stood up. Only to hear him muttering a spell, a huge fireball appeared in midair, and flew directly at Benjamin. Andrew. The bishop frowned, he didn't stop Andrew, but he didn't attack with him either, he just stood to the side to watch the fight. To Benjamin, he was pretty calm. Just as the fireball was about to reach his face, he suddenly opened his mouth, and recited the pillar of steam spell. Following a humid wind, the fireball stopped right in front of him, still rotating, but not moving an inch. Not too long after that, the fireball was blown out by the steam like a candle on a birthday cake. Andrew was stunned. Why do you even bother? Benjamin looked at him, and shook his head, saying, you are also a mage, the one that got taken over is the church's, not yours. They haven't made their move, and you are the one who can't sit still? To be this much of a kiss-ass, there really is no one else. What do you know? The mages are a bunch of cynical freaks that will amount to nothing. Andrew came to his senses, fist tight, glaring at Benjamin, grinding his teeth as he said, "The church is the future." Hearing this, Benjamin shrugged his shoulders. Maybe, what will happen in the future, no one knows. He quietly observed Andrew, a tinge of regret in his eyes. Maybe it was mercy, the church may be the future, but unfortunately, you are a mage too, and that future has got nothing to do with you. Saying this, he recited the ice-breaking spell. Chapter 166, The Griffin. As soon as it appeared, the icicle went straight towards the furious Andrew. Andrew saw it coming and immediately chanted a spell to produce a layer of stone wall above his head. He meant to block the icicle that Benjamin had summoned. However, right after the two collided, the stone wall crumbled to shreds as if it was a piece of rotten wood. It could not stop the momentum of the icicle even by the slightest bit. "Master Bishop, save me!" Having seen this, Andrew was extremely shocked and began asking for help in a panic. The bishop gave him a look. He did not seem very willing to save Andrew. But after a slight moment of silence, the bishop still decided to lend a hand. A shield of holy light appeared on top of Andrew's head, saving him from the icicle. Thank you, Master Bishop." Even though he was still frightened, Andrew did not forget to express his gratitude towards the bishop sincerely. Upon watching this, Benjamin was sneering in his heart. Is he thinking that he will be fine now? Thinking about this, Benjamin suddenly spoke in a loud voice. "Don't you want to know what happened at the imperial capital? Whether the Pope is dead or alive? Fine, I will tell you what happened." His words immediately caught the attention of the bishop. "So you do know what transpired?" But Benjamin did not continue to talk. Instead, he once again casted the ice-breaking spell, producing more than 20 ice arrows. In a blink of an eye, he began attacking Andrew, who was still under the protection of the shield of holy light. The truth is, he did not know what happened to the Pope at all. His words before were just to divert the attention of the bishop so he would have the chance to kill Andrew. Andrew must die. For the sake of the others in the mage group, he had to do this. The change in Benjamin was rather abrupt. In addition to that, everyone was focusing on whether the Pope was dead or alive, so no one was quick enough to react. Because of this, no one was able to help Andrew. Under the double attack of ice arrows and icicle, the bishop's sloppily maintained shield was destroyed. Andrew, who was previously protected under the shield, was not able to react to this change. As a result, he was pierced through his chest by a few ice arrows. As Andrew's blood spurted out along with a little ice shred, the bishop, who looked like he loved being clean all the time, dodged the spurt of blood. "You!" Andrew fell to the ground in disbelief. Benjamin gave him a cold stare as Andrew took his last breath. If it was possible, he would want to behead Andrew and bring his head back to let others in the guild to see, so the others would be able to release their resentment as well. However, in this situation, he could not just do whatever that he wanted. Killing that man was already enough for him. It was about time to go. He should flee now. In reality, just as he had predicted, he could already hear the piercing eagle's cry from afar. "Have you caused enough trouble?" The bishop's tone was emotionless. It was as if he did not care about Andrew's death at all. Nor did he notice the eagle's cry which came from afar. He said, "Now, quickly, tell me what truly happened to His Highness the Pope." Benjamin flashed a smile to him and said, "Okay, let me tell you this. The Pope is actually dead. The one who showed up previously was actually a puppet manipulated by the bishop in the imperial capital." The bishop was stunned upon hearing this. Are you speaking the truth?" Benjamin simply smiled. He did not say a word more. Of course this was not the truth. He did not even have much impression of the Pope. He only took a glance of him once at the fire execution ground. How would he know what truly happened then? The reason he said this was only to divert the attention of the bishop, so that it would be easier for him to escape. Well, of course, if the bishop believed what he said and fought even more furiously with the bishop in the imperial capital, Benjamin would be glad to see this happening. It was commonly said that those who love drama in life do not mind how big or small the drama is, not to mention Benjamin was on the opposite side of the church. These people should just fight. The more furious the fight, the better it would be. If you dare to lie to me, do you know what the consequences will be? The bishop said this in a threatening tone. Of course I'm not lying to you. These are all true. Benjamin said this with a straight face. He sounded so serious that he almost believed it himself. The Pope is long dead. The bishop in the imperial capital hid this news so that the others won't know for the sake of keeping the church together. How do I know I can believe what you said? Such an important matter. It was obvious that it would not be easy for the bishop to believe what Benjamin tells him. He would need solid proof. Benjamin nodded his head, thinking. In the case of proof, surely he could not provide one to the bishop. But as the bishop stared intently at Benjamin, trying to judge by his expression whether he was speaking the truth or not, a horrifying scream was heard suddenly from the periphery of the encirclement. Following the scream was the sound of eagles' cries near and far. At that moment, everyone's expressions changed drastically. They turned their heads only to see a vast colony of who knows what a layer of black shadow against the dim moonlight. Like a colony of bats leaving their home, these black shadows flew endlessly from the far mountain peak and came straight for the group. What are these? In an instant, a few of the black shadows came close enough to them. They were finally able to see what it truly was. Its body size was huge, much bigger than any adult lion, with its beak and claws glistening in the night. Its head was like a ferocious falcon, its amber eyes slowly moving. The white feather at its neck was like a layer of impregnable armor. But below its neck, the bird-like feather was replaced with an animal's fur. With its tail springing upwards and its strong limbs slightly bent, it looked like it could attack them any minute. Also, the enormous wing at its back was like a cloud capable of blocking the sun. The sense of foreboding lingered in each and everyone's heart. Finally, someone recognized what it was. It's a griffin. As if the person just dropped a bomb within the encirclement, the previously calm soldiers lost their cool too. Those at the periphery of the encirclement broke their ranks almost in an instant. Those at the inner encirclement, however, did not have anywhere to run to. All they could do was to hold on to their sword and shield, and try the best they could to fend off the griffin that broke into the encirclement one after another. However, against such a strong magical creature, they were no different than normal citizens who have never been trained. Every time a griffin struck, a person died. At this moment, the endless screams sounded as if they were a choir performance. Sometimes they were harmonized, sometimes they were out of tune. The narrow road in the mountains was like living hell in this moment. Even the priests were also involved and forced to perform their shield of holy light in order to protect themselves. It was thanks to their shield that they were able to survive the sudden attack of the griffins. As for the bishop and Benjamin, just as the group of griffins began their attack, Benjamin chanted the spell for Pillar of Steam. With the steam surrounding him, Benjamin leapt into the sky, thus quickly escaping the encirclement. Well, this was a scene he had expected, so of course his reaction would be much quicker than those of the others. But since Benjamin had already taken off, it was unlikely that the bishop would not notice his action. From Benjamin's attitude and the right timing when the griffin arrived, the bishop would have already understood what truly happened, no matter how stupid he was. So at the moment Benjamin leapt, the bishop also chanted a spell. Followed by the chanting, a pair of wings that was purely made of holy light appeared at his back. At that exact moment, the bishop's whole body was bathed in the holy light, as if he was a messenger sent by God. After that, he raised his head and looked at Benjamin, who was in mid-air. As if he was possessed by God, his face was expressionless, without feeling sadness or happiness. "You can't run from me. Feebom." After saying this, he flapped his wings of holy light and pursued Benjamin. Shit! Benjamin's expression could not help but change slightly upon seeing this. About the plan for tonight, the last part was actually for him to attract the griffin to his location by using horse oil to create confusion. Amidst the confusion, he would then be able to flee. At first, he was rather successful in creating chaos. All the other priests were busy saving themselves and did not have the energy to deal with him. However, even if he was going with the plan and doing things deliberately, it was obvious that the plan would not be smooth. The bishop surely had something up his sleeve. Well, now look at this. As expected, he was not the only one who knew how to fly. Just by reading the Introduction to Divine Arts, he really did not know what other flying spells there were in divine arts. But looking at this stance, this divine charm must be more powerful than the flying spell of a mage. It would be the end of him if he was caught by the bishop. Chapter 167, Crazy in Pursuit. Benjamin flew at top speed in the direction of the gateway. Surrounded by steam, he was wet from top to bottom now. The biting wind howled by his ears and his wet clothes stuck to his back. This made him look rather shabby at the moment. He furrowed his eyebrows and looked behind him from time to time. With every glance, his expression became graver. Not too far away behind him, the bishop was flapping his wings of holy light. The bishop was right on his tail and did not intend to let him go. Troublesome. Upon seeing this, he could not help but sigh and mumble to himself. Probably because he fooled by Benjamin for a few times, the bishop was utterly infuriated. Therefore, with the blessing of wings of holy light, he made sure to be right on Benjamin's tail. If it wasn't for Benjamin who interfered with the bishop's flight by throwing a few water bombs behind from time to time, he would have caught up to Benjamin by now. Obviously, the bishop would never give up so easily. Benjamin's head hurt. He produced a few water bombs and over 10 arrows, releasing all of them toward the bishop who was at his back. Upon seeing this, the bishop did not make a sound but immediately threw a cross out that turned into a holy barrier, thus blocking most of the Benjamin's attacks. See, this was the part that troubled Benjamin the most. In his pursuit since the beginning until now, the bishop did not do much at all. All he did was just throw crosses one after another. Benjamin's attacks were not even able to make the bishop consume his spiritual energy. And so, the bishop was not too disturbed and was able to slowly close the gap between them little by little. The distance between them now was still considered not too close, but, what will happen after a while? When Benjamin reached the gateway, is the distance between them sufficient for Benjamin to enter through the gateway and quickly close the gateway to shut the bishop outside? If he could not make it, then there was absolutely no point at all for Benjamin to flee towards the direction of the gateway. He had to do something about it. After giving it some thought, Benjamin collected more than 10 water bombs. Then, he turned around and threw them towards the bishop all at once. The bishop blocked the water bomb as usual, but Benjamin stopped all of a sudden. He controlled the water that were splashed in front of the bishop to let them gather and envelop around the bishop. It formed a gigantic water ball. He wanted to test whether the anti-magic water ball was able to trap the bishop inside of it. The water ball formed in an instant, enveloping the bishop. The bishop then performed a holy barrier on his body, blocking the water outside. But because of this, he was also forced to stop his pursuit. Upon seeing this, Benjamin breathed a sigh of relief. At first, he was afraid that even the water ball would not be enough to block off the bishop. That pair of glimmering wings of his may just softly flap and fly him out of the water ball. Now, it seemed like it worked fine. The water ball was able to temporarily trap the bishop inside. However, he was not able to enjoy the delight for even a few seconds. Very soon, his expression turned grim once again. He could feel that a lot of holy light was being summoned around the anti-magic water ball by the bishop. All were rushing into the water ball like there was no tomorrow. The violent water particles in the water ball were also pushing back the holy light. But in this process, the consumption of spiritual energy could not be easily described as large anymore. Shit! How strong is his affinity to the holy light? Although his spiritual energy had increased quite a bit, he still would not be able to stand such a huge consumption. At most, he would be able to hold on for another half a minute. Then, he would definitely collapse. Had to think of another way. Is this everything that you have? The bishop's gaze pierced through the thick water layers, coldly landing on him. You can summon such a gigantic water ball in the imperial capital and create confusion that even troubled the whole church. But you only have this extent of strength. Benjamin simply acted as if he did not hear the mockery. At that moment, he dismissed the thought of creating a water vortex. Instead, he began chanting the ice-breaking spell. In an instant, 5 ice needles compressed to the utmost extent formed. Benjamin curled his palm into a fist, put the ice needles in between his fingers, turned around and flew towards the water ball. With the thrust of the steam, he gave a punch to the gigantic water ball that trapped the bishop. Boom! A muffled thump. The form of the whole water ball was rather solid. Benjamin's fist could not penetrate it, but the 5 ice needles were completely stuck in the water ball. After that, the water ball started freezing in a speed that was observable by the naked eyes. From the time Benjamin hit the water ball, it did not take more than 2 seconds for the freezing to spread to the whole water ball. Just like this, the water ball turned into a giant ice ball. Just when the ice ball formed, Benjamin decided not to control the anti-magic ice ball. Instead, he maneuvered the steam, turned around then fled. Without the control of Benjamin, the giant ice ball could no longer be suspended in midair. Along with the bishop who was inside it, the ice ball fell straight towards the ground. This way, should be able to give me more time, right? He mumbled to himself as he flew away without turning back. In fact, he did not need to turn back at all. For some reason, the system had the leisure to pop up and live broadcast to him the situation of the bishop and the ice ball. The ice ball is still falling. The ice ball is still falling. Ah! This is bad. The ice ball stopped. The bishop has started to fly again. He is flying upwards while carrying the ice ball. The bishop looked a little sad. He is flying a little slow. I think maybe the ice ball is too heavy for him. Carrying it while flying consumes a lot of energy. Of course, there is this possibility that he did not eat enough for lunch today. Ah! Look! There are many cracks on the surface of the ice ball. The bishop is starting to destroy the ice ball from within. Impressive! He is destroying the ice ball from within. I wonder how long the ice ball can last for. Okay, it only lasted for a few seconds. Let's just have a moment of silence for the ice ball. Now, we can see that the bishop has come back and has begun speeding up. Oh, the wings behind him look absolutely stunning. This has helped him win over many support from the audience. Benjamin could not help but sigh and complained in his heart, I should not have downloaded any video commentary for whatever competition, right? The system told him, no, you only cache it in your phone apps. Benjamin found no words to reply to that. He had no choice. He was busy fleeing. Every minute and second was extremely precious to him. He had no extra time and energy to enter the space of consciousness to fix the system properly. I will remember this. We can slowly settle it in the future. And so he said in his heart. Frightened, the system immediately muted. But just as the system explained, from the moment the ice ball started falling until the moment the bishop broke free of the ice ball, the whole process did consume a sufficient amount of time. And during this period of time, Benjamin seized the chance to greatly increase the distance between him and the bishop. For such a long distance, even if the bishop wanted to catch up to him, it would surely not be that easy. In fact, during the bishop's pursuit, Benjamin felt somehow strange. From the distance just now, he could attack the bishop and so could the bishop attack him. For some reason, the bishop did not do so. Also, it seemed that the bishop has never once cast a divine charm since he started flying. Even for blocking attacks, he would use his cross. It was as if there would be trouble if he used other divine charms while he was in midair. Could it be that there are some limits or side effects of using the wings of holy light? Strange. But soon enough, Benjamin lost the desire to think about it. Why should he care so much? Not using divine charms should be a good thing. If the bishop was chanting some earth-shattering high-level divine charm while flying in midair in pursuit of him, Benjamin really had no idea whether he would be able to take the attack. He simply felt rather fortunate. Just like this, the distance between the mountain road and the Crusader Gateway was not too far away anymore. Thanks to the time that was earned with the help of the gigantic ice ball, Benjamin was slowly closing into the gateway that is currently occupied by the mage. From 100 meters above ground, he could see that the main gate of the gateway was closed from afar. And on the top of the gateway were a few figures that looked familiar to him. Upon seeing this, Benjamin quickly came to a realization that those were the mages who stayed outside to aid him. Thinking that, Benjamin became more spirited. Holding his fist, he used his spiritual energy that was quickly depleting and increased his speed, flying towards the Crusader Gateway. Quickly! Hide in the gateway! The bishop is right behind me! As he sped up, he kept shouting. He used the maximum volume he could ever use in his life and shouted to the few mages who were on top of the gateway. Upon hearing this, they saw Benjamin and the bishop who were in midair and understood the meaning of Benjamin's words. Thus, they quickly ran into the only entrance on top of the gateway and went for the staircase. Among them, a person reached out his hand and held the doorknob of the entrance. This way, he could close the entrance at any time to completely seal off the gateway. They were all squeezed in a narrow staircase. With their heads up, they nervously awaited the arrival of Benjamin. As expected, this is the most critical moment. Upon seeing this, Benjamin once again sped up. Without caring about the depletion of his spiritual energy or whatever thing there was, he only focused on the small entrance on top of the gateway at this moment. The wild wind screeched by his ears. He could not even keep his eyes open properly because of this. At that instant, he felt as if he had turned into a bullet that was just fired from the bore of the gun, enjoying his short lifespan that came and went in only an instant in midair. For no reason at all, Benjamin felt wild all of a sudden. It was as if he was riding on a roller coaster that flipped and turned at increasing speed. At this particular moment, the roller coaster reversed at its highest point, going through the most exciting part of the ride. Benjamin turned his head to see the bishop who was crazily in pursuit to the extent that his eyes were getting red. Suddenly, he burst out in uncontrollable laughter and yelped with joy. Ha 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 ha! The bishop's face turned grim. In this crazy pursuit, the gap between them was closing in and so did the distance between them and the Crusader Gateway. Soon, Benjamin turned around and aimed straight for the staircase to finish his last sprint. Quick! 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 Close the door! Shouting in a loud voice for the whole journey, Benjamin finally dashed into the small entrance. In a swish, he knocked over everyone. The mages who were guarding by the staircase had no chance to dodge at all, so they were all knocked over by Benjamin. Fortunately, they did not forget to pull the doorknob. If they were to look up from the staircase, they could see the face of the bishop that kept getting bigger as they gradually closed the metal door. Both were happening at the same time as if it were a competition. But at this point, they were all disorientated from being knocked over by Benjamin, and so they did not have energy to look outside anymore. On the whole staircase, a bunch of people were lying there and rolling around. The exclamation of "ouch!" was all over the place. Benjamin knocked them over when he dashed in. He fell on the ground and rolled for at least 2 meters. He even almost rolled down the staircase. After resting for a while, they supported themselves on the ground, ready to stand up. Bang! As they were helping each other to get up, an extremely loud bang was heard from above them suddenly. It was as if something banged hard on the strong metal door. Everyone was stunned. After a short moment of silence, they could not help but look upwards, only to see that the metal door at the entrance was firmly closed. The bishop was well blocked outside. And the rather loud noise they heard just now could only indicate that something had happened between the bishop and this door. Chapter 168, Surrounded and Being Surrounded by. Benjamin has never seen the bishop in such a state. To be more accurate, he has never seen those in the church embarrassed to such an extent. It was not his first or second day opposing the church. There were many priests and holy knights who have died in his hands, including the priest who was washed to his death in the drum-type washing machine last time. But, even for that priest who was washed to death, he still was not in a state as embarrassing as the bishop. After the extremely loud bang, a series of curses filled with anger soon broke out just outside of the metal door that blocked the entrance. It was at that moment Benjamin had the opportunity to learn of the curses that the people in this world used. Because of this, he could not help but perform the water particle detection to observe the bishop outside, who was in extreme rage. In the world that was filtered with blue color, he could feel that the whole left side of the bishop's face was beginning to get swollen. Moreover, his red priest robe that was originally free of dust was now stained with dirt. In addition to that, with his messy hair and twisted expression, the bishop looked just like a lunatic who had stayed too long in the cleansing center. He was shouting curses while using his legs to step on the sealed-off entrance. The way he was now made it hard to relate to his previous image of a proud bishop. So pitiful. Thankfully, except for Benjamin, there was no one else who could see the current state of the bishop. If not, this bishop could be too embarrassed to continue his job anymore. Of course, after Benjamin used water particle detection to observe the bishop for a while, the bishop soon realized that he was being observed by him. Immediately, he came back to his senses. After looking at the embarrassing state he was in now, his facial expression also became rather interesting. He simply squatted beside the sealed-off entrance, with an expression as if he had just eaten shit. After staying silent for roughly half an hour, he finally took a deep breath and forcefully calmed himself down as he stood up. He did not leave just yet. Instead, he tidied himself up and once again flew to midair. In the night, he directly flew over the border between the Crusader Gateway and the kingdom and descended on the other side of the gateway. Just like this, he blocked the entrance of the gateway. He used a divine charm to carve a huge rock into a chair and simply sat there as he began his prayers. He acted as if he planned to stay there until the end of the world. Obviously, after losing himself at the beginning, he came back to his senses. He clearly realized that it was impossible for him to penetrate the defense of gateway. So, he decided to go for a different plan, which was to block the entrance. This way, the mages in the gateway had no way to run to Isar as well. Lord Benjamin. Now, what should we do? Upon hearing the action of the bishop in the gateway, quite a few mages expressed their worries about it. It is late now. Let us all go back and have some rest first. Benjamin shook his head and said. Crusader Gateway is not that easy to get penetrated. If he intends to have a protracted war with us, then so be it. Well, he would like to see whether which of them would be more comfortable in this situation, the bishop who sat on the chair or them who lied on the bed. This way, even though the mages still seemed to be slightly worried, they were more at ease after Benjamin reassured them. They all found rooms with good conditions in the gateway and called it a day. As for Benjamin, he once again squatted by the door. He used the water particle detection and observed for a while. Once he found nothing strange was going on, he went to rest as well. Under the cold moonlight, the scenery, the quiet fortress along with the bishop who sat by the side was as if it had become an oil painting that was still and tranquil. Roughly an hour or more passed. Finally, the defending troops guarding the gateway eventually went back to town of Crew. After the ravage by the group of griffins, their number has decreased approximately by half and the remaining half suffered injuries in many parts of their body. Having come back, they all rushed to the gateway. Obviously, they wanted to enter the gateway and go back to the usual bed that they used to rest on. But unfortunately, they could not go back. Both entrances on each side of the gateway were closed off. So was the entrance to the staircase on top of the gateway. The whole gateway was completely sealed off now. Some priests who could not accept this fact even chanted intermediate magic. A few swords of holy light were used to slash the gateway. Even if they were almost out of spiritual energy due to the slashing, they were not able to leave even a mark on the gateway. It was also at this time they remembered that breaking in the Crusader gateway was nearly impossible if all the entrances were sealed off. Just like this, after the initial rage, the now homeless soldiers and priest had no choice but to camp in front of the Crusader gate in the middle of the night. They adopted the same strategy as the bishop. Such large movements naturally caught the attention of many citizens in the town. But no one dared to approach them. So they just hid at a far corner, observing the bunch. They were also murmuring among themselves. What happened? Are they starting a war? I have no idea. But have you seen the words on top of the gateway previously? I think the situation now must be related to those words. I didn't see it. What is it about? Oh my, you just have to let me say it. What if someone hears it? Fine, come closer, I'll tell you in a soft voice. It's that, the church is AF asterisk tard. Oh, it's that the church is AF asterisk tard. Yeah. The church is AF asterisk tard. They might not know what this was all about, but they have all seen the words that were written in fire. Thus, those words that appeared on the top of the gateway, the church is AF asterisk tard, became the hottest buzzword privately in the town of Crew. They were repeated numerous times by all kinds of people. If the people from the church knew about this, they would be so furious that they might die from the rage. But for the church at the moment, no matter what the citizens of the town of Crew said, they probably would not have the time and energy to care. Crusader Gateway was the most important military fortress for the kingdom. It concerned the security of the whole country. The unaccountable fall of Crusader Gateway would definitely be a huge blow for the kingdom. RWVEL.O. News spread quickly over the entire kingdom. The kingdom immediately dispatched the troops to rush to the borders. The holy knights who were originally headed towards the imperial capital also changed the direction of their journey and headed straight towards the town of Crew. For the churches around this area, the priests took off to the town of Crew except those bishops who had to stay behind. They swore to help the kingdom to regain control of the Crusader Gateway. But, have they done it? Nope. As the military fortress that was built even before the kingdom was established, the gateway was reinforced once under every ruling of the Pope of each generation after the kingdom was established. Moreover, the Pope of each generation would use divine charms to bless the gateway. Accumulated from many generations, the strength of Crusader Gateway has reached an unimaginable extent. At first, the church gathered several hundreds of priests to chant divine charms together in order to break in the gateway by force. But the move proved to be futile. After that, they brought in the artillery. They intended to blast the gateway by using artillery shells that were blessed. However, after 3 attacks by the artillery, the gateway remained fine without a scratch. Upon seeing this, the artillery battalion commander almost pulled his Mediterranean-styled hair out to become bald. Therefore, the whole situation was in an impasse. The troops of the kingdom were still being directed towards this place. There were more and more people at the town of Crew. Many soldiers climbed to the top of the gateway, went to the opposite sides of the gateway and camped with the bishop. They had completely surrounded the gateway. But so what if it is surrounded? It was like they were facing a 10,000-year-old turtle who had contracted into its shell. They had no clue at all how to do this. Also, thinking back, they built this turtle shell themselves in the first place. Upon thinking of this, the bishop was so angry that he could not sleep for a few nights. The people outside the gateway continued thinking long and hard on how to break in the gateway. However, this matter was too troublesome. Thus, it was delayed day after day. In a blink of an eye, half a month's worth of time had passed and they still could not find the right solution. Then what about those who were in the gateway? As expected of the wheat of top grade, the bread we baked tastes really good. And for this beef, even though it has been here for quite some time, it is still kept well with the help of ice cubes. It still tastes fresh when we're eating it now. Chapter 169, Pure White Space. The days when they were trapped in the gateway were considerably not too bad. At first, the mages were terrified to see that more and more people were surrounding the gateway. They gathered at one place and discussed whether there were any ways to escape. However, soon enough they realized that the enemy could not enter the gateway. It also meant that they could not get out. The entire gateway had only 3 entrances. No matter which entrances they went to, they would surely be discovered out once they showed up. So, their only choice was to stay hidden in the Crusader gateway. They must not show themselves. However, after a few days, the mages had a change of attitude. The people outside brought 3 artilleries and bombarded the gateway for 15 minutes in total. The entire gateway showed no sign of damage at all. Those artillery shells hit the wall, but the force of the shells was cushioned by the sudden emerging holy light from the wall. They stayed inside for the entire time. Even though they could feel a slight tremor, it was nothing compared to an earthquake of 4.0 magnitude. The mages now realized that the people outside had no way of accessing the gateway at all. Their fear reduced by half. Almost no one could threaten them if they simply stayed in this military fortress, which was described as horrifying. The supplies in the gateway were also adequate, be it clothing, lamp oil, water, food. Moreover, they had the new batch of wheat brought in by Varus. There were only slightly more than 20 people here. The supplies were enough for consumption for their whole life. Thus, they completely set their minds at rest. For the sake of convenience, they made a little rearrangement of the rooms in the gateway. The small church was changed to a dining hall, the praying room to the bathroom, the meeting room to the magic discussion room. There were only slightly more than 20 people here. The supplies in this gateway would be sufficient for a living for them. They had been enjoying a life of an immortal the past 15 days in the gateway. Every day, they focused on meditating. Sometimes, they would discuss magic and their respective progress. They had been enjoying highly nutritious quality food. Aside from the lack of sunlight and satisfactory ventilation, everything else was just perfect. More so, some of them would say that there was no good in leaving the gateway if queried about their condition. They would rather stay here and piss those from the church off. As for Benjamin, he was not enjoying such a relaxing life. He understood how strong the Crusader gateway was, but humans' intelligence was limitless. He knew this very well. If a person had such will to resolve any difficulty, he would definitely eventually find a way to achieve it, especially when there was a group of people. Now, the church was just attempting the standard ways of breaking through the gateway. It would not be too long for them to use extreme methods to break in the gateway. Even without waiting for the church to come to a solution, Benjamin himself could already think of a few ways here: digging a tunnel, insert poisonous gas at the ventilation holes that connect the gateway from the outside world, set the gateway on fire until everyone inside was burnt to death. Benjamin felt that they might already have begun digging the tunnel, linking to the inside of the gateway. He was not particularly worried about it. The truth was that he did not plan to stay here for a long time as well. He did not make any moves just yet because he was busy sorting out the reaped results from occupying the gateway. Yes, their trophies. The bishop was always quartered at the gateway. There were also quite a few priests who used to live here as well. Thus, Benjamin found many magic tools and books about divine arts that belonged to them. Most of them were the crosses that were capable of protecting their lives. Benjamin took a few and divided the rest of them to the other mages. As for those books on divine arts, Benjamin would need to sort them out properly. He gathered the books and spent almost half a day to read through all of them briefly. He had read Introduction to Divine Arts before, so this book was of no value to him. He just briefly scanned through the complete guide to divine arts and incantations to get a hang of the enemy's skills. He guessed he could learn from embracing the holy light since it explained the affinity to holy light. For contemplating the spiritual energy, he would need some time to thoroughly study it. After sorting out around 10 or more books and slightly briefing the other mages, Benjamin then gave these books to them. He would like to see if they could find some interesting things from these books. As for himself, he took a book named World of the Pure Holy Light. He found a rather quiet room and began reading it. Why did he choose this book? This was because its author was the Pope of the fourth generation. He was the leading figure who cultivated the same method in practicing magic as him. Actually, he thought the book was fake when he first saw the author's signature. After all, a figure with such a status like the Pope had so much to do every day. How would he have the inspiration to write a book? After all, getting a ghostwriter to help him publish a book in order to gain fame and reputation was common case among successful people. However, when he flipped to the first page of the book and read the first paragraph, he realized that this book might just be written by the Pope. Or to be more accurate, it might be written by someone who had opened up a space of consciousness. The first paragraph of the book was written in this way. While I am in the middle of a prayer, I often feel that I enter a different world. No, using the word enter may not be accurate. It may be that the world enters me. I do not know. In short, it is a very strange place. Every time it appears, its surroundings changes. The only thing that does not change is that it is always purely white. It allows me to detect the energy that points straight towards the origin of the holy light. After reading this, Benjamin immediately thought of the pure blue world that he entered for a few times. It was not as if he was absolutely sure about this, but the way the Pope of the fourth generation described that world, his wordings, his way of expression, and the characteristics he depicted. Every hint sounded extremely familiar to Benjamin. Even though, rationally, he did not have any evidence to prove that the pure blue world had any connection to the strange world depicted in the book, but his intuition told him that these two must be connected in some ways. The pure blue world was undeniably important to him. He had a feeling that if he truly understood the pure blue world, he could decrypt the secrets behind the magic runes. Needless to say, there was a very high possibility that the entity like the system now had come from the pure blue world. Just in case if it grew to become a powerful being, Benjamin better understood its weakness as well. If not, it would be the system who got to order him around then. Therefore, he decided to find a place to properly finish reading this book. During a wonderful afternoon after he enjoyed high-quality red wine and pasta, Benjamin sat in a quiet room that previously belonged to the bishop, flipping through the book World of Pure Holy Light page by page. Finally, after spending around 2 hours, he finished reading the book. The book was not thick, so he did not feel strained after reading. Actually, only after he finished the book, he realized that this was not a book about advanced theories. It did not give him any specific answer, either. Instead, it was more like an observation diary about that world by the Pope of the fourth generation. Most of the content in the book described how during a certain day in a certain year, he entered the world out of the blue. It also depicted what the world was like this time, how long he had been in it and the change he experienced after he completed the visit. These experiences were very similar to each other. Sometimes, the world was full of runes he could neither understand nor remember, sometimes, the echoes in the world shook him out of the world, sometimes, he even felt like he was the world itself. Reading it back and forth, Benjamin only found one rather unusual experience. After the Pope once again went into the pure white world, he suddenly felt something crashed hard into his soul and a strange feeling surged through his body. Unfortunately, he was forced to leave the pure white world very soon and the unknown feeling disappeared as well. However, after leaving that world, he noted rather shockingly that the holy light that was stored in his zone of prayer had suddenly become strange. As if it was guided by something, the holy light gathered in 5 different piles. Each pile had totally different shapes and seemed rather strange. The strange appearance of the holy light did not stay that way for long. After a minute, the holy light dispersed and resumed to its original appearance. But thankfully, the Pope of the fourth generation had good memory. He memorized the 5 shapes of the piles of holy light. After leaving the zone of prayer, he jotted down the shapes of the holy light on a piece of paper and studied them for a very long time. But, those shapes showed no pattern at all. Thus, he tried to change his mindset. Gradually, he remembered that the third and fourth pile of holy light seemed to have the same amount of holy light despite having major differences in shapes. So, following this train of thought, he recalled the amount of holy light of each pile through comparing the area of the shape of each pile. It had been quite some time since the strange happening, so his memory had faded. However, after doing some estimation, he still calculated a series of numbers that showed the differences between each pile of holy light. He also wrote down the series of numbers in the book. Chapter 170, Greetings from? Upon seeing this series of numbers, Benjamin was slightly dumbfounded. What was this? Was it like those logical reasoning tests where you were asked to fill in the next number by understanding the pattern of the series? Or was it some encrypted code which was used to deliver message from extraterrestrial beings to Earthlings through natural phenomenon? This did not seem right. Wasn't this a fantasy or magic genre kind of story? Why a mathematics question out of the blue? But, Benjamin did not dare to take it lightly. He knew that this series of numbers might very likely hide the secrets of that world. Thus, upon seeing this series of numbers, he spent nearly an hour to study it. Unfortunately, he could not figure anything out. He could not find the pattern within this series. Nor did he know things like Morse code. So, he could not decrypt it. Moreover, it was also mentioned that this series of numbers was jotted from the memory of the Pope. It was possible that this series of numbers contained errors. So, there was nothing Benjamin could do about it. But, as if he had suddenly realized something, Benjamin calmed his thoughts which were running all over the place and regained his focus. This series of numbers contained errors? According to the tone in the book, the Pope seemed quite confident with his memory. Therefore, Benjamin thought that even if there was any error in this ratio, the errors should be quite small. Surely the errors would not be more than 2. Moreover, looking from a different perspective, this could also be considered as a different line of thoughts. If there were 1 or 2 numbers that were incorrect in this series, then he would only need to look for the numbers that were different than the other numbers in this series. In fact, from another point of view, this was the same as finding the inner pattern of this series of numbers. All of a sudden, the whole question had switched from passcode decryption to searching for the problematic one. Benjamin for some reason felt like laughing. Now here was the question, who was the traitor in these numbers? This was not a difficult thing to do. From the shallowest point of view, there were 4 numbers which were even numbers, only the last one was an odd number. If the one that the Pope had recalled wrongly was the last number, simply adding or subtracting it by 1 would give the right proportion of the particles. Actually, if he thought about it carefully, for matters like ratio, if there was any minor error in one of these numbers, it might cause the whole series of numbers to change completely. The meaning derived from these numbers could also change drastically. Like this series now, after doing the correction, Benjamin had numbers 16:10:24:24:28 or 16:10:24:24:30. After simplifying it by dividing everything by 2, he would get 8:5:12:12:14 or 8:5:12:12:15. What did this represent? Benjamin was dumbfounded once again. Thinking hard, he decided to give it a try himself. Thus, he shut his eyes and entered the space of consciousness. He began collecting his water particles in 5 piles according to this ratio. His affinity to elements was not adequate, so he could not collect all the particles. Thus, in order to do it quickly, he waited for the piles to become smaller sizes than those recorded by the Pope in the book in ratio. At last, he had 5 piles of water particles of smaller sizes. He first adjusted the proportion of the particles by using the ratio given by the Pope of 16:20:24:24:29, but nothing happened at all. Then, he tried the ratio which he had corrected to. First, he tried the ratio of 8:5:12:12:14. No reaction occurred at all. Then, he changed them to 8:5:12:12:15. As he increased the ratio of amount of water particles of the last pile, he suddenly felt dizzy as if the whole world turned before him. This is... He suddenly became wide-eyed as he scanned his surroundings, dumbfounded. This was a strange place. The sky and the earth were pure white. There were strange runes that shone brightly of holy light everywhere. It was extremely similar to the world as depicted by the Pope in the book. Shit! After staring blankly for a while, Benjamin quickly came back to his senses. He entered the pure white world? However, after a slight careful observation, he realized that something was wrong once again. This feeling was different to that when he entered the pure blue world. It did not have the sense of intimacy as if he did not truly enter this place. Instead, it felt like he was wearing VR goggles and watching a super realistic 3D movie with stereo sound equipment. How would this happen? He had never learned any kind of divine arts, so his had zero affinity to the holy light. Based on this reason, he could not have entered into the world of holy light. Unless, he did not really enter this place. Just as Benjamin was perplexed about what had happened, all of a sudden, he felt as if something crashed hard into him and a strange feeling surged through his body. He did not have time to closely examine that feeling. And for no reason at all, he once again felt dizzy and returned to his space of consciousness in an instant. In the space, the water particles in which he gathered according to ratio were still there. They did not disappear, so it proved that Benjamin did not zone out for more than 1 second. This zoning in out took very little time. It was difficult for him to react to the sudden change. It even made him doubt whether he had just experienced hallucination. What happened? Could it be? Was this really hallucination? Back to his senses, Benjamin was lost in his thoughts once again. What happened just now was too sudden. He had so many questions in his heart. Why would he enter the Pope's pure white world instead of pure blue world? But why did he not feel the so-called energy of the origin of the holy light when he was in that world? Did he really enter that world? Suddenly, Benjamin thought of what was written in the book. He thought of that particular experience that the Pope experienced when he entered the pure white space. That particular experience was exactly the same as what Benjamin had just seen. If it was this way, could it be that he did not actually enter another world? Instead, could it be that that particular experience the Pope wrote about somehow reenacted in his mind in a very realistic way? Benjamin quickly flipped open the book World of Pure Holy Light upon thinking of this. He read that paragraph again and again. He was right. What was described about that experience by the Pope was exactly the same as what Benjamin had witnessed just now. He actually did not truly enter the pure white world, instead he simply experienced the memory of the Pope then. This was truly miraculous. The Pope of the 4th generation had passed away for who knew how many years. His remains were probably kept in good condition within the church. However, the one mysterious experience he had gone through few hundreds of years ago was reenacted in Benjamin's mind simply through this series of numbers. What could have retained the memory and transmitted it to Benjamin? This was a little strange. After some thought, Benjamin turned his sight to the 5 piles of water particles which were starting to disperse. He could confirm now that the piles of particles then represented the ratio of the series of numbers 8:5:12:12:15. However, the questions in Benjamin's head had still not been answered. What was the meaning of the ratio of these particles? Why did they appear? Was their existence solely for the purpose of recording the past experience of the Pope? If he combined the particles according to this ratio, would he be able to develop a new magic? I think that what these numbers represent may not be a special constitution of the particles for building a bomb or anything similar. Suddenly, the system slowly rolled over and said, I think, it may be delivering a message. Benjamin frowned upon hearing this. Why do you think so? The system's tone was a little hesitating. I don't really know. It is like a thought in me by intuition. I don't know where it came from. It may be related to the ball that I live in now. Ball. Benjamin nodded thoughtfully. The system, the fish roe, also came from the pure blue world. If it was a thought by intuition, then this thought must be related to the pure blue world. So in fact, he thought what the system mentioned might have some value that he should take into account. Delivering a message. Suddenly, something clicked in Benjamin's mind. He suddenly recalled that these 5 numbers might represent some sort of language. Maybe the abnormality of the particles the Pope found during that experience did not represent some kind of pattern. Instead, they represented a sentence or a word. What would that be? In that moment, Benjamin finally felt like he understood something. The language system in this world had a lot in common with English, although it differed from English. Like most of the names and some spoken words, the spelling of those words looked extremely alike with those in his original world. Moreover, the word here was also composed from the 26 letters. 26 letters, hey? Before the series of numbers was corrected, each number was more than 26. So, Benjamin could not relate them to this. However, now that the series had been corrected, every number was just right, less than 26. If that was the case, did a certain number represent a certain alphabetical letter? This could also be a way to go about it. Following this train of thoughts, it became faster to solve this question. Benjamin immediately returned to the reality and began the work. He exchanged every number with a letter according to the order of the 26 letters. Soon, he found a series of letters. Chapter 171, The Hope to Leave the Gateway. Even if equipped with mental preparation, Benjamin never expected such a result. Hello? At that moment, his brain was flooded with a myriad of advertising slogans and songs that connected seamlessly with the aforementioned word. He quickly tucked all these nonsense away from his mind as he shook his head in disbelief. What was that? This word, which consisted of 5 alphabetical letters, existed in both worlds Benjamin had been to. It existed in the English language of his world of origin, and the main language used in this world. Although both worlds had a different pronunciation, but it had the same meaning of expressing one's regards. Thus, Benjamin did not feel that this hello was related to his world of origin. Nevertheless, it was very strange. After the Pope left the pure white world, the light particles in his space of consciousness suddenly arranged themselves in a peculiar manner, and used a riddle to greet the Pope? What the heck was going on? Was this a horror movie in the making? Benjamin shook his head again. There was no way that he could accept the fact that he just watched a snippet of the late Pope's memories. He could not help but heave a sigh, and he soon accepted the reality as he adopted a rational mentality to scrutinize this word. Hello. Since it was a very humanized way to send someone your regards, there must be a source for the regards. There must be someone, or something that possessed intelligence, that manipulated the accumulated light particle in the Pope's space to form that word at that exact moment. If that was the case, who would that person be? Firstly, to control the magical elements in another person's mind, the person must be very powerful, so powerful that it was out of Benjamin's comprehension. Next, since the whole phenomenon happened right after the Pope left the pure white world, this would mean that the person must be related to that world. A mysterious, out of this world, seemingly friendly, unable to show itself in this world but could send regards through strange circumstances. This could not be the God of the Church and the conservative mages. Although there were eerie similarities, Benjamin persisted with denying this thought and shook his head. Putting aside the definitions of God and by just observing at the description of the legends from the church and the mages, their almighty and superior beings appeared completely different from this dude who said hello. For now this being shall be labeled a weird organism. Although naming the unknown being made it less mysterious, Benjamin still thought this finding was very surprising. There was an unimaginable existence in the pure white world. Although he did not actually access the world, but he did enter into the pure blue space before. These two worlds were incredibly similar in his opinion, and both of them probably came from different alternate timelines respectively. The light elements and water elements were on different planes, and it was very likely that there will be other planes for fire, dark, earth, and other elements. If there was an intelligent being within the pure white world, then there would also be one in the pure blue space. However, he never noticed it. To be fair, his experience with the pure blue space was always rushed, as he would always be shocked out of it by the sound waves, or he would pass out from it in effort to forcefully stay in it. Thus, he never really had the chance to properly inspect that place. From the extremely few pieces of information he managed to gather, this dude did not seem to be malicious. He said hi to the Pope and did nothing else. Still, when Benjamin reminded himself that there was an unknown presence watching him silently, a chill still shot down his spine. That chill became a freezing force when he remembered he recently threw something akin to a bomb into the pure blue space. An organism on an unknown plane? How great would it be if he had more information in his hands? His eyes abruptly stopped on the system, who was rolling past in front of him. His gaze probably looked strange, as the system realized he looked threatening and spoke with a terrified, shaking voice, "What? Didn't I give you a decent idea? You're no longer allowed to use me as a cushion and sit on me." Benjamin could not stop the smile from gracing his lips as he shook his head and replied, "No, it's nothing. I was just curious about what you are exactly in this current state." This thing before him could be considered an organism of the pure blue space. He wondered if there was a special connection between this roll-like ball of his and that unknown being that said hello to the Pope. "Who shall I query if I cannot answer your question? Do you understand how awful it felt to be trapped in here? I really want to know what the hell is happening to me too." The system looked particularly helpless as it lamented with resentment. Benjamin laughed. Well then, it seemed that it would be difficult for him to obtain any answers today. Thus, Benjamin decided to put this matter aside after thorough consideration. It had been a while since he went to the pure blue space, and even if he could visit it again, the odds that he could uncover something was slim. Judging by how mysterious the pure blue space was, it would be unlikely that the present Benjamin would be able to explore much. The Pope did not take down any other extraordinary events after that in the book. Benjamin could only convince himself to set his mind at ease. He could start puzzling over this again when the water particles in his space would be able to be arranged in the formation of the word FXCK. That was the end for his study on the pure world of the holy light. He stored the book. After meditating for a while, soon it was nightfall. He then left his room for the newly renovated restaurant for a scrumptious dinner with the other mages. As he planned to head back to his room to read the other books he planned to study, a surprise visit interrupted his plans. "Sir Benjamin, are you available?" Varys asked as he knocked on Benjamin's door. Benjamin heeded his call, put down the book and walked over to open the door. "Why? Did you come across any problems in your meditations?" Since they moved into the Crusader gateways, communication within the folks became easier, and Benjamin was getting an increasing amount of visits. They probably assumed that Benjamin was well versed in magic. Benjamin did effortlessly churn out a series of law for meditation, after all. So they would always approach him whenever they had questions. These days Benjamin would need to answer more than 10 questions on a daily basis. He was quite overwhelmed. Thus, Benjamin felt relieved when Varys told him that he was not here for questions regarding magic. These students were really enthusiastic with questions. What then? Did anything happen? Those people outside the gateways came out with new tricks for us? Benjamin asked, his eyebrows raised. No, not yet. But I feel like they will be able to do exactly that very soon. Varus spoke solemnly, his face seemed serious. The others might be unable to understand the situation we're in and are contented with where we are, but Sir Benjamin, I believe you are well aware that it is impossible for us to hide in the gateways forever. Renove.com. Benjamin no longer looked carefree when he nodded. Indeed. The people outside would eventually find a way to break in. What can we do, then? Surprisingly, Benjamin smiled. We wait. Wait? What are we waiting for? Varus was utterly confused. Benjamin arranged the books on his table before he turned to Varus. The words written in fire that was on top of the gateways in the night was not only seen by the people in the kingdom. The people outside of it would have seen them, too. The relationship between Isar and the kingdom is rocky at best, and they would never let this opportunity slip away from their grasp. When he ordered the mages to spell out the church's **tarred with fireballs on top of the gateways, he did not only intend to humiliate the church childishly. It was also to spread the word to the other countries and informing that the Crusader gateways were no longer within the church's power. Moreover, the kingdom army had been surrounding the gateways for a few days already, and Benjamin assumed that the other countries would have already gotten enough information on the situation here. They would certainly take action. I know, but so many days have passed, and we heard nothing from the outside. Will they really show up? Varus was still worried and he sighed. Benjamin nodded at his statement. That's true. I thought they would have done something at least a few days ago, but we've seen nothing up until now. Chapter 172, The Preparation for Escape. The situation finally changed on the 17th day the gateway was besieged. On that morning, the mages within the gateway gathered after their breakfast to discuss a more direct method to gather the elements. They were quite worried about using dual practice as a way to raise their affinity with the elements. They could not actually throw fireballs at the person who was meditating like how they would with water balls, right? That was why they were having a heated debate on the matter. On the other hand, Benjamin did his routine check. He stood by the door of the pathway as he used the water particles to sense the situation and check on the surrounding soldiers. What are they up to today? The scene outside the gateway slowly formed before his eyes based on the response he got from the water particles. Once he fully assessed the situation outside, he froze. This is... Right outside the door, troops of soldiers were busy packing up their supplies, removing their tents. They reattached the wheels and ladders on the gateway and moved the things from above the gateway back into the kingdom. The soldiers also seemed to be continuously marching towards the town of Crew, as if they were prepared to lift the blockade on the other side of the gateway, and move all of their forces back within the borders of the kingdom. At this sight, Benjamin withdrew his senses, his eyebrows arched in surprise. Could it be that the kingdom no longer intended to lay siege on the Crusader gateway? He was puzzled for a moment before he realized what caused the scene before him. Isar must have sent out their soldiers. The Crusader gateway was located right between the borders of Kingdom and Isar. Beyond the gateway was a wide, abandoned field, the no man's land between both countries. Normally, the kingdom would not order anyone to go past the gateway, nor will Isar's people approach the gateway. However, as the kingdom sent people to besiege the gateway that were currently occupied by Benjamin and his people, the kingdom technically broke the unspoken rule that was established between the countries. Once Isar sent out their army, the kingdom could do nothing but withdraw their soldiers. Or else, Isar could literally start a war and corner the soldiers around the gateway, and these several thousand people from the kingdom would basically be sitting ducks. Thus, the kingdom had no choice but to retreat. Benjamin felt quite elated. Frankly, their chance would present itself once Isar appeared. As the Crusader gateway was free, the kingdom wanted to recapture their lost territory while Isar wanted to take advantage of this situation. Even if both parties did not start a war, there would at least be some conflict over this matter. For them, a bunch of mages hiding within the gateway, even if they did not directly benefit from that, they would definitely be able to escape the siege safely, and finally leave this land of chaos behind them. Hence, Benjamin quickly returned to the renovated discussion room and informed the mages of this newfound observation. "Ah, so we wouldn't be able to stay here for long?" Frank the mage said with a hint of sadness. "Of course not, what will we look like if we spend all day hiding here?" Joanna immediately patted Frank on the shoulder and exclaimed, "I, Joanna the Great Mage, am not going to be a terrified turtle. One day, I will let the people outside have a taste of my forbidden spell, Roaring Blaze." The other mages merely smiled and shook their heads. "Honestly, I don't really feel like staying here anymore. Those people outside would occasionally bombard us with cannons, and it's so noisy and disrupts my meditation. As long as I could live with everyone, I'm fine with settling down anywhere other than the Kingdom of Helius. I never left the kingdom before. I wonder what life is like in other countries." After Benjamin's announcement of departure, everyone did not seem to feel dejected about the prospect. Instead, they looked eager and excited as they discussed the myriad of possibilities in their future. Benjamin was pleased as he left the discussion room quietly. Benjamin had quite a lot to prepare for this thought to come into fruition. Even if the kingdom withdrew their troops from outside of the gateway, it did not mean that the mages could simply leave without worries. They still needed a thorough strategy. Time flew by quickly, and the relocation of the kingdom's soldiers continued until late afternoon. They completed their basic relocation at approximately 3 to 4 p.m. All soldiers successfully passed over the gateway and returned to the borders of the kingdom. They then set up their camps again in the town of Kru. Only the bishop was left on the other side, the bishop who forbade Benjamin and the folks from leaving, the bishop who was standing guard at the gateway right from the start. Simultaneously, a loud noise echoed from this side of the gateway. "Listen up, mages within the gateway, we have lifted the siege towards the Crusader gateway. Please open up the doors as soon as possible and leave the kingdom. We promise that we will not require you to take responsibility for this incident. We will not hurt you. As long as you open up the gateway and return it to us, you will be able to leave the kingdom freely. We will never go back on our words." The voice was probably enhanced by some magical instruments or divine charms. It sounded exceptionally loud, and it was felt clearly in the ears of every mage in the gateway. They were busy packing and preparing for their departure. Once they heard the statement, they could not help but laugh. Do they really think that we have no clue about the situation outside? Do they think that we don't know that the bishop is still standing guard on the other side when they said this? Varus said as he pulled a huge bag of gold coins from under the general's bed and packed it. He even stomped twice on the bed. Augustine nodded beside him. He packed all the books on divine arts into a bag as he commented, if they wanted to do this, they should at least order the church people around the gateway to back off a few thousand meters to show their sincerity. It was evident that no one believed that insincere declaration of peace. Benjamin glued himself to the door and activated water particle detection as he listened to the statement. He sensed the soldiers who packed the streets of the town of Kru and shook his head. What else could he say? The church was too greedy. If they actually gave a show of good faith and allow the mages to leave, the gateway would definitely be open once we're gone. Then, the church could once again regain control over the Crusader gateway, and they would just lose some respect from this event. Now, the other countries have deployed their soldiers, and now no one knew who would be able to besiege the gateway. The kingdom was finally afraid now. It was probably for them to lose the gateway if something happened. It was their stronghold for decades, and if that really happened, it would be the biggest joke of the century. That explained why they chose this moment to declare their defeat to the mages inside the gateway. Unfortunately, they were still unwilling to be honest. They refused to give up on their chase for the mages, and wanted to regain the gateway at the same time. Of course, Benjamin and his mages would not agree with this. Frankly, Benjamin had no idea who would finally seize the gateway. Although they temporarily occupied it, they had no power to decide something this big. Thus, the only thing they could do now is to slowly leave the center stage of this upcoming storm before the situation become more chaotic than it already was. The voice that offered settlement repeated for an hour. They even switched a few people in the process as each announcer's throats gave out. At last, they stopped shouting altogether when they realized that there was no response from the gateway. They understood that the mages have seen through their intentions. After that, an unsettling silence hovered around the gateway. No one took any actions as both the mages and the soldiers waited patiently. It was like a hot, damp day in summer waiting for the clouds to cover the sky and strike its first thunder. That continued until evening. It was rare for the bishop who guarded the exit of the gateway to shift his gaze away from the door. Instead, he turned around and squinted at the far end, as if he found something. Chapter 173, There was something wrong with this banter. There was not much difference between the evening and night view at the east of the horizon. The sun has not yet set at the west side, and a pale crescent moon was already up in the sky, partly hidden within the blankets of the sky where the blue faded into black. And those silhouettes that suddenly appeared marched towards the Crusader gateway with the sky as their backdrop. Countless soldiers with their shields raised formed the front lines, and their armor looked way heavier than the ones donned by the soldiers of the kingdom. The layers of metal clanked together as they marched. They held no weapons, their huge shields were the only things gripped tightly in their hands. They walked uniformly in a line, and they looked so imposing that it looked like a moving wall. Behind the troops of soldiers with shields were some people riding horses. They looked very different when compared to ordinary soldiers. All of them were wearing different outfits, and none of them were in armor. With a cursory glance, they consisted of men, women both young and old, and they looked so colorful and relaxed that they did not resemble an army. However, the bishop's eyes hardened once he saw these unassuming troops. Beside these people were the ordinary knights. Swords hung from their waists, long spears were raised high in their hands, armor covered them completely alongside with their horses, they looked like fearless war machines. Behind the knights were quite a few things that looked like ballistic catapults. They were towed by the soldiers that wore less bulky armor, and they marched forward with the rest of the troops. Further behind were different branches of the armed forces, those that transport supplies or weapons, those that were on standby. All in all, the whole troop looked extremely sophisticated and well equipped, and they seemed very ominous as they marched forwards to the Crusader gateways under the hanging veil of the moonlight. The bishop stared at the approaching army as he frowned. There was no clue what he was contemplating in his mind. On the other hand, Benjamin hid in the gateway. His water particle detection did not have a wide enough detection radius to see the soldiers. Thus, he could only guess that the people from Isar were approaching from afar based solely on the bishop's reaction. Benjamin finally managed to sense those people half an hour later after they were near enough the gateway. He was not surprised by the sheer amount of people, he expected it already when he said that Isar took their time to prepare for this. However, Benjamin was still mildly surprised when he saw the logistical service units. They were prepared for a long and hard war. However, Benjamin was awestruck when he saw the group that seemed too relaxed within the soldiers, the ones that were not in uniform. From the response he got from the elements around them, Benjamin could tell that all of them were mages. Although he had no clear idea of how many mages were there exactly, but there were at least 400 of them. Also, they looked very different from those mages Benjamin saw before this. They did not look like the moody and sulky types that hid beneath cloaks, instead, they looked like pampered and protected nobles. Benjamin could not help himself but inhale sharply. 300 to 400 mages was not something to be taken lightly, even if there was no indication of their abilities. Their power as spellcasters was menacing enough. Meanwhile, there were only less than 300 priests that stood guard within the gateway with the soldiers. It was still difficult to assemble and coordinate a bunch of spellcasters. To be able to gather that many mages and making them listen to orders and travel with the army within a little more than 10 days, Benjamin had to appreciate and acknowledge that Isar's capabilities was way greater than he expected. So many mages were involved, this journey was probably not one that Isar was just trying their luck. It's been a long time, Mr. White. You've seemed to be slacking off your job as bishop that was supposed to guard the borderlands. Once the troops arrived at the gateway and stood before the bishop, who stood and stared at them silently. Amongst the mages that came with the soldiers, the only person that was not a mage asked loudly. She was a woman clad in magnificent soft armor, her golden blonde hair tied high behind her head. Her right eye was covered by a jet black eye patch, and her left eye shone brightly, arrogant and sharp. Your Highness the Queen, greeted the bishop as he gave her a perfunctory bow. What important matters could have brought your Highness here to the borders of the kingdom? Their voices were loud. Benjamin could quite hear them by standing close behind the door. The Queen? Benjamin never imagined that the Queen of Isar, who sent an assassin to assassinate the Pope, was blind in one eye. He never dreamt that this fiasco they caused by taking over the gateway would catch the attention of the Queen, and that Her Highness would personally attend to this. Apparently, this gateway was really important to both parties. There were too many arguments about our borders and who owns what lands. I refuse to waste any more of my time on this, the Queen stated calmly as she gazed at the bishop. Moreover, I did not come here for you. Please leave here as soon as possible and return to your soldiers before my courtesy runs out. Displeasure flashed across the bishop's face, but he chose to withhold his temper and swallowed his words when he regarded the mages that flocked around the Queen. He summoned the wings of holy light and flew over the gateway, dejectedly returning to the town of Crew. The Queen nodded, her face devoid of emotions. She did not rush her orders, instead, she allowed them to settle down by the gateway and set up a base there. It was as if she was not afraid to wait this out, and the gateway was firmly within her grasp. Benjamin took everything in and started considering the way they could escape in this situation. How should he put this? They were in quite a peculiar position now. Just as Benjamin was doing a test run of his strategy within his brain, a voice that was similar to the one in the afternoon rang within the area around the gateway. Greetings, fellow mages within the gateway. We come from Isar, and we would like to express our sincere respect of your actions in taking over the gateway. We believe that you must be very exhausted now, as you did persevere for such a long period of time under the siege. Why don't you open up the door from this side and allow us to enter? We have a lot of your fellow mages with us, and they could help you withstand the attacks from the church. They could also provide you a home where you could safely and freely use magic. When they heard this, the boss lady came out from the storage cabin with ice-stored grapes. She had washed them with a water ball spell, and was going to share them with the few ladies in the Mage Guild. Halfway through the speech, she could not stop herself from asking, "Are you exhausted?" A lady answered, her words barely comprehensible as her mouth were stuffed with grapes, "Nope. I'm quite happy, actually." Just like that, the urging from the mages of Isar was brushed off with a laugh. Meanwhile, Benjamin scoffed coldly when he heard that. He originally had some degree of expectation towards Isar, but that was no longer true after he heard that speech. Isar's intention was clear as day, they wanted the gateway. However, they chose such an obscure way to disclose their intention, with words such as sincere respect, can help you, a home where you could safely and freely use magic. Their way of expression reminded Benjamin of con artists so blatantly phony that it disgusted him. Rebol.com. Besides, Benjamin had an unexplained sense of alarm when he faced these mages from Isar. Thus, he did not make a hurried decision. Instead, he chose to sit by and observe. Just as the emotional urgings from Isar rang insistently above their heads, another voice echoed in the gateway from the kingdom's side. The mages heard this voice before. In fact, it was the voice from this morning. It joined the act and started to talk, as if it was competing with the other voice. Mages in the gateway, we believe that you come from various parts of the kingdom, and you have your own families within the kingdom. Please do not open the door to that side, as they only want to seize the gateway and attack our holy lands. You may not have any affection left for the kingdom, but would you be willing to see your old home trampled by the enemy's hooves as war breaks out from all four corners of the kingdom? Thus, you should never allow Aesir into the gateway. The two voices overlapped, and the mages in the gateway were perplexed to say the least. Something felt strange. They never realized that that was just the beginning. Fellow mages within the gateway, please do not trust their nonsense. They are the guard dogs of the church. Did you forget what they did to you? Please, open the doors here and allow us in, and from today onwards, you will be the savior for all the mages in the kingdom. Mages within the gateway, please remember the families and friends you have within the kingdom. Do not trust those liars from Aesir. As long as you return the gateway to us, we will not cause problems for you and will allow your swift departure. The lives of your families and friends now lies within your hands. Please consider your actions properly. Fellow mages in the gateway, as long as you open the gateway and allow us to go in, our queen promises 10 pounds of gold for each and every one of you. Our general promised each of you 15 pounds of gold if you return the gateway to us. The queen said to give all of you 20 pounds of gold each. As he listened to the conflicting declarations from both parties that seemed to grow louder with time, Benjamin stood in the pathway but felt as if he was at a marketplace. Chapter 174, The Gateway Opens. The kingdom and Aesir carried on with their battle for almost 2 hours. The content of their banter went from encouragements to major shade-throwing, where each of them started spewing out the other's dark secrets. There was something about the church massacring the innocent and erasing the event from the history books, or that the Queen of Aesir was actually the killer of the late king of the kingdom, but she kept on pointing fingers at everyone else. Basically, their quarrels were intense. Benjamin had a feeling that he was watching a turf war between the fandoms of two celebrities. Worse, the fans were equipped with megaphones. Honestly, some of the dark secrets that were exposed in the process were quite scandalous. However, Benjamin was not foolish enough to believe everything that was said in the heat of the moment. He could consider 2 out of 10 statements as credible. Besides, these kind of quarrels could only entertain for a short period of time. It became annoying really fast, and it was worse because their voices were obnoxiously loud. It was blaring so much that it hurt their ears, and none of the mages wanted to hear any more. That they quickly gathered and shut the door in an attempt to block out the noises as much as possible. Consequently, they are preparing to discuss about what they should do now. Why don't we just open the door on the other side and let the mages from Aesir in? Someone suggested. All of us are mages anyway, they shouldn't be causing trouble for us. We'll just leave once the door is open. Someone objected. That's probably unwise. If the gateway was really taken over by Aesir, the town of Crew will be done for. There was a tailor back in the shop I had, and he was a good lad with no idea of anything about the church and mages. I would feel bad if he was involved because of this. We can't return the gateway to the kingdom either. Do you really think they would let us go once they occupy this place? We shouldn't ever trust them. Another person piped up. We can't trust Aesir though. Who knows what's happening over there? Different opinions surfaced all at once. Some wanted to open the door to Aesir while some did not. Some even thought to stay in the gateway and not compromise with anyone, and that both armies would eventually retreat soon enough. Benjamin could only shake his head in disagreement. There were not only mages within Aesir's army. Within their logistical troops, I've saw quite a number of tools for digging. This means that they have made their preparation to tunnel in here, and the person shouting outside is just a distraction from the real plot. Benjamin paused, his tone dropped as he went on. Even Aesir thought of doing this. No doubt the kingdom's army would also have something up their sleeves, though I haven't seen any traces of it. Although the two sides were busy bickering, Benjamin knew clearly that it was just a disguise for the real plan that they were carrying out in secret. They wanted to create a distraction for the enemy and seize the moment when the other is not paying attention. Those sly jerks and their little tricks, they looked honorable, but if you step on one of their traps, you would not even know what bit your head off. Thankfully, Benjamin was aware enough for this. Don't worry. It's not easy to dig a tunnel, especially when the soil around here is quite hard as we previously mentioned. Rocks also litter the area. It will take much time to dig in here, right? The boss lady chattered. There were only around 20 of you digging that time. You needed to be careful and avoid detection, which was definitely a difficult task. Benjamin shook his head. There will be thousands of people taking turns tunneling with their troops using complete equipment. They even have magic to aid their work. It's going to be way easier than what you experienced. Once Benjamin finished his words, the mages glanced at each other, speechless. Benjamin looked at them and sighed. The mages never really felt in danger before this. After all, the takeover of the gateway was quite easy. They lived happily all this while, and when a difficult situation presented itself before them, they were not mentally prepared to handle it. They had no idea what to do now. Life was too relaxed for them. These people needed to feel some pressure. Then, we really need to get moving soon. Once any one of them manages to find a way to breach the gateway, we will lose our advantage. Varus looked very troubled as he said. Benjamin nodded in agreement. He who strikes first gains the advantage. That was the universal truth. Striking later was only reserved for people with absolute confidence, and they do not have such abilities that could provide that confidence now. Benjamin suddenly said after some contemplation, "We'll do this tonight." Teacher Benjo, no, Sir Benjamin, you have an idea already. The mages beside him looked astonished. Benjamin shrugged, kinda. After that, he briefly described to the mages his thoughts. They discussed it for some time after that, and no major objections surfaced. They were dismissed soon after and busied themselves with their preparations. A few hours passed with a blink of an eye. The mockeries quieted down after both parties ran out of things to say. They were probably tired from all the shouting too. Thus, they decided to temporarily let peace settle into the area. The first round ended in a tie. Silence returned to the gateway, and the birds who were scared away by the noise also gradually returned to the branches nearby. The two army bases by the gateway became quieter as time passes, as if all of them fell asleep. Only they themselves knew what they were actually doing. Meanwhile, the gateway never responded. It was like no one was in there. Midnight falls. It seemed to be an ordinary 12 o'clock, those who are supposed to be asleep were fast asleep, and the ones who were supposed to be awake were awake as well. It was serene around the gateways with the occasional insect buzzing. This night seemed like it will pass quietly just like the other normal ones before. It did not, though. Right at 12 o'clock, the Crusader gateway that was shut for more than half a month suddenly opened. With the warning horns, both the steel door near the Isar and the Kingdom army camps opened at the exact same pace. It rose slowly, and the long pathway that linked two countries slowly came into view. Soldiers from both countries that were standing guard by the gate were dumbfounded. The gateway. The gateway opened. There was no one on the pathway, and no one knew who opened the gateway. At that split moment, the soldiers on guard from both sides could even see the surprised expression on each other's faces. The surprise lasted only a second, however, as they snapped back into reality immediately. Within the next second, they blew their warning horns. Everyone in their bases were jolted awake by the loud and insistent boom of the horns. What's going on? What happened? The gateway is open. What? Who opened the gateway? Where are the mages? The quiet night was suddenly chaotic. To be fair, the reaction time from both sides was quite good. It was midnight, and it would be ridiculous to expect anybody to be on high alert. Some of them were even rudely awakened from their dreams. After they jolted awake, they rushed to the gateways as fast as possible. Now, they were just gazing at the now wide-open gateway. Some of the people rubbed their eyes in disbelief, thinking that they might have slept too deeply and that all of this was a hallucination or their dreams. The actual waking calls for them were the orders from the officers from both sides. Charge! The handle is just by the pathway. "Shut the gateway on the other side, do not let them in." The bishop squeezed through the crowd and shouted as he looked at the gateway. His voice was unnaturally anxious. On the other side, the queen stood on the elevation that was built on base and shouted excitedly, "Quick, all of you, charge! As long as we shut the door on the other side, the Crusader gateways will be ours." Promptly, countless soldiers from both bases dashed out and flooded the narrow pathway in the gateways. Chapter 175, Luring the Tiger Out of the Mountains. In the blink of an eye, the two conflicting troops crashed into each other. The soldiers in the front line drew their swords and knives and fought. The soldiers behind them could only wait patiently for an opportunity to squeeze to the front. The ones even further behind got the short end of the stick. They had no idea what was going on in front, but still they kept on pouring into the pathway. The pathway itself was not wide, so now it was impossible for movement. From the outside, one could only see the top of the soldier's head. There was no way to discern what was happening in there. The commanders for both sides looked worried. Within half a minute, the queen waved and gave out her order as she stood on the plateau, "Mages, prepare your magic. Release them on my mark." It was evident that she was prepared to tackle this mess with blunt force. The numerous mages surrounding her all nodded their head in agreement and started their incantations. On the other side of the gateway, the priests were not standing around doing nothing while they await further instructions. The bishop's idea was in line with the queen's. Since they could not see the situation in the pathway clearly, they decided to order a retreat, and then clear out the enemies with divine arts. With that, they could regain control of the gateway. Thus, under the orders of the bishop, the priests started chanting their charms with their hands put together devoutly. Countless holy lights started to gather around them. However, just as both parties were ready to withdraw their forces, two observer guards from the Watcher's post ran down from behind their respective bases. They looked shaken as they ran towards their own commanders and shouted, "Report! There's someone on top of the gateway." The queen frowned. "Are those the mages? Are they planning to escape amidst the chaos using the flight spell?" "No. I don't think so." The guard panted. He stopped and bowed before he continued, "Although I couldn't see clearly, Your Highness, but they looked like a bunch of soldiers clad in the military uniform of the kingdom." The queen's expression changed immediately. It was not good news to Isa if the kingdom armies had appeared on top of the gateway. How could it be? Did the kingdom soldiers manage to get into the gateway already? The queen dipped her head in thought. Suddenly, she turned over and declared, "We've been tricked. Mages, it's time for you to shine. Go to the top of the gateway now, and clear out the people of the kingdom by entering the gateway via the entrance." In her mind, the Crusader gateway will be back in the power of the Kingdom of Helius any second now. There was no time for her to ponder on her actions anymore. The mages were also the only ones with the ability to fly and thus could reach the top of the gateway in a short period of them. Only they would be able to fulfill her orders. The mages were stunned after her words. How could they leave the queen defenseless? However, almost half of the 100-something mages obeyed her command anyway. They used the flight spell and started to fly towards the top of the gateway, leaving only less than 100 mages to protect the queen in the base. Meanwhile, at the other side of the gateway where the base of the kingdom's army was located, "There's someone at the top." The bishop chuckled darkly after he heard the report from the guard. He looked as though he remembered something as he mumbled, "Grant Lethur. None of you are going anywhere." The bishop immediately chanted and summoned the wings of holy light before flying upwards. Because of his haste, he did not catch the part of the guard's message that the people on top of the gateway were actually wearing the uniform of the kingdom army. Just like that, the top of the Crusader gateway quickly succumbed into chaos. The bishop arrived first, as he was in a hurry to capture Benjamin. However, when he reached the top and saw the hundreds of people barely standing, he froze. "Wait, aren't these the people who were previously guarding the gateway?" He walked towards them, confused and trying to find the familiar face among these people clad in kingdom army uniforms. Alas, he could not find a trace of the mages. He grabbed the arm of one of the soldiers. "I have a question for you. Where are the mages?" The soldier looked weary, as if he was starved for days. He was barely conscious, but when he identified the person before him as the bishop, he jolted upright and looked terrified. "Sir Bishop, we're sorry, we couldn't defend the gateway and were held hostage by the mages. Sir Bishop, please forgive us and don't punish us. Please, we had no other choice." The soldier had a nervous breakdown and looked as if he was going to burst into tears. The bishop annoyingly patted the soldier's shoulder, frowning as he tried to understand what was going on. Suddenly, the color drained from his face as he released the soldier in a hurry. "Shit, we've been tricked." He immediately turned and prepared to rush back to the army base. However, as he summoned the wings of holy light once again, countless fireballs appeared out of thin air and rained down on him, successfully trapping him within. Immediately, the many crosses he was carrying broke into pieces, and layer upon layer of holy barriers expanded around him. This gave him precious reaction time to chant a number of defensive divine charms. He had to use all of his might to block the massive attack. The sky of fire gradually subsided after about half a minute. The hostage soldiers around him were nothing but ashes now, and above him were the few hundred mages that followed the Aesir army. They stood on top of the gateway, their eyes carving into his very being, their intent to kill evident. The bishop's head went numb with fear. "Her Majesty the Queen was indeed correct," said a middle-aged mage who seemed to be the leader amongst the mages. His spoke icily, "We nearly fell into your petty traps. Bishop White, we are not as gullible as you think. We will never easily give up on the Crusader Gateway." The bishop was dumbfounded. "What? Fell into our trap? What do you mean?" The bishop cut himself off and paused. In that second, he suddenly realized what had just transpired, and now he became even more desperate to leave the top of the gateway. Sadly, this was no longer an option. "Still feigning ignorance? Ha, you church people do have a knack when it comes to lying." The middle-aged mage snorted, "You're all alone now. Even if you're a bishop, you do not stand a chance fighting against so many mages at once." The mages simultaneously started their incantations. A shockingly strong magical oscillation spread from the top of the gateway. "No. You don't understand. It's their plan to lead us all up here. They're escaping now." The bishop screamed anxiously at them, but even though his voice and expressions were very convincing, nothing could gain him the trust of the mages. Of course they would never trust him, they were enemies. The bishop was flooded with emotions of anguish and hopelessness. He wished badly to leave and exterminate Benjamin with holy light. He wished he could do that 1,000 times. That brat tricked him again. However, the only thing he could do now was to try not to perish under the bombardment of these mages. Chapter 176, Aesir's Persuasion to Stay. "Your Majesty, the Queen." Benjamin brought along over 20 mages to Aesir's campsite. He bowed before the Queen. "Please forgive our abruptness. We have been bothering you for far too long and wish to bid you goodbye. May fortune be always on your side." The Queen stared at Benjamin as she slowly recovered from the shock. Benjamin and the lot did not appear right until the Pope as well as Aesir's team of mages had reached the top of the gate. Their sudden appearance shocked everyone around. The narrow aisle was so flooded with soldiers from both parties that one could no longer look around. Then, out of nowhere, a huge water current came charging forth and flushed the soldiers away. Benjamin and his little group of mages rode the water current that smashed open aisle's side door. Each of them holding onto a plant of wood, breezing through the soldiers. It was a true spectacle. Every mage was chanting the water ball spell, summoning over and over again, to form a water current. As for Benjamin, with a wave of his arm, he summoned a water ball so large that the soldiers were hit so hard that they were unable to open their eyes. It was as though a raging river had appeared out of nowhere. The soldiers scrambled away and eventually drowned while the mages rode the planks and surfed the strong currents heading outward. The priests from the kingdom were dumbfounded and had forgotten about the bishop's orders to enforce their divine arts. Isur's queen had a puzzled expression and turned toward the mage standing beside her. What magic is this? Are the boards under their feet a long-forgotten magical equipment? The mage in question had his eyes wide open and shook his head. He was at loss, looking the 20-something people surfing. I really don't know. It may be that the scene surpassed anything they knew of, or that Benjamin and his group appeared all of a sudden, so it caught them off guard, but nobody could react in time. Benjamin and his group rode the waves they had created before splashing through the gates, ending up at Isur's base camp. Of course, their landing was quite awkward. Before the actual operation, they had privately practiced once. They weren't talented surfers, so it wasn't as though they could master it in overnight. Therefore, once the gates were blasted open, the water currents divulged and they all came tumbling down. Thank goodness the group was large enough that they tumbled onto each other instead of slamming into the hard ground. Even with their hasty landing, everyone at Isur's base camp was still dumbfounded. It was quite a scene to watch the side door blast open and see over 20 people surfing through the water current. To witness this with their own eyes was breathtaking. However, seeing this supposedly valiant group tumbling down like a group of drunkards during landing caused the initial grandeur to vaporize. This contrasting feeling had spectators feeling as though they had choked and left them utterly speechless. Your Majesty the Queen, what should we do now? The mage forcibly closed his dropped jaw. Let's just observe for now. The Queen looked as though she was entangled with a hiccup that suppressed her from blurting out words. Quickly, Isur's remaining mages gathered in front of the Queen and stared at Benjamin and his group. They were afraid that the lot may hurt the Queen with their antics. The whole camp was silent and the atmosphere was filled with a hint of peculiarity. Cough. About that. Benjamin picked himself up from the ground and gathered his manners. He cleared his throat and took a step forward as he looked at his surroundings. Your Majesty the Queen, please excuse our abruptness. We have been bothering you for far too long and wish to bid you goodbye. May fortune be always on your side. He and the remaining 20 mages turned away, seemingly in a hurry to make a move. This. The mages guarding by the Queen's side looked at each other, revealing an odd expression. Hold up. The Queen quickly came back to her senses and spoke. What is the rush? You're leaving when we've only just met. I still have something to say. She signaled her mages and they subsequently stepped forward to block their exit. Benjamin couldn't help but let out a sigh. But of course. It was fortunate that he predicted this would happen and already devised an escape plan to use before things became messy. He had researched all the bases and the respective obstacles they may encounter on their way out of the gates. The bishop, without a doubt, would not let Benjamin go. From the loud thud the bishop made when he crashed into the metal gates, one could tell how much the bishop hated them. Therefore, if they were to escape, they would have to lure the bishop away. Besides that, Benjamin would have to think of a way to handle the people from Isur. Although everybody was a mage here and there were no grudges between them, the Queen's wild ambition could not be overlooked, shown in the way she built Isur. A party of over 20 mages was normally a good battle resource, but if the Queen wanted them to stay, it wasn't as if they had a choice. After careful consideration, Benjamin thought of this plan. When the mages previously conquered the gates, the guards by the gate were captured. Initially Benjamin had a headache taking care of these prisoners. Upon further evaluation, he realized the prisoners would make the perfect bait. Firstly, should a group of people suddenly appear on the top of the gate during their absence, the bishop would assume that they had used the flight spell to escape. Even though the people on top were wearing the uniform of the kingdom, he would most definitely fly up to confirm it himself. With that, the bishop could be lured away. Next, the prisoners were soldiers from the kingdom. Once Isur's men notice, they would fly into a rage. Isur had brought a lot of troops to conquer the gates, and should the gates be snatched back by the kingdom, it would reflect badly on the Queen. The Queen would not hesitate to send men up there. The only people who could make it to the top of the gates in a short amount of time would be the mages. And that was how Benjamin killed 2 birds with 1 stone, by using a bunch of useless prisoners to lure the bishop and simultaneously weaken Isur's firepower. It was perfect. Benjamin was feeling very pleased with himself. What's there to be proud of? The prisoners have always been there. Was it hard to think about using them to attract attention? The system heartlessly criticized Benjamin. Oh, now that you figure that your body is a big deal, you dare to challenge me, hey? Benjamin helplessly spoke within, this fella. No matter how awesome the creature from another world is, you still have to wait until you actually hatch. The system mockingly replied, it's all right. You can just torture me, for a real warrior is not afraid of any hardships. I wouldn't mind even if you were to kick me 20 times like a soccer ball. There's really no point in saving the system. Benjamin sighed and quickly focused his attention back on reality. He looked at the mages blocking their pathway and turned around. He calmly looked at the Queen on the pedestal. Chapter 177, Bidding the Gates Farewell. The Queen raised her brow curiously. She was surprised by Benjamin's overly calm demeanor. She paused for a while before replying, please do not misunderstand. I am curious to learn more about the mages who took down the Crusader Gateway. Here's another person who spoke in circles. Benjamin felt annoyed but did not show it. He nodded, Your Majesty has seen them now. Could we pass through? It's really getting late and we would like to head out without delay. Frankly, Benjamin was getting nervous. God knows how much longer the bishop and Isur's mages would be engaged at the gates. If the bishop managed to escape or if Isur's mages returned, then they would be in hot water. There was no time to lose. The Queen let out a welcoming smile, well, it is getting late. Why don't you stay in our camp for the night before making a move tomorrow? It is dangerous to travel at night after all. Benjamin's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the suggestion. In the past, he would think well of Her Majesty's kindness. However, he knew the Queen just did not want them to leave. Whatever the motive, she was intent on keeping them here. The Queen held up the conversation to stall time. As the rest of her mages have yet to return, she could not currently force Benjamin to stay. Once they did, however, it would no longer be up to Benjamin to decide whether or not he could leave. Benjamin wanted to avoid that result at all cost. Your Majesty, there is no need to stall time for your mage's return. We must leave tonight. He glanced at those standing in their way. Do you honestly think that you could stop those who conquered the Crusader Gateway? The 20 over mages that stood behind him all had a cold, mysterious aura truly worthy of an Oscar. Benjamin was unsure of the abilities of the mages under the Queen. Likewise, the Queen was unsure of their abilities as well. Therefore, he was willing to try a bluff. He wasn't even nervous. It could be because he has bluffed and lied to the bishop countless times that he was now an experienced and serial liar, but it could also be that the Queen just did not quite give off as intense a vibe as the bishop. Oh really? Straight to the point, interesting. The Queen kept her cool despite Benjamin's attempt to provoke her. She let out a soft laugh and continued, I won't beat around the bush. I really admire your talent and wits. I was hoping you would join my team of mages and strive for the greater good of Isur. Benjamin frowned while the mages behind him looked at one another, obviously confused. What's the matter? Please do not misunderstand and think that I'm asking you to be my underlings. The Queen felt there was room for negotiation and quickly added on, you will have all the freedom in the world in my team of mages. If you decide to meditate or research, I will not bother you. In fact, I can even provide you with some assistance. All you need to do is to complete one task out of my yearly requirement. For real? Benjamin secretly glanced over at her mages. Although the mages didn't show any obvious reaction, but Benjamin felt that they were not keen on the idea. Benjamin had no interest in the Queen's supposedly perfect promise. Thank you for your offer. We will still be passing through Isar later. You could let us think about it while we are on our way, and once we have made up our minds, we will provide you an answer. He politely declined. The Queen's face didn't look all that pleasant anymore. Do you really have to leave now? Benjamin nodded. The Queen narrowed her only eye and glared cruelly at Benjamin. Benjamin returned the gaze boldly. The Queen could tell that Benjamin was the decision-maker, and so she did not speak with anyone else. They did not break each other's gaze for more than 10 seconds. After realizing that Benjamin would not yield to both forceful and soft tactics, the Queen turned her head away and focused on her next victim. She was prepared to solicit the other members of the party. He's not willing to stay, but what about you? Young lady, my palace is filled with diamond jewelries and beautiful clothes. If you join me, I will gift them to you. The Queen spotted a young teenage girl behind Benjamin. She picked up her smile once more and asked. Diamond jewelries? Beautiful clothes? What do I need them for? Joanna looked puzzled. Your Majesty the Queen, these are shallow poses scions. I want to be a great mage. How could I be tempted by these little things? Your Majesty, you're the ruler of a nation. You should focus on ruling rather than beautiful clothes and jewelry. The Queen looked as though she was going to snap. Benjamin shook his head and turned to look at the group of wandering mages from the town of Crew. Among you all, is there anyone here who wishes to stay? Everyone laughed and shook their heads. Their laughter was filled with amusement at such an absurd suggestion. I have been a loner for far too long, and won't be accustomed to working under someone. I apologize, Your Majesty the Queen, but I will still leave with everyone. I wish to leave with Teacher Benjamin. We are thankful for your offer, Your Majesty, but we do not intend to split up and therefore must politely decline. Although Benjamin cringed at being addressed as teacher, he felt touched when he saw over 20 beaming pair of eyes looking admirably at him. He suddenly realized that these acquaintances had treated him as one of their own, although it was possible they had never thought about it before. Benjamin took a deep breath upon this revelation. He calmed his emotions and turned to stand in front of this party of mages against the Queen, who was looking at them from above. He let out a wide smile. As you can see, Your Majesty, his tone was calm and his gaze was unwavering, there is none amongst us who is staying. And so, we will take our leave now. If you or your mages stand in our way, we will not hold back. The 20-something mages all looked fiercely at those who were blocking their pathway. The Queen's mages were originally calm, but after being stared down by over 20 pairs of ferocious gazes, they started to hesitate. Your Majesty. The Queen took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She slowly blurted out, let them go. Okay. The Queen's mage cleared a path. The Queen probably couldn't measure Benjamin's group's capabilities, which was why she decided to let them go. Benjamin smiled and nodded. He led those behind him onward and away from the Crusader Gateway, disappearing into the night. The entire Isar base camp went silent. Your Majesty, we... The Queen interrupted them. Her eyes were hollow and empty, as though gazing into a pool of nothingness. Don't panic, they will pass through Regina. We will leave whatever we have to say till then. The mages were stunned at their Queen, who now seemed to be completely out of it. No one dared to utter a word. Chapter 178, Stranger. Benjamin and his group walked towards the wasteland at the borders of Isar and the Kingdom of Helius. Maybe walking is not the appropriate word to use here. If they were really depending on their feet to walk, then it would be too slow for their group. Who knows if there was someone chasing them from behind? Moreover, they were mages and did not need to walk like mortals. As distance grew from leaving Isar's base camp, they decided to scurry on using the flight spell. However, those who mastered the flight spell were not many, perhaps 7 or 8 of them. What about the remaining group members? They would have to depend on Benjamin, then. Benjamin could manage to have them blown into the air with his current magic capabilities using steam as a propulsion. That being said, they were only scraping through with this sort of flight mode. The few mages who cast the flight spell watched as over 10 of their comrades were spinning around in the air with their hair all over the place. There were even a few of them who were foaming at the mouth and rendered unconscious. "Thank goodness we mastered the flight spell," whispered those who could fly in horror. They flew for about half an hour until Benjamin had to stop to rest as he had drained his spiritual energy. Those who had landed all showed symptoms of nausea and vomiting. They then insisted on traveling on foot. It was not as though Benjamin could do anything about it. It was challenging to drag over 10 people in the air to fly. Add balancing them in the mix was really out of his capabilities. The wasteland was not that large and they had left the gates far behind. It should not be a problem to walk the last leg. It was also getting pretty late. And so Benjamin and the rest set up their camp to call it a night and continue their journey the next day. They had already planned their route before leaving the Crusader Gateway. Varus was a merchant and has traded with many nations. They had obtained Isur's map earlier so they would not be running around like headless chickens once they left the kingdom. They quickly reached a place called Town of Hank to bunk for a few days once they crossed the wasteland. There, they learnt more about the survival of mages in Isur as well as the situation in the other 2 nations before deciding upon their next destination. As for Benjamin, he was in favor of heading to Fereldan. It was not that he trusted Michelle's judgment but rather he knew that Michelle's hatred towards the church was evident. Surely, there was a reason why she wanted Benjamin to pay her teacher a visit prior to her death. From the information he has heard of, out of the 3 nations, Fereldan carried a more liberal stance. Of these 3 nations, Caretus was already secretly in communication with the church and it was only a matter of time when the mages there would be vanquished. The Queen of Isur was a control freak and so living in peace in her nation would be difficult. Therefore, Fereldan seemed to far better at this point. There were many reasons why Benjamin wanted to head to Fereldan but he must also consider the rest of the group. They may have fallen in love with Isur on their journey here or decide to settle here for whatever reason but Benjamin still had to hear them out beforehand. He could not help but sigh at the thought of this. He had to be cautious because it was the equivalent of having 20-something lives in his hands. "Sir Benjamin." Benjamin returned to his senses and stood up. He stepped out of the temporary tent they made. The person who called him was Augustine who stood outside the tent. There was an unfamiliar face behind him. "What's the matter? Who is this?" Benjamin asked. Augustine shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm not too sure myself." He said he was separated from his companion and lost his way in the wasteland. He asked if he could tag along with us. Benjamin was surprised and looked at the stranger from top to bottom. It was a young man in his 20s. The clothes he wore was slight worn but belonged to the servant of a merchant. He looked physically tired and he did look like a person who has lost his way. Benjamin nodded after thinking it through. "Then you could stay. Isn't there an extra tent over there? Let me bring you there. You may take your rest there." Augustine's jaw dropped but did not say a word. The stranger immediately gave a huge smile and bowed a few times at Benjamin. Thank you very much." Benjamin then brought the young man to a tent in a slightly isolated area. The tent was really cramped. Benjamin went in first, followed by the young man. Once the young man entered the tent, his arms went numb that he almost fell to the ground. "Yes, sir." Benjamin's facial expression changed and he gripped the young man's arms tightly. A chant was not heard but 2 sturdy ice appeared and froze the man's arms. With cold seeping through the depths of his spine, he could not lift a finger. After struggling for a bit, the young man collapsed to the ground and could not get up. Benjamin let go of him and looked at him from above. "Speak. What's the motive the Queen have you sent here?" The young man's expression froze the moment the words were blurted out. "Sir, I don't know what you're talking about." "Still pretending?" Benjamin snorted coldly and proceeded again with the nonverbal spell casting as an ice needle formed on the palm of his hand. He pointed the ice needle at the young man's throat and mercilessly said, "What about now? Now do you get me?" The young man's face went through another change. He became really calm, and stared at Benjamin with his expressionless eyes. The intensity in the tent rose as both were at loggerheads. There was silence. I got it. First you got to move this thing away, it's freezing. As he said this, it was like a layer of personality was torn open, and his entire demeanor changed. He was brusque, a complete 180 change from the lost young man before. Benjamin was not the least bit surprised. The moment he laid eyes on the strange young man, he did not see through him. But quickly, the system reminded that the fella had appeared outside of the gates at Iser's campsite. It even showed the recording of this incident to Benjamin. It was a blurry recording, but this young man was seen hiding in the crowd and hard to detect. That was why Benjamin did not pay attention to this person, nor did he leave a lasting impression. It was not a matter that can be overlooked. People from Iser's base camp has stalked them, and was their motive only limited to stalking? Judging by his well-thought-out disguise, what was the purpose the Queen has sent him over? Hence the reason why Benjamin decided to interrogate him. But he did not want to alert the majority of the mages who were already resting. He also used the water particle detection to confirm that the young man was just a mortal. He then pretended to be oblivious before leading the young man to the tent and proceed to restrain him. Chapter 179, Iser's Welcome. Although Benjamin did not have experience in interrogation, he was surprisingly good at it. It was as if he had done it countless times before and could imitate that cold-blooded look. The process itself was so simple. Before more threats were fired, the other party had already succumbed to threat of the ice needle. All right already, as long as you take this thing away, I will tell you everything. Benjamin did not move the ice needle and continued, state your motives first. Hiss. The young man struggled as his arms were frozen to the core. He dared not make sudden big movements as an ice needle was pointed at his throat. He twisted his body slightly and quickly spoke, Her Majesty the Queen wanted me to follow you to understand your next move. However, I don't know what she is up to. Benjamin fell into deep thought. He stopped the threat with the ice needle as promised. The Queen was stalking them. If it was to solicit mages, it was unnecessary for such a move. Although they took down the Crusader Gateway, it did not mean that they were all that powerful. The Queen has many mage underlings. Why would she go through all that trouble to send someone to follow them? He spoke once again after giving it some thought, if the Queen sent you to follow us, why did you disguise yourself? He felt that there was something suspicious about him. Please don't kill me, I'm really not lying. The young man seemed to have been frightened by the ice needle and quickly replied, although I'm not sure why Her Majesty the Queen wanted me to follow you, I know a lot of other things. I know why she was personally leading the army and a lot of other secrets regarding the Mage Guild. I will tell you everything as long as you don't kill me. Mage Guild? Benjamin's heart skipped a beat. Tell me about the Mage Guild, he asked. The young man quickly responded with information after information. Recently, they are secretly developing a magic potion. When consumed, it will make a person immune to any magic or divine arts for a limited time. A lot of mages are against this research, which is why they are in hiding. Also, they have been secretly rearing magic beasts in the city. Her Majesty the Queen doesn't even know. And Benjamin frowned as he was hearing this. What the hell? His intention was only to learn more about the current situation of the Mage Guild, but instead this young man was throwing secrets after secrets to him. Until now, he still has not gotten a grip of what the Mage Guild was, and he already knew the next level dirt. That being said, he could deduce a few things from the conversation. The Mage Guild should be an organization that existed not only in Iser, but in many other nations as well. From what has been described by the young man, the organization was huge and influential. They have a systematic organization and was presumably on a higher functioning level than the Kingdom of Helius Academy of Silence. Come to think of it, it would be really hard for mage organizations to develop after being outcasted by a fanatic like the Church. However, this would be different outside the kingdom. Nobody was oppressing them, and the mages could obtain a higher social class with their own capabilities. Of course, an organization could grow big and influential. They were even developing magic potions and rearing magic beasts. The Mage Guild from a science aspect was creating something amusing. The knowledge of magic was surpassing its original state and developing its own individual theories. He really would like to observe if there was a chance. "Sir, you do not know the existence of the Mage Guild?" The young man could guess this much from Benjamin's expression, and he cautiously asked. Benjamin nodded. "We are mages who escaped from the Kingdom of Helius and have never been to another nation. It's not surprising that we do not know about the Mage Guild." He peeked at the young man's frozen arms as he said this. He continued, "However, even so, please do not think that I have not discovered that your freezing cold arms was a play pretend and a dagger has already slipped down your sleeves. You're looking down on me." The young man's frightened look froze once again. Benjamin let out a sigh of relief within him. If it was not because he was cautious and used his water particle detection, he would not be able to see through the young man's pretense. Things could have gone south real quick. Things were not as simple as it looked. Benjamin looked at him without expression and quietly waited for the young man to tear down his second layer of pretense. The situation intensified. After a while, the young man lowered his eyes and sighed. He said helplessly, "If I were to tell you now that I do not bear any bad intentions and the frozen limb was because lying down was so comfortable that I was too lazy to move, would you believe me?" Benjamin returned a friendly smile and shook his head. Half a minute later, looking at the young man with every body part of his frozen apart from his head and neck, Benjamin nodded with satisfaction. "I think you wouldn't be able to have any tricks up your sleeve now." He used his finger to knock on the ice he froze him in. "Who really are you?" The young man, whose whole body was frozen, could only move his neck in pain. "Didn't I said it already? I'm only a mercenary who accepted the task to follow you by the Queen. That's all there is to it." Benjamin shook his head and said, "You didn't say that you were a mercenary, and if you were really a mercenary, why were you at Iser's camp?" This young man who suddenly appeared was just too suspicious. A lot of Benjamin's questions were half answered or simply scrambled through. Even though he has said a lot of things, he did not reveal any key information. Benjamin could not be more cautious. Before Her Majesty the Queen set out, she called on the mercenaries and gathered a lot of them to set out together. "I participated because the reward was bountiful." The young man explained, "After you left, Her Majesty the Queen ordered me to follow you because of my specialty in stalking and hiding. This was the whole process. If I am lying to you, then I wish for my whole family's gruesome death, deal." "Oh, really?" Benjamin smirked. "Right now, you have failed your task. Why don't you look as though you're disappointed?" The young man was stunned. "Why should I be disappointed? I did not fail. I know your location and I did not lose sight of you and could return to report to Her Majesty the Queen. Should I be disappointed?" Still playing dumb. Benjamin played along and smiled. "How would you know if you'll be alive to report back to the Queen?" The young man's facial expression changed once more. This time, the fake stunned look disappeared and was replaced with the same smile Benjamin had on. "Because you can't kill me." Benjamin felt something was untoward with the confidence the young man was displaying. Suddenly, tiny bristle sounds like something cracking started coming from the young man. Benjamin's face quickly changed. He could not care for the nonverbal spell casting and immediately chanted an ice arrow at him. However, with the touch of wind and momentary astonishment, there was only him in the tent, apart from the broken ice all over the ground. The young man could not be found. Benjamin's jaw dropped. How was that possible? That fellow! Who was he? How did he crash the ice on him and disappear into thin air in a jiffy? What was going on? Benjamin was more and more puzzled by the minute. The night wind that blew into the tent was chilling. Suddenly, he found a piece of rag where the man had disappeared. Puzzled, he went ahead, picked the rag up and held in his hands. There was a line of words clearly written on the rag. Chapter 180, Magic Potion. Benjamin had chills that went up his spine. He immediately activated the water particle detection to observe the nearby surroundings. The area was empty and vast all around. Apart from the mages, there was no one else. However, despite all that he saw, he could not brush off that feeling that he was being spied on. It was simply too peculiar. It has been a long time since he was addressed as Benjamin Latour, ever since he escaped from the kingdom. Otherwise it would be like these mages who only knew him by his first name, Benjamin, but did not know that he came from the imperial capital's Latour household, or the bishop and Dick who recognized him but only referred to him as Grant. In the eyes of many, Benjamin Latour was a useless noble who was hiding in the imperial capital. The one that disappeared without a trace should be Grant Latour. That was why those line of words was shocking to Benjamin. He had already escaped the Kingdom of Helius and had been out of the woods till now. A total stranger has now seen through his identity. How was that possible? Did you manage to record down the process of that man disappearing from the tent? Benjamin asked the system. There were just too many loopholes. He has to make clear of these, one by one. He was prepared to start from the incredible stunt the young man pulled. Yet, it was recorded, but I think even if you took a look at it, you would not find anything useful though. The system hesitated before giving such an answer. Benjamin was puzzled. Why? I slow-mo at his entire escape and didn't find anything out of the ordinary, the system explained. He simply crushed the ice and turned to run, that's all. It was just that his actions were merely too fast, that was why it looked as though he disappeared into thin air. Benjamin could not really believe this explanation. The moment he heard the ice breaking, he reacted to it. He chanted the spell and summoned an ice arrow to be launched. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. And now the system was telling him that this person depended on his 2 limbs to get away without a trace and left him a rugged note within 3 seconds? Total bullshit. Who was he? A super soldier who has been shot with a serum, or some mutant with special powers? To break away from my control with sheer brute force and escape the tent with lightning speed, is this the capability of the normal being? He tried to confirm with the system once more. But he really did do it. Didn't you check already? That he wasn't a mage and merely a civilian. The system paused and added on, didn't he mention something about the magic potion developed by the Mage Guild? Maybe that was the special effect that came with it that made him run like Superman. Benjamin was speechless from astonishment. Magic potion, hey? There was a possibility. Benjamin nodded as he thought it through. Previously, he was able to retrieve a magical equipment from a priest that made one agile. Now that you think about it, if the mage there developed a magic potion that was able to surpass all mortal limit to do things mortals are not able to do, it was not that hard to accept. After all, he has no knowledge of this aspect. Benjamin was sparked with immense curiosity. Magic potion, what would this be? Although Benjamin did not really understand, but judging by what the young man has said, the Mage Guild was still developing a potion to be immune to any magic or divine arts. The mages there clearly have very high skill sets in research and development. Most importantly, could it really be developed? If it were to really happen, then how would spellcasters survive? Benjamin had a headache thinking about this. He thought that divine arts and magic were this world's most powerful weapon. Now if you looked at it, that was not all to it. If these so-called magic potions were really equipped with various miraculous effects and were high in production, then there was a lot that could challenge a mage in this world. If that were the case, then this world's social structure would be different from what he had imagined. Under the influence of the magic potion, spellcasters would still have a high social standing but would never be at the peak of the world without a worry. Even if it were immortal, as long as they drank a little of the magic potion, they could achieve anything. Benjamin felt a sense of danger. Now he has to be cautious even when facing mortals from here on out. just as the strange young man he met today. If he were to take Benjamin's life, Benjamin would not stand a chance at that circumstance without alertness. For real. Benjamin immediately thought of another issue. Now that he recalled the memory, that fellow had a lot of opportunities to finish Benjamin off, but he did not. He came all this way to be frozen by Benjamin and spurt some nonsense, to only disappear and leave a ragged note behind. What was the meaning of this? To welcome him to Isar? It was possible that the Queen never did order for his stalking. What was his real motive then? Sir Benjamin. Just as he couldn't figure anything out, there was sudden shocked voice that interrupted Benjamin's thoughts. Benjamin lifted his head up and saw Augustine standing outside the tent, lifting the sheet door with his head leaning in, looking at him puzzled. I'm all right. Benjamin returned to his sense and shook his head. Augustine turned to all four corners to look around and bewildered, where was the lost young man? Wasn't he going to live here? Where did the guy go? Right, I felt a slight magic disturbance. Was there something wrong with the guy, Sir Benjamin? Benjamin shrugged his shoulders and let out a little laugh. It was more than something wrong. He paused after saying this and then proceeded to explain the entire story that happened to Augustine. After listening to Benjamin, Augustine was floored. How could this be? I've seen a lot of mercenaries, but I couldn't tell. He seemed to feel guilty for not being able to see through the guy. That was only self-proclaimed. Who knows if he is? Benjamin shook his head and said, it's quite all right, he shouldn't be back. Back to rest now everybody, and let's be more alert. Augustine was becoming a worrywart but did not say anything further. He nodded and left. Benjamin let out a sigh after seeing him leave. There was simply too much of the unknown. There were things that he could not possibly understand today. After thinking about it for another while, he decided to let it go and return to his tent to rest. It was getting late and they had to be on their way tomorrow. He needed the rest. There were just too many things happening today. The fatigued Benjamin laid to rest in his tent and fell into a deep slumber. Finally the calm returned to the nightfall in the wasteland, and nothing else out of the ordinary happened the rest of the night. The next morning, the mages got up and continued their journey. The good news was, another 2 mages mastered the flight spell, perhaps after being stimulated by Benjamin's steamed group flight from the day before. Benjamin could only press that pressure promotes improvement and suggested that the rest of them continue experiencing the turbulence. After being rejected in its entirety, he had to give up the idea. They continued their journey, following the original route. It was a smooth journey, other than encountering a few beasts that were bombed by the mages for a feast. Everything went according to plan. They were moving onward to their destination, without stopping to rest much, even for meditation. They were in a hurry. Chapter 181, The Old Mage and the Cat. Very quickly, they reached the town that was closest from here, the town of Hank. They came to an inn to stay for a while. They planned to do some preparations here. Some of them went to buy daily supplies, some of them went to mingle around and listen to rumors. Some of them expressed that they did not need to worry about being caught by the church anymore after leaving Helius, so they wanted to rest properly and have a good night's sleep at this inn. To this, Benjamin was relieved. They can be regarded as finally having escaped from the Kingdom of Helius. Right now, they were at a small town at the border of Isar. Even if the bishop of the gate were to be really angry at them, they could not pursue to this point. Because of this, when entering Hank, they did not act timidly like before anymore, but walked in the small town with confidence. Under the eyes of other people, they did not need to hide their identity as mages anymore, and could freely have discussions out in the open. That kind of feeling was like having a load taken off one's shoulders, and they could finally breathe fresh air. They did not worry about the Queen hearing of them. They were in Isar, and it was hard for the whole gang to hide themselves. As long as the Queen wanted to, she could find them. Thus, they just relaxed themselves and did not care about what other people thought. The citizens of Hank were not really surprised from the way they acted either. Those that passed by, passed by, those that had to go out, still went out, there were even people who came forward to ask, "Mages, our shop has just been restocked with magic beast materials, care to have a look?" Even though they did not know what the usage of magic beast materials were for, but seeing the way they treated mages normally made the mages feel good. At the same time, Benjamin saw a shop that was opened just for mages. Moore's Magic Store, this was the name of the store. Just by hearing it, it gave off the impression to be a cafe with a fantasy theme. But his curiosity towards the magic outside the kingdom was great. After putting down his luggage, not even taking a moment to rest, he came back to this shop and walked in. It was different from the mysterious and dark place Benjamin expected. The shop was not much different from the others. The aisles were clean, and the area was well lit. It looked more like a grocery store, but this place sold weird plants and severed beast parts. As Benjamin looked around, what he saw were colorful flowers and herbs, animal skins that still had blood, claws from an unknown creature, weirdly shaped bones and skulls, and some of them even still had eyeballs in their sockets. It gave Benjamin goosebumps. Do the mages outside of the kingdom just toy around with these items? "Hello Sir Mage, is there anything you would like to order?" Very quickly, a worker who looked young came to ask Benjamin passionately. Benjamin thought for a while, then opened his mouth. "I'd like to ask, other than all these materials, do you have other things for sale? It would be great if you had books related to magic." His purpose of coming here was not to buy strange magical beast materials. He would not know how to use them at this moment. What was most important was for him to make sure of the situation of the mages in this land. Hearing this, the worker showed a surprised expression and said, "For this, you have to ask our boss, only a mage would have these. Out of the few mages in this town, only our boss is in town today." "Where is your boss? Could you bring me to see him?" Benjamin asked immediately. The worker's expression looked weird, but after a while of hesitation, he nodded his head and led Benjamin towards the back door of the shop. Very quickly, they came to the back door entrance. The worker stopped, knocked the door timidly, and with a soft voice he said, "Boss, a mage wants to see you." After some silence, there came a voice from a throat full of phlegm and age that said, "Let him in." Benjamin was caught off guard by this voice. This voice sounded a lot like those evil and mysterious witches in movies who would perform experiments on live humans. Plus, from the way the worker behaved, he seemed to be scared of this mage. Who knew how this mage was? Thinking of this, he pushed the door to walk in. But after walking in, he made a shocking discovery. The world behind the door and what his brain expected was very much different. It was a rather large room. The furniture was messily arranged. Bed, table, cage, cradle, and all sorts of small items, more than the eye could see, but there was nothing one could find that was related to magic at all. With a glance, it would not make anyone think that this room belonged to a mage. What was most important was all the furniture was pink. Pink table, pink wardrobe, and pink bed sheets with flowers. Benjamin thought he walked into the world of a magical girl after entering the room. What made it most unacceptable was that the owner of this room was an old man wearing pajamas, squatting at the corner. When Benjamin walked into the room, this old man was holding a staff with fur on it. He has a face full of smiles like a mentally challenged person, and slowly swaying a pink cradle with a fat cat with yellow and white stripes. No matter to whom, this scene was full of surprise. "This, senior, first time meeting you, hello." Benjamin was flustered. It was like before he transmigrated here, his boss saying Balala energy, that sort of dreamscape becoming reality. It had that sort of impact on him, making his stomach churn. But he managed to resist these complicated feelings, and opened his mouth to say this. Hearing this, the smile on the old man vanished. He turned around, looked at Benjamin angrily, and said, "Foolish brat, if you have anything to say, say it, don't disturb my precious Mona Lisa." When he turned back to the cat rolling around in the cradle, his angry expression vanished immediately. his smile created wrinkles that made him look like a chrysanthemum flower. Benjamin could start to feel his blood pressure rise and his veins pop. To this scene, don't you have anything to say at all? He could not help but ask the system in his heart. What's wrong? The system sounded rather calm. After experiencing Grant's homosexual act at the ball, I've become blind. How can something so minor like this make me lose my cool? You win. After experiencing the urge to talk to the system, Benjamin took a deep breath, and started to feel that everything in front of him was not as hard to accept as he thought. Thus, he recollected his thoughts on what to say, opened his mouth, said quietly, "I'd like to ask, do you have any books on magic that I could buy?" Hearing this, the old man turned around with a face angrier than before. "Lad, go back and tell your boss from the Mages Guild, don't try to cheat away my secrets. If he really wants it, he must trade it with the water of origin, if not, don't stay here and waste my time." Benjamin was confused. What is going on? I'm not from the Mages Guild. After some thought, he lowered his voice and said, "Actually, if you could tell me what the Mages Guild is, I will turn around and leave immediately. I won't waste any more of your time." Wait. The old man's expression changed to become strange. You don't know anything about the Mages Guild? Are you trying to lie to a 3-year-old? Benjamin shrugged and said, "Why would I lie to you? I just escaped from Helius. I have zero knowledge about how the magic on the outside world is like. In my kingdom, I have never heard of anything called the Mages Guild." At this moment, the old man's expression changed yet again. He finally turned his attention from the cat in the cradle towards Benjamin, circled him, looking left and right, time to time with his mouth making tisk 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 sounds, as if he was looking at a panda exhibition in the zoo. But for Benjamin, being examined as an animal did not feel that good to him. Is there anything to be so taken aback by? He sighed and said this helplessly. Wouldn't it be strange? A mage escaping from the holy dogshit kingdom, how many years have I not seen one already? The old man said this. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, then continued on, "But, it seems that there has been some incident at the gate recently. You might have escaped using that opportunity." "I am sorry, that incident was caused by me." Benjamin wanted to say this, but it would sound too arrogant, and the opposition would not believe it totally. So, at last, he only nodded helplessly. Chapter 182, Mage Guild. Hearing this, Benjamin frowned. An adventuring mage? What is that? The old man replied, "A mage that has combat capabilities." Benjamin's confusion lessened by hearing this. In what ways did the mages outside the kingdom progress? Why were they so many strange categories? A mage that had combat capabilities? If one was a mage, they should already have combat capabilities, right? Seeing this, the old man could tell that Benjamin has still not fully understood the situation. He frowned a little, then explained, "Mages, if you were to know how to throw a fireball, you would appear to be better than another mage by just a little bit, thus, all these categories would seem strange. But you must have seen that many people that knows magic, a lot of magic, some of them would start shivering like crazy the moment they fought someone, they can't even aim properly. In terms of fighting power, they are not much different from a woodcutter with an axe. These kind of mages did not have any combat aptitude, thus, we ended up coming up with the terms adventurer mages and potion mages." Hearing this, for some reason, Benjamin just thought of the 2 second-class mages at the Academy of Silence. Looks like, those two really fit into that category. So, not all mages actually have the natural aptitude for battle. As to why this term did not appear in the kingdom, it was probably because those without natural talent for battle has probably died by the hands of the church a long time ago. Thus, with some hesitation, Benjamin nodded and said, "I guess so. It's not easy, escaping from the holy dogshit kingdom. Your level should be quite high, if not you would not have survived the mad dog-like pursuit of the church." The old man scratched his head, then continued, "Did you say that you want books dealing with magic? Help me with a task, and if you succeed, I will give the book to you." Hearing this, Benjamin thought for a while. He did not agree right away out of caution, but asked, "What books do you have?" If the books the old man gave him were useless to him, it would be a waste of time. "Be at ease, I know what a person like you needs the most right now." The old man turned around, and dug two thick books from under the bed out, and shook it in front of Benjamin, one Introduction to Magic Potions, one Probabilities of Magic, if should be enough for you to be well versed with magic and not just be like an ignorant savage. Benjamin did not have the time to study the two covers of the books properly before the book was put back under the bed by the old man. Based on the names, it was indeed what he really needed right now, but not knowing why, he had a feeling he was being cheated due to his lack of knowledge. "Your books wouldn't be simply be found elsewhere, right?" he asked. Hearing this, the old man humphed. "Elsewhere? You think this is watered beer?" he proclaimed arrogantly. "I bet other than the ones at the Mages Guild, these two books would only be one of 3 copies in the whole of Isar." Benjamin wanted to bargain, and shrugged, saying, "Then I should just go straight to the Mages Guild, why should I trade with you? The Mages Guild will not lend their books to a non-member." After saying this, the old man laughed coldly. "I'm advising you with good intentions, don't join the Mages Guild, you will regret it." "Oh?" At that moment, Benjamin sensed some sort of conspiracy. The old man's hatred towards the Mages Guild could be felt from the beginning. At first, he thought the old man was just introverted, but now, there seemed to be other reasons. The young man previously has mentioned the Mages Guild before, and even spouted a bunch of inside information that couldn't be confirmed to be true yet. "How about this? I'll help you, but you have to pay me a small deposit." Thinking of this, he suddenly made this decision: "The deposit is everything you know about the Mages Guild." "No problem." The old man promised immediately, "As long as you get what I need, everything bad about the Mages Guild, I could end up talking for a day and night about it." Seeing the old man relax suddenly, Benjamin started to worry. How hard would this favor be? But he has already promised, he would not regret anything. After half an hour, Benjamin left the shop. He returned to his room in the hotel. Firstly, he recounted all the stuff he obtained from Moore's magic store, then, he planned his next course of action. Firstly, it was information about the Mages Guild. The old man told him, the Mages Guild had a lot of history, and has existed even longer than the Church. Before the first Pope built the Church because of the will of God, the mages that existed had formed a group for the purpose of trading items, but at that time, the whole organization was rather scattered, there was no form of unity or effectiveness because of that. As a result, it was like inner chaos. Very quickly, the Church dawned. In the warring period they could win over the hearts of men. Alongside their zeal and fanaticism, they received a lot of support from the noble dukes, thus, they began their plan to suppress all mages. The mages at that part of the kingdom were not united enough, and ended up being suppressed, but the mages on this side ended up banding together, and forming the first Mages Guild. At the beginning, the Mages Guild was a rather relaxed organization. The mages that joined would not be forced on missions unless it was related to the Church. The whole ideal of the Mages Guild was to rebel against the Church, and the members had absolute freedom. But, with the passing of time, the nature of the guild started to change. The guild master's position went from being appointed by every member to being appointed by the previous guild master. The whole guild became stricter in terms of structure. The members that joined could enjoy the benefits of the guild, but had to give their services in return. When he revealed all these, Benjamin thought that it was nothing much. Benefits had to be earned, even though the ideals of the Church were different from the beginning, and there was some corruption in the higher ups, but these could not be avoided. They were not living in a fairy tale. But, the kingdom schism ended up changing everything. Under the protection a huge number of troops and mages, the kingdom's princess, who was now the Queen of Isar, made herself queen at the west side of the kingdom, and ended up cutting ties with her elder brother. Following this, there was a divide in the Mages Guild as well. The guild master at that time followed the queen, and ended up cutting off the remaining mages. He brought most of the guild's resources and books to Isar, then, he formed a new Mages Guild. For those that did not want to follow the queen, they remained in two separate countries, which they had tense relationships with. The old man who remained here did not know much about what happened afterwards. He only talked about the Mages Guild in Isar. Their headquarters is located in the capital city, Regina. The other few larger cities also had branches. Their membership is really strict. Once you enter, there was no way to leave. They will provide resources for the members, but the service you had to give in return was a lot. What was a bigger pain was that they may or may not have intentionally ended up taking away the survivability of those mages that were not bound to any organization. They ended up searching fanatically for books on magic, and even built a relationship with the army of the kingdom, reserving all the missions that needed mages, as if they wanted to monopolize the magic market. Because of this, a person like the old man would not enter the Mages Guild. His life ended up having more to worry about. The old man has already lived here before the divide of the kingdom, plus he was very skilled in making magical potions, so he opened a shop and managed to live here for the rest of his remaining days. But because of this, his impression of the Mages Guild ended up becoming really bad. With this, after understanding the Mages Guild better, instantly, Benjamin's impression of Isar worsened. An autocratic queen, and an autocratic Mages Guild following behind, he and the 20+ mages wanted to settle down in Isar. It was like not choosing to play on easy mode but the hardest difficulty. Should have just went to Ferelden instead. Even though he did not know about the situation there, but matter what, it should be better than here. This power here is held completely by the queen and the guild master, and there was only one guild master. In the other countries, without the monopoly of organizations, it should be better for mages to live in. Thinking of this, Benjamin made a decision. Even if the rest of them ended up falling in love with Isar and wanted to stay in this country, he would drag them out with him. Thinking of this, Benjamin stood in the middle of the room. After finding a bag that was lighter and more convenient to bring around, he put in some dry food and water, and start preparing for what he was about to do next. Chapter 183, Rabbit Demon. A few thousand meters away from the south side of Hank, there was a small forest. At this moment, Benjamin was walking in this particular forest. The old man has promised to give him the 2 books, but in return, he had to first gather a special kind of magical beast material. Thus, after bidding farewell to the rest of the mages that were resting, he went to this place alone in search of a creature called the Dark Snake. According to the old man, this kind of magical creature had a transparent body. A normal person would be unable to see it, only those mages that had heightened senses and mental energy could find them. Thus, the mercenaries that the old man hired could not help him, so he had to rely on Benjamin. In this forest, there were many kind of strange magical beasts. The old man and the roaming mages that he knew were all potion mages, and could not deal with the creatures at all. As for the adventurer mages in Isar, all of them had joined the Mages Guild, and the old man did not want to deal with anybody from the Mages Guild. Thus, he has been unable to acquire these materials. An important piece of research that he has undertaken was unable to continue due to this. Potion mages and adventurer mages was a concept that was invented by someone a long time ago. It seems that it was before the Kingdom of Helius was even established. The church and the mages had a great war, and the books on how to create magical equipment were all lost, and those that had the skill ended up dying out mostly. As for this kingdom, the potion magic that has been rather unknown then grew and expanded greatly, achieving skills like curses, enchantments, and it was equipped with great functionality. Thus, a group of mages that specialized in potion magic had to survive using these. Their combat capabilities were low, and they did not know much about magic, but their mental energy was extremely honed, and they could use all sorts of strange plants and magical beast materials to create potions that were very potent. With this, the difference between the potion mages and the adventurer mages could clearly be seen now. To this, Benjamin felt that it was normal. This was a way for society to divide work as magic continued to progress. Everyone had things they were good at, some of them were good at battling, and some of them were good at creating potions. With this difference, those that fought could focus on fighting, those that made potions could focus on making potions. There would be a great increase in efficiency. Who knew, in the future, if he started learning potion magic, he would find that he had no talent in that at all, or, he would be like those in the novels, skilled in both. Looks like he was thinking too far. Benjamin laughed at himself, shook his head, and recollected his thoughts, and returned his gaze unto the forest that was said to have a lot of magical beasts living inside. From the moment he entered the forest, he released his water elemental sensing technique to observe his surroundings. Thus, he noticed there were all sorts of strange creatures, a fire-breathing fox, a wolf that was armored with scales, and squirrels that were flying, but to be honest, up to now, he has yet to see any giant magical beast that posed a threat. This made his estimation of the danger of this forest to drop by a few hundred points. If he knew that it was not so dangerous, he would have called along a few of the mages from his group to help him. He ended up having to find it alone now, and that would probably take a lot of time. In reality, towards beings like magical beasts, Benjamin was curious. After his transmigration, most of his time was spent in places near the cities, and it was hard for him to come by any magical beast. The only time he made contact with any was when he used griffins to launch an assault on the troops at the gates. Other than that, he has never fought a magical beast before. Using this opportunity, he wanted to see how it would be like to hunt a magical beast. But, even while he was thinking of this, Benjamin did not let his guard down. He continued to use his water elemental sensing technique to search for the dark snake as he continued wandering deeper into the forest. Very quickly, he bumped into the first magical beast. A rabbit. That rabbit is quite ugly, isn't it? Suddenly, the system spoke and with a tone full of contempt, commented. But, hearing this, Benjamin made a confused expression. The magical beast that appeared in front of him was just a magical beast in the form of a rabbit, but it was no different from a white rabbit. It had fluffy ears, red eyes, and both of the ears were lobed. It looked rather cute. How is it ugly? Rabbits all looked like this, right? Benjamin knew that it was a magical beast from its surrounding elemental energy, and not just a normal rabbit. It looks like it avoided your eyes and the surrounding water elemental energy, but it did not avoid my eyes. Benjamin did not agree. The system was silent for a while, and suddenly said this. Avoided the water elemental energy? Benjamin suddenly had a bad feeling. During his conversation with the system, the rabbit that looked like a normal rabbit which emerged from the bush attacked Benjamin. It stood upright, and its movements felt robotic. Its red eyes suddenly turned blue. Following that, not knowing from where, 2 icicles appeared and hurled towards Benjamin. Fug! Seeing this, Benjamin could not help but curse. He could not think that such a harmless-looking rabbit was actually a dangerous life form that could utilize magical attacks in an instant. Before the icicles could reach him, he quickly chanted a spell and condensed a few water bombs and threw it toward the icicles. It was obvious. He wanted to fight fire with fire to block the attacks from the rabbit. But, something unexpected happened. When the water bomb and the icicle collided, it was like they did not meet at all. The water balls passed straight through the icicles, and continued forward. As for the icicles, it was like they cut through air and was not affected at all, and continued flying towards Benjamin. Benjamin was shocked. What the hell? Seeing the icicles about to hit him, he dove to the side, and managed to dodge the attack. As for the water bombs that shot out, they flashed through the air and hit the strange rabbit directly. The water dispersed, and the rabbit disappeared. Benjamin was confused. What are you doing? Why did you dodge? And why did you use water balls to attack the ground? Wasn't the rabbit squatting on top of the tree all the while? The system spoke again, and with a chain of questions were flung out by him annoyingly. Hearing this, Benjamin was even more confused. Hitting the ground? Squatting on top of the tree? Something was not right. After being stunned for a while, Benjamin quickly realized what was going on. He was looking at illusions. It was as the system said, this rabbit demon had some sort of strange power and could deceive his eyes and the water elemental energy, making him hallucinate. Who knew that amongst the magical beasts in this forest, there was one with such an unimaginable power? It was eerie. Quickly, the rabbit that vanished appeared on the other side of the ground. At that moment, its eyes went from being blue back to a maroon red, as if it was a light bulb giving off red light. Following that, a blazing fire started around Benjamin, and slowly, it advanced towards Benjamin. Another illusion. Benjamin saw this, shook his head, and said this. As for his expression, he wasn't surprised anymore. He already knew that it is illusions, he should just quickly finish off this thing. Thinking of this, along with the ice-breaking spell incantation, a long sword made of ice that gave off freezing power condensed in mid-air. Benjamin looked at the floating ice sword, then lowered his head, and quietly told the system, "Tell me the exact location, I will kill it." But, the system replied with a rather unusual robotic tone. "Hello, if you require human assistance, please press 0. Following this, a familiar screen of digits appeared in front of Benjamin. Oh? Benjamin gave a sly smirk. Chapter 184, The Casters in the Forest. The freezing ice sword pierced through a certain part of the air, and the surroundings changed immediately. The fire that was enveloping Benjamin suddenly disappeared, not even a trace of smoke. The rabbit demon with red glowing eyes that stood at a corner suddenly vanished completely like a reflection on water. What was different now was the part of the branches where the ice sword hit, a weird thing that was green and purple showed itself. It finally appeared. Benjamin looked it over, only to see that it was still a rabbit-shaped life form, but it did not look like a normal rabbit at all. It did not have thick fur, but some sort of skin infection that made it almost bald in most parts of its body. The parts that it shone looked like parts like it was physically abused, some green, some purple, the colors were not even natural. It had compound eyes like a fly would, giving off a disgusting feeling. This rabbit, really is very ugly. Thus, Benjamin could only agree with the system's initial judgment. The so-called magical beasts were beings like these? Of course, Benjamin did not dare to underestimate this thing. It could create illusions that looked very real, which made his impression of the danger levels of this forest rise back a few hundred points. If it were not for the system, he would have probably been toyed around very badly by this thing. Luckily, the system observed the world in a different way, thus, the rabbit could only trick Benjamin and his water elemental energy, but not the system. The system finally showed its use besides being a GPS and chat functions. After the illusion was broken, Benjamin saw that the ice sword pierced a part of the rabbit demon which created a wound, bleeding green blood slowly out of it. It was not a serious injury, and it could still move. Thus, Benjamin did not let his guard down, and prepared to summon the ice sword again for a second round. But after the rabbit was injured, it seemed to have lost its ability to create illusions. At the same time, it knew that it was not in a good situation. It stretched, and turned around, wanting to escape before Ice Sword could hit it again. The wound on its body did not affect its agility at all. Don't let it escape, this magical beast should be rare. Even though I don't know its name, but its body parts should be precious. The system quickly mentioned. You don't have to say it twice. Benjamin naturally understood this. The rabbit prepared to jump. Benjamin quickly controlled the floating ice sword. Suddenly, it exploded, creating countless shards of ice, scattering all over. The rabbit was already very fast, almost as fast as an arrow. But, the ice shards were like rain that covered the whole area, blocking off all of its escape routes. So, when it jumped, it was pierced by tons of ice shards, almost turning it into a sieve. With this, the rabbit demon that was still mid-air already turned into a lifeless corpse. Under the laws of gravity, it fell onto a patch of grass below. Benjamin saw this and was relieved. He released his water elemental sensing technique to make sure that there was no other magical beasts. Only then, he walked over to pick up the carcass. But, what was most unbelievable was that this ugly-ass rabbit turned back into the form of a normal rabbit. Even those holes created by the ice shards were gone. If the system was not there to confirm it for Benjamin, he would have thought he was hallucinating again. How marvelous! So, after this magical beast dies, its wounds would disappear, and the patches of bald spots would grow white fur, and the compound eyes would turn back into the eyes of a normal rabbit? This was no longer marvelous, but eerie. The more you know. After some thought, Benjamin has decided not to waste any more time on this rabbit. What is dead, can it even still create illusions? Thus, he used magic to freeze the rabbit corpse and kept it in his bag as loot. His first battle with a magical beast in this world had a happy ending. Right when he was planning to continue walking forward in search of the dark snake, suddenly, he noticed that there was a strange empty patch in the grass ahead. He frowned and walked over. He could only see that part of the ground was caved in, as if something attacked it, and the caving was rather uniform. Benjamin went nearer to observe it, and he discovered that there was a charred smell coming from the piece of ground. As if some high-temperature ball-shaped object struck it and turned it that way. Thinking of this, Benjamin raised his eyebrows. Even though he could not feel the traces of any elements, but this piece of land did not seem to be the result of a magical beast's doing. A magical beast could launch an attack like this, but it could not cause such uniform damage. Did a mage pass by here? Plus, seeing the way the ground caved in, the magic seemed to have occurred not long ago. It meant that almost 2 hours ago, a mage was nearby here, and might have been attacked by some magical beast, and a battle ensued. Some of the magic accidentally struck this patch of land and created this area. Benjamin felt that something was not right. If he remembered correctly, the old man has said before that everyone in the town were potion mages, and did not have much combat capabilities. They would not risk their lives to enter this forest, plus there were no nearby towns around this forest as well. Plus, the old man has said that most of the adventurer mages had been summoned by the Queen to launch an attack on the Crusader Gateway. Thus, at this period of time, this forest should not have any mages appearing in it. What was going on? The Queen was still battling fiercely at the gate. Even though Benjamin was not certain of the situation, there was no news to retreat. It obvious that they would remain by the gate for much longer. A mysterious mage appearing in the middle of the forest. Thinking of this, Benjamin became even more cautious. That magic was cast a few hours ago. This meant that the mage was likely to still be in the forest. He did not know what the opposition's affiliations was, but he had to be careful. Thus, with a cautious attitude, Benjamin took a path around this road instead, and prepared to start his search at another part of the forest. His main motive for this search was to trade the dark snake for the 2 books. He'd best not poke his nose into other matters right now. But who knew, due to unpredictability, half an hour later, if he still ran into this mysterious mage in the forest. One was probably not suitable. Benjamin used the water elemental sensing technique and discovered there were 3 unknown people sitting on an empty plain nearby. Their mental energy was sharper than normal, so they had to be mages, but they were dressed in merchant's clothing, and their faces had fake beards stuck onto them, as if they did not want anyone to discover their true identity. Seeing this, Benjamin felt even stranger. Within the border of Isar, there was no need for mages to hide their identity. These 3 were being suspicious, which meant that something was up. But, this was not the weirdest part. The weirdest part was that even though Benjamin could feel their sharpened mental energy, but beside them, the water elemental energy did not fluctuate like they do with other mages. Of course, this world had mages that specialized in different elements. Even if it was a fire mage, of course, they would learn all elements first to figure out the one that was best suited for them. Thus, even if it was a fire or wind specialist, the water elemental energy around them would form different kind of reactions as a result of their relation. This was what Benjamin used to tell apart other mages. But, at this moment there were 3 mages in the forest, their water elemental energy around them did not react at all. This meant that they never learned water magic before. This was weird. Thinking of this, Benjamin suddenly breathed out cold air. After excluding all the wrong answers, the remaining answers were unbelievable, but one of it had to be the correct answer. Chapter 185, The Great Pigborn. This was Benjamin's first attempt at identifying priests in disguise. In the past, priests had never needed to be in disguise. Based on their clothing and demeanor you could tell they were one. Due to the fact that Benjamin was not experienced in this field, he was not at all confident of his judgment. But to say that they were 3 mages that had successfully opened their dimensions of consciousness would be a real stretch. The kind of training required was far too specialized, only through sheer coincidence could this be genuinely possible. Did this world even have 3 mages that were not have an affinity to water elemental energy, and have yet to try learning any water magic at all? It's possible but extremely unlikely. Benjamin still had to make sure that his conclusions were correct. If there were really 3 priests in disguise inside the border of Isar, that would mean trouble. How could he make sure? Benjamin of course would not dash out clumsily, shouting at them, "Are you guys priests?" That was too much. He did not know what these 3 were capable of, and did not know if he could beat them. What if he ended up losing? He had to find a more practical way. First, he made sure that the 3 suspects were obviously resting and would not leave anytime soon. Following that, he left and used his water elemental sensing technique to find a relatively weak dangerous magical beast, a fire-breathing pig. He used the ice-breaking spell to trap it, then brought it within the proximity of these 3 so-called mages. He intended to make the beast attack the suspects, forcing them to fight back, and based upon how they reacted, he would know who these mages truly were. He felt that this was a rather smart idea. As long as he did not expose himself, he could perfectly test his opponents to see if they were priests, and they would have no clue. What did this pig do wrong? The system appeared and chastised Benjamin's way of thinking. He is just an ordinary pig that ended up being able to breathe fire. How much effort did it take? Do you know any of its struggles? It is still just a child. Benjamin lowered his head, seeing a confused pig staring blankly at him in a block of ice. He shrugged helplessly. You can't think that way. Many pigs end up living their lives just eating and sleeping, but this pig, not only did it learn how to breathe fire, it would take part in the battle against the evil church, and would give its life to help the mages. Even if it is sacrificed, it would not be in vain. He used a sad tone when he said this. This will be a glorious pig, a great pig that acts as a catalyst for change, a revolutionary pig. The pig was still frozen in ice, it could not move at all and looked very innocent. You really know how to bullshit your way around. The system commented. I agree. Up to this point, the 3 suspect priests still sat there resting, but they seemed to be prepared to leave soon. Benjamin did not dawdle any longer. He left the pig behind a giant tree that was close to them, then quietly left the area to observe the results from a distance. Without the control of his mental energy, the ice that was freezing the pig would naturally melt. Benjamin would just have to wait patiently. After some time, there was a terrible cry from the forest where Benjamin had left the pig. Benjamin heard the cry and perked up. The 3 that were resting heard this cry as well and were shocked, standing up immediately. That pig emerged like a deity from the back of the tree. It leaped forward, huge flames spouting from its nostrils, which then flowed and encircled his body, very similar in fact to Neza's silk cloak. Upon second thought, I agree that this pig is surprisingly talented, and would have achieved great things in the future. Seeing this, the system could not help but comment. Benjamin was speechless. As for the 3 people, they immediately responded to the pig's domineering stance. the three started chanting spells, and magical energy expanded. The surrounding holy energy gathered and formed a blade of light in mid-air. With a loud crash, the blade of light came down. The pig hadn't even landed from its initially leap, but was already sliced cleanly in half. With a loud thud, it dropped onto the floor, its heroic act brought to an abrupt end. "What a selfless pig!" the system remarked. "How cruel, I want to cry." No matter what, the pig still completed its mission. Besides helping Benjamin discover the three people's identities, it even overdid itself and helped Benjamin gauge their power levels. Benjamin could not help but be filled with respect for the pig. These three people's identities were confirmed. Without a sliver of doubt, they were priests. After seeing their calm actions and arrogant demeanor, they were unmistakably people born out of the church and practitioners of the divine arts. The question is, why would three priests appear within the borders of Isar? All this while, the three kingdoms had been very defensive against the church. They had never allowed priests within their borders. Caretus even burned some priests on stakes as a public sign of adamancy. For three priests to be within Isar's borders was definitely very fishy. What were they up to? The queen was still battling Helius forces at the gate. Was this an attack from behind? The church could be trying to flank the queen's armies so that they may regain control of the gateway. If this were true, 3 people would not be enough. But if done on a larger scale, the whole of Isar might contain many of the church's members hidden inside. They might have always laid low, waiting for a chance. After defeating the queen, they could even launch a massive counter-offensive on Isar. The scale of the disaster forced Benjamin to be even more serious, and he started to judge the situation with even greater depth. After some time, Benjamin felt that things have yet to progress to that point. Even if the church had always had an outpost near the border of Isar, they could not have so many hidden members in Isar. The Mages Guild had great power and they would never allow the church to hide so many pawns amongst them to the point where it would threaten national security. Benjamin estimated that even if the church were to smuggle priests over, they could only do so a maximum of 10 times. But if it was not for the purpose of ambushing the queen's army at the gate, their presence could only have one other reason. Their appearance here was probably to carry out a secret plan of the church that no one else knew. It could be to start chaos in Isar, or even assassinate important members of the Mages Guild. These 3 people were without a doubt spies carrying out their plans in disguise. After some thought, Benjamin nodded. The possibility of this was quite high. If not, the priest would have no reason to eat, drink and relax in this forest. What was this, a cosplay event? As Benjamin was hesitating whether or not to try to stop this conspiracy, the 3 priests checked the corpse of the fire-breathing pig. They checked the surroundings of the big tree where the pig had jumped out from. They were suspicious and started investigating the real reason on why the pig appeared. One of them knelt down and touched the ground where Benjamin had earlier placed the frozen pig. Benjamin was stunned. The ice that trapped the pig was formed using magic, and would melt really fast and disappear, but the melted ice would still form a puddle there, making the soil wet. If it was not some life-threatening hint, Benjamin would have ignored it. But seeing this, the priests would realize that the pig did not just appear naturally, and that someone had placed it there. Chapter 186, The most devious person is invincible. If he wants to attack, he has to do so before the opponent reacts. Benjamin understood this principle very well. In this situation, he could also turn and run. He could let these priests not find a soul, but what meaning would that have? On one hand, the 3 priests were about to realize the existence of a spy. Their wariness would increase tremendously, to the point that it would greatly affect the church's secret plans in Isar. But on the other, Benjamin still very much wanted to clarify what exactly the church's plans were. Furthermore, from the way the priests attacked and killed the pig, their skills were probably not that high. Thinking along those lines, Benjamin, who was hidden in the bushes, attacked, rushing to do so before the crouching priest realized what was wrong. He used nonverbal spell casting which wouldn't produce magic oscillations and consecutively used a few ice-breaking spells. This summoned a load of ice arrows and like a blizzard, covered the still defenseless priests. Oh shit, an ambush! The priests' reactions would normally be considered pretty fast, but, in such a short time, they couldn't finish chanting even one line of incantation. Thus, they could only allow the strike of ice arrows to rain down from the skies above to ground below. But as men of the church, the cross of protection which all of them carried still protected them. Within the subsequent snowstorm, 3 barriers shining with holy light opened up, 3 pieces of safe land in the blizzard, protecting the 3 bewildered priests. Benjamin wasn't the least bit surprised. If one was a priest from the church, he would definitely be carrying 10 or 20 magical instruments. This trait of the church was something he deeply loathed, but there was no way around it. As long as he fought a member of the church, he would have to face this problem. He could either use a close-range weapon which does not produce any magical oscillations and avoid the release of the cross of protection, or alternatively, he could use various methods to forcefully waste all the crosses of protection on his opponent. Looking at the situation in front of him, he clearly couldn't use the first method. Thus, Benjamin could only fight a battle of attrition with these people. The moment the wave of ice arrows was fired, there was no way the 3 priests could block it with just one layer of holy light barrier. Within Benjamin's line of sight, he could already see that 10 or more crosses on the priests were already destroyed. Layer after layer of barrier was what kept them from getting beaten into sieves in the shower of ice arrows. However, who is ambushing us? Why can't I feel one bit of magic vibrations? Come closer, guys. I'll be in charge of blocking the next attack. You guys think about how to find that fellow's position. Seeing their confusion as they looked around frantically, Benjamin couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He was just hidden there in the bushes, like a sniper who hits accurately and unexpectedly, and these people couldn't discover his exact current position. The advantages of nonverbal spell casting were demonstrated at its most glorious now. So, taking advantage of the fact the opponent was in disarray, he assembled another wave of ice arrows in the space of consciousness, brought them into reality, and continued the attack, bombarding the constantly vibrating crosses of protection on the priests with wave after wave. However, this group of people weren't such idiots that they allowed Benjamin to attack them however he liked. They also began to chant a divine charm, gathering the surrounding holy light. They wanted to use the divine charm to block the attack of the shower of ice arrows, so that the crosses of protection on there wouldn't be depleted wastefully. Upon seeing this, Benjamin really wanted to use an anti-magic water ball to interrupt their chanting, but this move would cause quite a burden on his spiritual energy, especially to cut off not just 1 but 3 people's affinity to holy light. He predicted that if he confined all 3 in it, his spiritual energy would have depleted by more than half within a minute. Not to mention, he still had to use the water ball to create a whirlpool to remove the crosses on all 3 of them, one by one. Thus, hiding in his shade and continuously attacking was the best choice Benjamin could make right now instead. Ah, your attack is too deplorable. Even the system couldn't help throwing in a word. Benjamin shrugged. He couldn't help it either, this was a 1 versus 3 fight, and a fight against 3 fully armed people. Except for being deplorable, what else could he do? All he saw was that within the countless specks of ice, the priests were still clearly trying very hard to find Benjamin's traces. But unfortunately, they were hindered by the shower of ice arrows, moving was difficult for them and no magic oscillations could even be traced. So, if they wanted to find Benjamin, they would have to expend quite some effort. But, the one priest who kept chanting finally finished his incantation at this point. A huge ray of shining, blinding holy light barrier protected all 3 of them. Ice arrows, which filled the sky, pelted from above, striking as the holy light flashed. But not even a thin crack was created. The barrier was pretty strong. Seeing this, Benjamin couldn't help frowning. After some thought, he came to the conclusion that forcing his attacks was also meaningless, and so, he might as well release the magic and stop this unceasing shower of ice arrows. Immediately, the icy specks which danced everywhere disappeared altogether, and the continuous sound of bombardment stopped too. The whole forest returned to a strange silence in a moment. He had thought of an even more deplorable idea. The three priests watched the forest which had suddenly become silent, and looked at one another, clearly confused. But, they didn't continue using other divine charms. Instead, the three of them hid within the barrier and while staying back to back, slowly started moving. 3 pairs of wary eyes glanced all over their surroundings, as if looking for Benjamin's position. However, the Benjamin at that time had already stealthily moved far away. Through water particle detection spell, he maintained a distance of around 10 or more meters from the priests, quietly watching these 3 people as they searched nearby. But there were various obstacles within the forest constantly, so the 3 priests still couldn't find Benjamin's position. The puzzlement on their faces grew heavier and heavier. Just like this, after searching for more than 10 or more minutes, the 3 priests rested their footsteps and discussed for a while. As if they had assumed that Benjamin escaped, they shook their heads, and gave up on tracking. As for the huge holy light barrier shielding them by the side, it was also dissolved by a wave of their hand. Benjamin had been waiting for this chance. The moment the huge holy light barrier disappeared, the ice arrows he spent 10 or more minutes storing in the space of consciousness was once again released. The whole scenario was just as it was at the beginning. Densely packed ice arrows struck these priests, who thought Benjamin had escaped, until they were bewildered. "What's going on? He hasn't left. This bastard! This can't go on. If this continues, the crosses on us will be used up." There was nothing the priests could do. The sudden appearance of the shower of ice arrows depleted yet another bunch of their crosses of protection. Apart from releasing their spiritual energy to continue their search for Benjamin, who was releasing frozen arrows, there really wasn't any other way. But, Benjamin hid so well, how could he let them find him? Powerless, one of the priests could only chant and summon a reinforced giant holy light barrier once again to prevent their crosses of protection from being destroyed. However, the moment the barrier appeared, the shower of ice arrows, which were just everywhere, disappeared too without a shadow of trace, as if this was all agreed on beforehand. Immediately, only the 3 dazed priests were left in the forest. They stood inside the huge holy light barrier, and looked at each other, their faces wearing expressions of rage and powerlessness. They didn't have a clue on what to do next. "This idea is truly deplorable," the system couldn't help but sigh out. "Look at you, one day God will send down a bolt of lightning, striking you dead in an instant." Chapter 187, Counterattacking and Being Counterattacked. The priests dazedly hid in the barrier for a while. Then they suddenly made up their minds and began a frenzied search of the entire forest for Benjamin. Unfortunately, every one of their movements was observed by Benjamin using the water particle detection spell. And because of that, they didn't have any success in finding Benjamin at all, and instead alarmed many of the magical beasts in the forest. Some innocent squirrels and raccoons suffered because of that. They were reduced to ashes by the fury the priests took out on the environment. About half an hour later, the expressions on the priests' faces were close to despair. Everyone was red-faced, one of them even looked like he was ready to cry. They scanned the surrounding forests with angrily, like their emotions were piled up to a certain extreme. They suddenly turned around in unison, no longer looking around, and instead headed towards one direction without even a turn of their heads. Seeing this, Benjamin couldn't help being a little surprised. But quickly, he reacted. Unquestionably, this game of cats and mouse had exceeded the patience of the 3 priests. Their mental state had collapsed and they had lost even their desire to kill, deciding to give up on searching and not play Benjamin's game anymore. Thinking of leaving? Benjamin hid in the bushes and secretly shook his head. He had already followed them for so long, fought such a long battle of attrition, finally broken down their mental states. How could he let these 3 people go just like that? So, while continuously storing up ice chunks in the space of consciousness, Benjamin stealthily followed up with them. Maybe they were pissed off to the point they couldn't deal with anymore, but the three priests actually walked out at a pretty fast speed. Benjamin equally needed to quicken his pace just to keep up. When the distance between them reached approximately 15 meters, Benjamin felt that the time was about right. He prepared to attack. He first brought out the gun model and made his preparations. Then, he immediately assembled the ice chunks that he had continuously been storing in the space of consciousness just now into a large sword of ice, brought it into reality and prepared to use it to break through the opponent's barrier with one strike. However, it was also at this moment the three priests who were speedily walking, suddenly stopped in their steps, and turned around. They tore apart their disguise and the rage in their expression disappeared, turning into confident indifference. Their gazes were peculiarly steady, coldly thrown at the tree where Benjamin was hiding. Those eyes, it was as if they had discovered Benjamin's position much earlier. Observing this scene through his water particle detection spell, Benjamin's heart sank with a thump instantly. Oh shit! With no time to react, he could only rely on his instinct for danger. He crouched down and rolled rather sloppily to the right as fast as he could. At the same time, he felt a breeze of cold air to his left which stuck to his face and gave him a cut. Benjamin broke into a cold sweat. At the same time the priests turned around, a sword formed by holy light appeared extremely suddenly on the top of Benjamin's head. The blade showed no signs of stopping, like a bolt of white lightning, and cut downwards the moment it appeared. If Benjamin didn't detect that something wasn't right in time and roll towards the side, he would probably end up like the pig earlier by now, sliced into two halves by the shining sword edge. What just happened? Could it be that the three priests had already discovered him? Thinking back on all that he had experienced just now, Benjamin immediately realized that he fell into their trap. It didn't matter how the opponents found out, judging from their earlier expressions, they had known for very long. The previous rage and helplessness were all an act by this fucking group of priests. They acted out the scene of their mental state collapsing just so Benjamin would reveal himself and they could lash out a counter-attack. He was too careless. Looking at the ground on his left side which was slashed so hard that a deep ditch had formed, Benjamin couldn't help but be scared. If he didn't see the opponent's expressions using his water particle detection spell, Benjamin would be more dead than dead. He thought he was already sneaky enough, but who'd have thought, this group of people were sneakier than him. That was too close. These people, how did they discover him? Benjamin snapped back to reality, his heart still pounding when he thought of the incident. The priests seemed to be equally as surprised by the fact that Benjamin was still alive. However, they snatched the opportunity first. After their initial surprise, they immediately began to chant the spell again. Once again, a blade of light formed from holy light appeared and floated above the top of Benjamin's head. Luckily, Benjamin was prepared this time, summoning the large sword of ice which he initially planned to use for breaking the opponent's shield, and used it to protect the top of his head. Ding! As if between clash of real swords, a sharp noise rang out. The blade of light clashed with the large sword of ice. With a burst of holy light, the blade of light disappeared, signifying Benjamin's success at blocking the attack. Benjamin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no matter how sly they were, the three of them weren't very strong in terms of physical skills, their attacks could still be parried by Benjamin. If this weren't the case then he would really have been screwed in this situation. Still fine, although he was toyed with for a while, the current situation wasn't so bad that he couldn't fight back. Regaining his balance, he rushed out from behind the tree to face these three priests. His cover was blown earlier on, so staying hidden was now meaningless. He might as well take them head on. On the bright side, for their performance to be more genuine, the priests actually sacrificed quite a few crosses of protection. When Benjamin begins fighting them, he wouldn't be too disadvantaged. However, after rushing out from behind the tree and looking at the behavior of the three priests, he couldn't help but sharply inhale. Fug. He saw the 3 priests standing within the barrier, hands together, all chanting the same spell. In that moment, their spiritual energy seemed to have melded into one, forming a huge net above their heads. Countless holy light flowed and leaped around them, as if they had a life of their own. Then, bolt after bolt of light blades formed in front of them, so densely packed it was like a swarm of wasps who had their nest attacked. So far, there were already 30 or more formed, and the number was still increasing. Seeing this scenario, Benjamin's heart sank even more. Although he didn't know what divine charm this was, whether an intermediate divine charm or high-level divine charm, or a combination charm from the church's experiments, but looking at it aimed at him, Benjamin was clear on one thing: he couldn't let his opponents release this skill. Are you kidding? Looking at their demeanor, this lot wanted to mince him into ground meat. At that moment, Benjamin came to a decision. He took a deep breath, controlled the floating large sword of ice above his head, directed it at the priests, and ruthlessly stabbed at them. Bzz. The large sword struck their barrier. Momentously, a crack appeared on the barrier which had previously looked indestructible. However, just a crack wasn't enough to interrupt his opponent's spell casting. But Benjamin didn't hesitate, and instead hurriedly and relentlessly stabbed at the crack with the large sword. A loud bang was heard again and the crack expanded. However, the barrier was still unshattered. As for the tip of the large sword of ice, it was stuck on the barrier, unable to be pulled out instantly. Seeing that, Benjamin suddenly sneered. He didn't think of a way to withdraw the sword or any ideas along the lines of continuing his attack on the barrier with the sword. It was the opposite. He made up his mind, and in that moment, controlling all the ice condensed into the huge sword, made it explode from within. Boom! Crushed ice flew, akin to shrapnel after detonating a bomb, and scattered everywhere at high speeds. Even Benjamin himself needed to summon a barrier of water balls so that he wouldn't get hurt by the shards. As for the center of the explosion, a dense white mist hid the silhouettes of the 3 priests. At the same time, because of the particle oscillations caused by the explosion, the water particles in that area were messed up and Benjamin's detection spell couldn't work. There was no way he could observe what happened in the icy fog. But, what he could see were that the countless blades of light hovering nearby were disturbed by the fierce particle vibrations and had slowly begun to self-disintegrate. Seeing that, Benjamin's was relieved. The bottom line was that the large sword of ice was also a product he had used close to 100 ice-breaking spells to form. No matter what, an explosion caused by it, even if it couldn't severely injure the priests, could throw them into chaos, unable to cast spells. Not to mention, he had also used the crack in the barrier to stick the sword deeper in. Unquestionably, the explosion at the tip of the sword left some significant damage on the 3 priests. Soon, as the fading of the leftover vibrations from the explosion slowed, the disordered water particles gradually returned to normal. Finally, Benjamin could use water particle detection spell to confirm the conditions of the 3 priests now. He closed both his eyes and began feeling. But just as the image reflected on the water particles entered his mind, bang! A gunfight had started. Benjamin's right hand, which was behind his back, unhesitatingly lifted the gun he was gripping and shot. A bullet penetrated through the icy fog, and within 2 seconds, a dull thud was heard from inside the fog. Momentously, Benjamin felt as though the great weight was lifted off his shoulders. I've counted how many crosses of protection the 3 of you carry all together, it's around 70 in total, isn't it? He opened his eyes and suddenly spoke, a smirk surfaced at the corner of his lips. You guys aren't bad. After such a long battle, I've finally used up only one person's cross. Chapter 188, Ending Oneself's Life. The priests within the ice fog did not react to Benjamin's statement. Soon enough, the ice fog surrounding them gradually faded, revealing the empty spot where they stood at first. The whole ground looked like it was bombarded by something. There were potholes all over the soil and the lush green grass was wiped out. And on this messy vacant land, Two priests who appeared unharmed wore an expression of astonishment as they looked down the other fallen priest. As for that fallen priest, he had already lost his ability to move. Blood poured out from the bullet wound in his heart, flowed past his chest and slowly spilled to the muddy ground. Benjamin squinted his eyes. To a certain extent, the power of the magical instruments these three priests possessed actually surprised him. Despite battling for quite some time, moreover with such a shocking explosion, these seemed to have only injured one of them. And that was what led him to firing his gun. Just a moment before he pulled the trigger, through the dense ice fog, he found that the three priests looked a little flustered, but only one person was injured. The crushed ice from the explosion was blocked by their crosses of protection, but that injured priest's crosses were used up. That was why he was hit by some last few pieces of crushed ice, causing minor injuries. Also, it was these minor injuries on the priest's body which made Benjamin realize that his crosses of protection were exhausted. So, before his opponents could react, Benjamin rushed to use his fastest method of attack, shooting. Losing the protections of magical instruments and divine charms, the priest's body stood as fragile as a piece of paper against his bullet. Thus, the bullet struck square on his heart, and before the two priests at the side had realized what had happened, he fell. Who actually are you? How did you know who we are? One of the priests turned around and looked at Benjamin, shouted in a mixture of sorrow and anger. You're asking me? Benjamin shook his head indifferently, and responded to the question with another question. I was just going to ask how the hell you guys found out where I was. Will you guys tell me? They immediately replied to his question with action. After a short line of familiar incantation, two holy light grenades formed in the two priests' hands. They held the grenades of holy light high, and looking like deities declaring judgment, fired at Benjamin. On the other hand, Benjamin calmly chanted the incantation for an ice-breaking spell, summoned an ice wall and placed it in front of himself as a shield. The two grenades of holy light were blocked entirely. Then, two smaller masses of holy light were deflected back, moved along the path they came from earlier, heading towards the two priests respectively. Probably still in pain and sorrow from their comrade's death, the priests' reactions were a little slow. Only one of them reacted in time and quickly summoned a barrier, blocking the deflected holy light. As for another priest, he could not dodge in time and a cross shattered, helping him block the deflected holy light. Bang! Just when the layer of holy light barrier summoned from the cross disappeared, Benjamin suddenly pulled the trigger, firing once more. A noise so bright and loud like it was drumming dully in people's hearts shook the remaining two priests into a moment of bewilderment. Then, the priest who could not react in time slowly lowered his head while wearing an expression of disbelief. All he saw in that moment was his chest, with an extra, small bullet hole. Blood oozed out in a drip-drip, gradually staining his clothing for disguise in red. Benjamin's second shot fired precisely into the priest's heart, but unfortunately, this time, there was no more cross of protection to save the priest's life. He lifted his head a little feebly and looked at Benjamin, wearing an expression which could not be described as hatred, just a face of disbelief and astonishment. Then, he gently fell on the ground, eyes widened from shock. He was frozen, and still looked somewhat puzzled. Not even 2 minutes had passed, the second priest had also passed away. Benjamin blew away smoke at the muzzle of his gun, looked towards the last priest, suddenly shrugged somewhat helplessly and said, I didn't know that that was his last cross. I just took my chances. I can't believe he actually died. Upon hearing that, the only priest left looked at the corpses of his dead comrades, and then looked at the gun in Benjamin's right hand and a huge water ball in his left which was formed who knew when, and suddenly showed a face of despair. As if he had lost the will to fight, he revoked the barrier he summoned, plucked the remaining 3 crosses and threw them on the ground, and then took a deep breath and shut his eyes. God will punish you, he said in a voice as calm as a dead man. Very well, I too look forward to that day. Benjamin replied, while shaking his head and hurling the water ball he had just summoned. The water ball left his hand and struck the priest, wrapping all parts of the priest in it. Then, under Benjamin's control, a whirlpool began swirling in the water ball, starting a quick wash mode. After washing for about 10 seconds, Benjamin lifted his hand and threw the priest out of the water ball. "Tell me, what is your purpose for appearing in Isar?" asked Benjamin, coldly. "Keep dreaming, I won't tell you even if I die, Benjamin helplessly shook his head, and interrupted his words, controlling the water ball to once again encase the priest. He washed him once more for about 10 or more seconds and then threw him out. "What about now? Still don't want to talk? You monster! Cursed bastard! You will never. Okay, you continue your wash." This same spell was used continuously around more than 10 times. Benjamin was concerned that a long duration of washing would kill the priest, so every wash was kept within 20 seconds. However, although it was kept at that, after 10 or more washes, the priest also began to spout white foam from his mouth. His 2 eyes rolled above, and seemed close to being unconscious. Although he did not really question, but judging from the way the priest looked, Benjamin felt that it was time. So, he held the water ball, allowing it to press on the priest's chest, and performed a simple first aid for drowning. Half a minute later, the priest suddenly coughed up a few mouthfuls of water, and slowly regained consciousness. "Tell me the purpose of your journey, or else I'll throw you in again," said Benjamin. "No. That water, don't throw me in again." The priest seemed to have had his will destroyed by the maniacal flow of water and immediately opened his mouth to beg as such. "What was the purpose for all of you appearing in Isar?" Benjamin saw that and knew that he could not stand it any more. He was a thin line away from spilling everything. So, he repeated his question again. We were heading to capital of Isar. Regina." The priest laid on the ground, gasping for air while speaking. "Heading to Regina?" Benjamin could not help lifting his eyebrows. Why did they need to go around the forests to get to Regina? They would need to spend at least a day more through this route. Was it just because there were not many people here, so it was merely to avoid people's attention? "Continue, what were you guys planning to do there?" Benjamin asked while thinking along those lines. But, after panting out another breath of air, a strange smile suddenly appeared on the priest's face. He widened his eyes like characters in a horror movie, stared at Benjamin and emitted a loud string of laughs, looking entirely distorted. Then, he unexpectedly stopped laughing, his head bent to the side and blood trickled slowly from his nostrils and mouth. He was dead. "You?" Benjamin was startled and immediately approached the priest to examine his condition. Unfortunately, whether it be a breath check or heartbeat hearing, they all could only prove that the priest who was previously alive was now completely dead without a sign of life. What happened? Benjamin could feel strong explosive light particles from the priest's body. And it was because of the sudden chaotic behavior of the light particles, the internal organs of the priest were destroyed and he died peculiarly in such a short moment. After a while of days, Benjamin realized what happened. Chapter 189, A Visit from the Mage Guild. Time almost passed into night when Benjamin finally left the forest. When the last remaining priest committed suicide to secure the secret, there was nothing Benjamin could do. There was no way he could discover the church's plans. He could only keep this incident in his heart, reminding himself to behave more warily in Isar. In fact, the whole process of fighting against the 3 priests completely differed from Benjamin's expectations, and he was not even sure if it was a good difference or a bad difference. When he thought about it, the priests had probably discovered his position the first time he attacked. But at that time, Benjamin's distance was still a little far away, so they pretended that they had not found him, thinking they could lure Benjamin into their trap and thus, wasted half of their crosses of protection. If it was not for the priests wasting their crosses to make their act seem more genuine, Benjamin would probably be faced with many obstacles if he had to go against them without the act, even to the point they might be able to escape. They kind of roped themselves into their own trap. Unfortunately, Benjamin underestimated that last priest's determination. However, even if he did think that he would commit suicide, there was nothing he could do. If a person really wanted to die, there would be a way, and not to mention, with a religion fanatic like him, whether it be self-combustion or tongue-biting or starving to death, it was very hard for Benjamin to stop them. Thus, after he died, Benjamin helplessly shook his head and in the end had to put this matter aside. He crouched down and touched the corpse. No matter how many crosses these priests had detonated, there would be some leftover useful items. Through these 3 priests' divine arts, Benjamin managed to find 7 functioning magical instruments in total, all of which were crosses which could boost spiritual energy, aid the recovery of spiritual energy and others of that sort. He kept these items properly. Even if he would not use them himself, he could distribute them to other mages who would definitely want these. The only regret was that he did not find any strange letters again. After collecting his reward from the battles, Benjamin hastily left that area. The smell of blood had slowly faded and to avoid the added troubles of surrounding attacks by magical beasts, he had better leave first. Furthermore, he had a task at hand. After leaving that area, Benjamin used all his energy on locating the hidden snake. After all, it was a creature with a transparent body, so the search for it would be difficult. But luckily, Benjamin had his water particle detection spell, so the search was less difficult. After spending about 3 hours, walking through a small half of the whole forest, only did he finally discover this mythical magical creature in the hole of a tree trunk. The combat skills of a hidden was not very strong, so Benjamin promptly made a block of ice, froze it inside and then kept it in his own bag. Just like this, there was nothing else to do within the forest. Benjamin turned around and left. Under the quiet night sky, he flew swiftly to the town of Hank, all ready to hand over the item and receive those 2 books from the old man in return. He could read it in bed tonight before sleeping. However, when he was about to arrive at the town of Hank, there came a small sudden incident. Mid-air, he bumped into another mage in his small mage group, Frank. "Sir Benjamin, what a coincidence, I was just heading to the forests to look for you." Benjamin was a little confused, and asked, "Why are you looking for me? What happened in town?" "Don't worry, it's not a big deal." Frank shook his head and replied, "Just that 2 mages suddenly came to the hotel, saying they're people from some mage guild and wanted to meet you for a bit." "Mage guild? Feebom." Benjamin felt this to be a little difficult to understand. Having his whereabout located by the mage guild was not anything odd. But why were they looking for Benjamin? Could it be that the queen wished to forcefully recruit them? There should not be such need since they had already left the military long ago, and just 2 mages could not possibly force it upon them. As he thought about the old man's description of the Mage Guild and the secrets of the Mage Guild which were spoken about by the young stranger, Benjamin felt things were even weirder. But they were here in person already, he could not decline to meeting them. So, Benjamin nodded his head and said, "Sure, I'll see them right away." In fact, he was also a little curious. How would the attitude of one from such a big organization within the land of Isur, the Mage Guild, be like? Thinking along those lines, Benjamin and Frank flew back to the town of Hank together. However, unexpectedly, even before they stepped foot into the front door of the hotel, they could already see quite a number of people surrounding the entrance of the hotel. Various cacophonous sounds were heard, as if there was some interesting drama worth watching going on. Confused, the two approached for a closer look, and discovered as result that there were quite some familiar faces in the crowd. Boss Lady, Varus, Augustine. The mages who escaped from Crewtown were all squeezed into this crowd. There was an empty space, surrounded, inside the gem-packed crowd. 2 people stood in that space, one was a mage in the small mage team, Joanna, and another one was an unfamiliar face. Benjamin could not help lifting his brows at this scene. What's going on? Upon witnessing this, Frank too wore a face of puzzlement as he shook his head, and said, "I don't know. Everything was still fine when I left. Why did everyone run out here all of a sudden? Benjamin had no way about it, so he pushed through the crowd and walked in. He walked to the space in the middle of the crowd, to Joanna's side, patted her on her shoulder, and asked, "What's all this? What happened?" Joanna turned around with some delight and surprise. "Teacher Benjamin, you're finally back." Benjamin nodded without an understanding of what was happening. What the hell? Could someone explain to him what exactly was the situation? At the same time, the stranger standing on the opposite side of the clearing heard that and directed his gaze at Benjamin, displaying an expression of surprise. "You are the master Benjamin?" he asked. Benjamin nodded but was even more confused now. "Can someone tell me, what exactly is going on right now?" He looked around. Except for the mages in the team, there were a lot of pedestrians, all of them staring at him curiously, making him a little speechless. Finally, Joanna responded. Her expression became somewhat awkward as she explained everything softly to Benjamin. It appeared that the stranger standing opposite her was the mage from the Mage Guild. He and another one said they were here to meet Benjamin, but Benjamin was not present, so they had to wait in the hotel. But they ended up striking up a conversation with other mages. Having just escaped from the kingdom, the mages were still very curious about the outside world. As the conversation progressed, somehow, they spoke of the difference between the magic on both sides. Immediately, the mages became more curious and felt a little competitive. Coincidentally, the two mages from the Mage Guild were adventurous mages. So, they were invited to the entrance of the hotel to compare notes and to see if magic beyond the kingdom had developed to an unimaginable standard. That explained the scene before Benjamin. After hearing the whole story, Benjamin felt that there was nothing he could do about it. But it was still fine as the atmosphere seemed quite amiable. He predicted it would just be a spontaneous exchange of combat abilities, quite useful for the mages within the team as well. So, after some thought, he did not express an opposition. "All right. Then, all the best to you, fight well, don't embarrass us." Benjamin did not expect anything of the sparring outcome. He was very clear on the extent of the abilities of his lot of mages. They had not even touched on meditation skill for very long, how could they think of becoming a proper opponent for someone educated by the Mage Guild? Just take it as training. But Chapter 190, Go, he's asking for it. The uttered words surged the surrounding crowd's interest, the other 20 and more mages excitedly nodded in agreement. As for the opponent on the other side of the clearing, his eyes too lit up and looked towards Benjamin with eagerness. Benjamin was left no choice. He should have seen this coming. After battling for so many times today, with the magical beast and the priests, he felt a little tired. The depletion of spiritual energy was not as simple as recovering mana by having a little rest after usage. Spiritual energy could only recover slowly, and especially after consecutive fights, it would recover even slower. FEENV.com. But, with the way things were, it did not feel right for him to reject. So, who is this acquaintance? After thinking for a bit, he turned and looked at the mage from the Mage Guild on the other side of the clearing. "My name is Richard. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Benjamin." He nodded and said, "This request is indeed a little rude, but I am very curious about the standards of magic in the kingdom too. Would this request offend you?" Benjamin raised his eyebrows with some surprise. Due to the old man's earlier introductions about their acts of monopoly, his impression of the Mage Guild was not very good. Unexpectedly, the mage in front of him seemed to have no attitude of arrogance whatsoever and was very polite instead. However, probably because of his politeness, Benjamin was in less of a position to refuse. "If that's the case, let's duel for a bit," he said, nodding. While speaking, he scanned his surroundings again. Apart from mages, there were some curious pedestrians in the spectating crowd. But there were not too many people who were spectating. Many people took a glance and left. Probably within the boundaries of Isar, dueling mages were not anything special or rare. Unfortunately, he could not trace the old man. Benjamin placed his bag full of bounty down while thinking, and gave it to a mage at the side. He moved his sore shoulder a little, adjusted himself and was prepared for a fight. I heard that you, sir, had just returned from the forest of the dark magic beast. Your spiritual energy must have greatly depleted. This Richard from the Mage Guild seemed to be too sympathetic. If we fight like this, it feels unfair. But Benjamin shook his head, and said, it's just a casual duel, it'll be fine. Although he was not sure of his opponent's capability, but he was quite confident in his own ability. Besides, it was not some life or death battle. He did not have to take it so seriously. Sadly, Richard shook his head instead and said, how about this, for the sake of fairness, we don't use magic above low-level magic, only beginner and low-level magic. These spells don't require much spiritual energy, so even if you, sir, have had experienced a few battles prior, there wouldn't be much effect. Hearing that, an odd expression suddenly drifted across Benjamin's face. For real? The group of mages who escaped the kingdom within the spectating crowd also looked at one another with peculiar gazes. Some even placed their hand over their mouth, as if not wanting other people to see their funny faces while trying to hold in laughter. The other people who saw this reaction were naturally even more confused. Go, he's asking for it. The system popped up too, and shouted excitedly. On the other hand, Benjamin felt there was nothing to be excited over. It was just a small duel, even if he won, it would just make him look slightly better, there was no substantive benefit. Did the system need to get excited to that extent? But, speaking of benefits, are you sure you want to duel like this? Asked Benjamin courteously, while still in thought. Richard nodded, and confidently replied, Mr. Benjamin, I would like to ask you to not look down on me. My basics are pretty good and I'm usually called the Encyclopedia of Basic Magic within the guild. Proposing such a requirement wasn't just consideration for you, but also advantageous to me. An encyclopedia of basic magic? If that's the case. For some reason, Benjamin suddenly felt like laughing. Well, since we want to duel, why don't we bet on something? He could not help a crafty smile creeping on his face, and continued speaking normally, it doesn't matter who wins or loses fighting like this. Seems a little meaningless. However, hearing that, the opponent looked as if that was just what he wanted instead. Coincidentally, we visited you in hopes of inviting you, sir, to Regina, to participate once in our guild activities. His tone of slight glee made it seem like it was Benjamin instead who was rounded into a trap. It was as if he was baiting Benjamin. If I win, I don't want much. I just need Sir Benjamin to accept the invitation, and head to the capital in time. Hearing all this up to this point suddenly gave Benjamin a bad feeling. Invitation. This was the reason the Mage Guild sent people to find him specifically? For some reason, he felt the whole world was running to the capital of Isar. The three priests with hidden identities were running there for unknown reasons. And now, the people of the Mage Guild specifically came here and wanted to whisk Benjamin away to the capital. What kind of situation was this? This type of feeling, like something was going to happen. When Benjamin thought about it, he was suddenly a little glad that he made such a bet. Fortunately he placed this bet. With this bet, Benjamin believed that he was all set. If there was someone who pushed the level of magic below low level, he believed that even having the Pope as an opponent would be a piece of cake. So, he still nodded, and replied, no problem. But, if I win, why don't you give me a bottle of magic potion? As for the type, it's up to you. I believe in your character, that you'll definitely place a bet of equivalent value. Richard did not disagree. He took out a very small glass bottle which held an odd red liquid. Carefully holding it, he showed it to Benjamin. Benjamin felt a little confused. So this was a magic potion? Through water particle detection spell, he did not feel any extraordinary particle oscillation in the bottle. However, he did not know about these things, and judging from Richard's care in handling it, it was probably a pretty good item. This is the famous short-term magical ability boost tonic. After drinking it, the mage will exponentially increase his powers within a length of time. It is a highly precious elixir. Richard introduced the bottle carefully. It took me quite some troubles to obtain it, and now to use it as a bet, it qualifies, right? Benjamin nodded. No objections. Thus, the betting was placed accordingly. The spectating crowd took a few steps backward to make them more space. At the same time, they backed up respectively, smiled and nodded meaningfully. Their preparations were done, the duel could begin. Thus, along with low mutters of chanting, Richard quickly used a chain of fireballs. Then, 10 giant fireballs gathered above Richard's head, looking like 10 flaming bright miniature suns under the dark night sky, and brought waves of cheers and gasps from the audience. So powerful! Summoning 10 fireballs which form a chain all at once. How did he master this? Exclaimed Frank from among the team of mages. That's nothing. It's because we haven't meditated long enough. I'm sure we would be able to use this skill too if we meditate long enough. Chapter 191, Questioning His Life. Looking at the bursts of fireball that he summoned, Richard could not help but feel proud of himself. As the most widely used low-level magic with high attack power, bursts of fireball was the magic that almost any mage has to be equipped with. But even so, it was not like anyone could use it well. The gathering and transferring of fire particles, the minute control of spiritual energy during the process of casting the spell, as a whole, even though it was simply a low-level magic, it required a lot of learning to cast it well. It was not easy to be able to cast this spell and even summon 10 powerful fireballs at once in a short amount of time. He strongly believed that not many people in the whole of Isar could achieve this. Maybe some who learned intermediate and even high-level magic could release powerful attacks. But simply by performing a powerful low-level magic, Richard successfully made himself famous in the Mage Guild and caught the attention of some people of high status. In the Mage Guild, this was a rather impressive thing to do. Therefore, when the guild master of the Mage Guild looked for him and wanted him and another mage to invite this guy named Benjamin to the capital city, he was in doubt. Was a magician who ran away from a village somewhere so important? Although he never had much chance to fight with those from the church before, Richard still thought that he could run away using his own strength too if he was ever thrown into the Kingdom of Helius. So from the beginning, he already thought about giving it a go with this guy. He felt that if he could easily defeat this Benjamin, wouldn't the guild master pay more attention to him once the guild master got a hold of this news? Wouldn't the guild give him more resources as well? With these thoughts, he arrived in the town of Hank. He deliberately guided the other mages to this topic when he chatted with them. As expected, those mages have never seen much in life, so it was easy for him to trigger their desire to fight. Those mages also wanted to fight him in order to learn. In order to wait for this Benjamin to be back, he used many different kinds of excuses to delay the time. Luckily, everything was going smoothly just as he had planned. At last, the leader of those exiled mages, the mage who was given extra attention by the guild master, stood before him. To be honest, when he first saw Benjamin, his heart was filled with disdain, although he did not show it on his face. How old was this guy? Even though Richard was not a good judge of people, who knows what kind of luck did this kid who looked not past 20 years old have that he became a mage, brought a bunch of half-baked mages to run away from Kingdom of Helius by luck, and as a result, earned the respect of the guild master. Richard could not agree to this. It was just a gateway. Was breaking in that difficult? Why would everybody else see this event as if it was something so impressive? What that Brad could do, he could do it as well. He had to prove this fact to everyone else. Actually, the condition that he brought up before they began the fight was a small strategy he thought of long ago. Even though he was really confident with his own skills, he was not one to do things rashly. He despised this mage who ran from the kingdom. That was true. But being able to catch the attention of the guild master, surely he would have something that he excelled in. Thus he wanted to make sure he had a 100% chance of winning this duel. From the abundance of combat experiences that he has, he knew that to defeat an opponent, he had to create favorable conditions. This was so that he could maximize his strength to the limit and force the opponent to fight with their weakest points. He came up with a plan. The powerful application of the low-level magic was his forte. As for the opponent, the magic in Kingdom of Helius was less systematic. Maybe his opponent was really talented and knew some unofficial yet powerful magic, but surely he would not be that good with the basics. Using the excuses that the opponent has just returned from the forest of dark magic, he created a dueling condition whereby both of them were only allowed to use beginner-level or low-level magic. He could show that he was a generous and understanding person and at the same time, increase his chances of winning. What an intelligent move to make! This was why when Benjamin mentioned this wager, he would agree to it without thinking much. Just wager all you want. If it was only performing low-level magic, how could this kid win against him? Do not tell him that this guy would be able to kick his ass by only performing the water ball spell? That was ridiculous. If he was not absolutely sure that he could win, he would not have taken his utmost precious magic potion to wager on this. Of course, he needed to have confidence in himself, but he would also need to take note not to take his opponent lightly. He knew what ends a mage who took his opponent lightly would meet. Thus, as the duel began, he gave it his best shot. 10 bursts of fireball. He would like to see how this kid could block his attacks. Sir, be careful. If you cannot block it, I can stop right away. As he was thinking in that way, at the same time, Richard told Benjamin in a caring voice. However, he was really perplexed at Benjamin's reaction. Benjamin did not react at all to his words. Moreover, whilst facing the fireball falling just like a cluster of shooting stars, Benjamin simply opened his mouth and chanted an extremely short spell. Richard recognized this spell. It was Pillar of Steam. What? At that moment, he felt like things were going in an unexpected direction. He did not hear it wrongly, right? What was this guy playing at? Was he shocked? He intended to use a beginner-level magic to block the bursts of fireball? In addition, it was a beginner-level magic that was usually labeled as useless. In fact, even though the spell Pillar of Steam was listed as an attack-type magic, its attacking power was simply too small. Steam that was scorching hot sounded impressive, but it was impossible for it to break through even the thinnest magic shield. Even for normal people, it could not even burn them to death even if it was performed for a whole day once they wore accessories that had magic effect added to it. It was even more impossible for the mage. This was why even Richard was hesitating. What if he killed Benjamin by chance? However, just as this magic was fully released, the scenes that came afterwards completely overwhelmed him. In fact, he only felt a slight magic oscillation. He did not even feel the gathering of the water particles. However, as Benjamin stretched out his hands, the 10 fireballs that were falling at great speed slowed down as if it was held by something. Its speed decreased and decreased. Until finally, they simply stopped in midair. No matter how much Richard controlled them, they could not advance forward any further. He felt breezes of hot air passing through the fireballs. He knew very clearly that it was the steam that leaked out of the Pillar of Steam when the magic was countering the bursts of fireball. But, why would the Pillar of Steam be able to block the bursts of fireball? What did he just see? In that moment, Richard felt as if the world he had known for 20 or more years was completely destroyed at this instant. What the heck? It was not like he could not perform Pillar of Steam. There was also a time when he practiced extremely hard for it. This magic had little power, was hard to control and had little practicality. Its potential was limited as well. Its only advantages would be that the amount of spiritual energy used was small and that it could utilize the water magic to imitate the effect of wind magic. See, he really knew this magic well. But whose pillar of steam could be used in such a way? He was completely stunned by this. Brother, are you sure this was pillar of steam instead of some freaking spells like windstorm spell? Didn't we agree to use only low-level magic? You used an intermediate spell right after our duel began. What is the meaning of this? As a person, we should not be too shameless, right? Again Richard transferred his spiritual energy and tried to control them, but the 10 fireballs were still suspended in midair, vibrating. Richard even began to doubt whether he had a fake life for so many years. The bursts of fireball that he had practiced so hard for years was easily broken through by this guy's beginner-level useless magic. How could he continue this way? No, he must be hallucinating. If this event where his bursts of fireball was blocked by pillar of steam was told to the others, how could he still go on and about in the Mage Guild? Moreover, no one would believe such things. What kind of joke was this? Useless magic was useless magic. It could not have such power. No one would believe in this. At that moment, he even began to believe that he was hallucinating. However, right at this moment, he suddenly heard Benjamin's voice. Such powerful bursts of fireball. Being able to stay lit without disappearing in the pillar of steam for so long. Sir Richard, you really did well with your basics. It is truly impressive. Other than wanting to die, Richard had no other thoughts. What did this guy just say? Why? Why would this guy speak of such an abnormal thing in such a straight face? The bursts of fireball withstanding the pillar of steam for so long was impressive? Was this guy complimenting him? But why would Richard feel like he wanted to cough blood after hearing those words? Wait, was he speaking the lingua franca of this land? Why did Richard know every word in this sentence, yet understand none of them when linked together? At that instant, Richard felt as if he was falling apart. The reason he was still standing was truly thanks to the strength of his mind and his undefeated determination. Such heart-wrenching reasons. However, little did he know that the thing that would make him fall apart even more had yet to come. In the wild flow of the water vapor, the 10 fireballs that were suspended suddenly moved. Immediately, Richard thought that the effect of his opponent's magic had passed. His bursts of fireball were no longer blocked. He almost jumped in delight. But soon, he realized that the fireballs were not moving according to his will. He only saw that the fireballs were sometimes moving upwards or downwards. They would exchange their positions to form an orderly formation. They were just like the dance team that gave a performance in the theater, dedicating a special performance to the citizens of town of Hank. Wow! These fireballs are so lively. They fly even neater than the birds in the sky. What kind of magic is this? It looks amazing. Wasn't this a fight? Why did they start to dance? Hey, that mage over there, can you use fireball spell? Last time, I saw the masters from other mage guild performing this. It wasn't like this though. Many complicated voices rushed into his ears. Richard's face was deadly grey. Even at this moment, he had not given up the control of the bursts of fireball, but his movements was completely in vain. The fireballs were surrounded by the wild steam flows and were completely out of his control. Being able to keep them in flames was already an impressive thing to do. But he did not want the fireballs to extinguish. It was as if the 10 fireballs that were played like a toy by his opponent in midair were his pride as a mage. If the flames died out, it would mean that his confidence was utterly crushed. Unfortunately, he still underestimated the blow against his confidence from this duel. After the fireballs danced a while in midair, Benjamin, who stood right in front of him, spoke to him a few words again. His sincere manner also made Richard desperate for a hole to climb in. Chapter 192, The Difficulty of Getting Out of the Country. In fact, Benjamin did not mean to spite his opponent with his words. He did not care as much about a simple duel. Moreover, his opponent was so eager to give him things. It would be uncourteous of him to spite his opponent in return. He was also unclear of Richard's motives behind this duel. So he merely thought that this was a friendly duel requested by a rather combative mage. Therefore, he also responded in a similar way. In addition to that, he was wholeheartedly complimenting his opponent's strength. This magic pillar of steam was almost used by Benjamin as wind magic, but its true nature was still water magic. It posed a certain amount of restraint on fire magic. But in this case, the flames of the fireballs still did not die out even with this immense flow of steam. This was truly a difficult thing to do. And this made Benjamin's impression of him change. A normal mage might be able to do well with low-level magic, but because of the existence of the triangular runes, Benjamin only knew 3 beginner-level magic spells. And the sole thing that he should do was to keep studying these magic spells and find out the inconceivable potential in which they possessed. This was so that they would possess the destroying power of the forbidden spell in the end. Therefore, looking from another perspective, Benjamin was basically invincible in the area of low-level magic. This Richard from the Magic Guild, in fact, came to Benjamin by himself. Upon seeing the fireballs that were moved all over the place by pillar of steam, Benjamin spoke again after some thought. He asked Richard, "Do you want to continue? If you have a more impressive magic, please do not hesitate to use it." Richard did not reply. Upon seeing this, Benjamin frowned, questioning. Why didn't he reply? The bursts of fireballs had been blocked. If Richard intended to continue the duel, then he should proceed with his next attack. If he thought that there was no chance of winning, then just admit that it was his loss. What was the meaning of him, looking blank, over there? For no reason at all, he thought Richard looked rather pale. "Sir Richard? Are you fine? Are you feeling unwell? If it is inconvenient for you, then we could temporarily discontinue our duel." He said it in a friendly manner. The strange thing was Richard's face darkened even more when he said this. With his legs shivering, he was barely standing. It was as if he would faint in the next second. Benjamin felt even weirder. What was this about? Wasn't he fine when he casted the spell? Why would he become this way all of a sudden? Those who were watching the whole scene by the side were also confused. They discussed it heatedly at that moment. There were mages who thought that maybe Richard spent too much spiritual energy on this spell. They thought that he forced himself in casting the bursts of fireball, so he was barely holding up now. Probably. No one could understand how much Richard was falling apart on the inside at this moment. Just like this, the whole situation became awkward for a moment. Since his opponent had no reaction at all, Benjamin could do anything. After giving it some thought, he chanted the water ball spell and summoned a gigantic water ball that headed straight for Richard's head. Since his opponent did not admit defeat, then that meant that they were still in the middle of a duel. Why not just try to attack Richard and see if he would have any reaction? They could not just stay like this forever. The gigantic water ball flew at a steady speed towards him under everybody's gaze. Splash! Richard did not give any reaction. He did not put up a barrier magic, neither did he have any intent to dodge it. A water ball that has not been compressed has a rather weak attacking power, but since it was quite large, Richard still toppled over when the water ball hit him. Covered in water, Richard struggled a bit and then stopped moving. Even the bursts of fireball that were blocked by pillar of steam had burnt off suddenly at this moment. What happened? Benjamin was stunned by this situation. He did not hit him very hard. Why did he faint? Could it be that his strength has increased again? Any water ball he summoned could easily hit his opponent unconscious? In addition to that, what should he do now? This was his win, right? Should he just walk to him and take his reward directly? It did not seem like a nice thing to do when everyone was watching him. When Benjamin was feeling a little troubled, a stranger approached them from the crowd. He went to Richard and began checking his condition, frowning. Richard? Richard. He wanted to wake Richard up, but even after he shook him for half a minute, Richard still had no indication of waking up. Therefore, at last, he could only stand up and give an awkward smile to Benjamin. Sir Benjamin, I am terribly sorry. After thinking, he took the magic potion from Richard and handed it to Benjamin. It is your win. Please take your reward. Benjamin took the little bottle in his hand and slowly looked at it. Even though he did not understand how his opponent could be knocked out unconscious by his slow water ball. But, the result remained the same. He gained what he wanted, so he would not dwell on the small details. The magic potion did not seem to be special. After close inspection, he saw that the volume of red liquid in the bottle was really little. Benjamin did not find anything special to it, so he kept the magic potion, turned around and prepared to leave. The spectators saw that the duel had finished and decided that there was nothing more to see, so they left instead of stopping at the door of this hotel. However, the stranger among the crowd once again called Benjamin. Sir Benjamin, please do not be so quick to leave. He spoke in a rather embarrassed tone. Richard and I are mages from the Mage Guild who came to invite you. Even though Richard used this opportunity to wager a duel and he lost. But, we still hope that you would be able to come to Regina. This is a special request by our guild master. Believe me, you will not regret this trip. Upon hearing this, Benjamin frowned and turned around. Thanks so for your passionate invitation, but we have no intention of joining the Mage Guild. So I presume that we will have to let your guild master down. He replied this way. No. Guildmaster did not mean that. That person looked around, then said in a small voice, Lord Benjamin, some things ought not to be said in this place. May we change the location? Oh? Benjamin was a little surprised at that. These words. It would seem that the objective of these two coming here was not any simple matter. After giving it some thought, he nodded and agreed to talk things through in private. Following the scattering of the crowd, the mages also went back to the room they rented in the hotel to rest. Richard still has not woken up, and so he was brought into the hotel to rest by his companions. After that, Benjamin followed that mage and went into a private room. They closed the door and began to talk. Just when Benjamin thought that the other person was going to speak of their true objective, that person changed the topic abruptly and talked about another subject. Sir Benjamin, please call me Hawk. He showed a courteous smile and asked rather abruptly, judging from your situation, you won't be staying long in Isar, right? Benjamin did not say anything. He simply nodded. Well, he would like to see what this person was playing at. If this is the case, I think you must go to Regina at once. Hawk said this eloquently. Her Majesty the Queen temporarily banned the people within Isar from going out of the country before the war began for the sake of their safety. Unless you have a document officially signed by the officials, you cannot leave Isar. Upon hearing this, Benjamin thought a little and said, but we don't actually have to go to Regina. Since we don't have the church at our tails, we could stay in this small village by the border for a few more days. We will leave only when Her Majesty the Queen has removed the ban. Chapter 193, Study of Magic Potion. 3 years? Benjamin suddenly felt like his head hurt. They definitely did not want to stay within the border of Isar too long. The Queen was acting as if she intended to forcefully recruit them. Despite how polite and respectful the Mage Guild treated him now, it would be hard to judge what would happen in the future. Moreover, the whole situation in Isar seemed a bit strange. So, he would rather not stay in this place for long. Things became tricky once again. Stop messing around with me. Whether it was Her Majesty the Queen or the ban. What are your intentions? Just be straightforward to me. He shot the question after giving some thought. Hawk then flashed a smile upon hearing this and said, that's right. Getting out of the Isar now presents difficulty. But, our guild master has the authorization to sign the document needed to leave this country. Now that Her Majesty the Queen has not returned to the capital city, signing the document for you guys won't be difficult. But, if Her Majesty the Queen return, even if I don't mention what will happen, I am sure you would understand what I meant. Benjamin took a deep breath and said, so, in the end, your objective is wanting me to take a trip to Regina. Hawk simply smiled without saying anything and nodded. However, the purposeful smile on his face became stiff very quickly because Benjamin also flashed him the exact same smile. Then, he shook his head firmly. From what I know, the border between Isa and the two other countries had no mountains or dangerous places. There is only a fortification line made up of the armies. We will only need to pick a time and location unknown to all of you to fly over the line. There is no way you will be able to stop us. At that moment, Hawk's smile was a little stiff. This is not very nice. What is wrong with doing that? We had broken through the Crusader Gateway before. We can easily fly over this fortification line of yours. Benjamin smiled as he answered. As if he had been stunned by Benjamin's forthright statement, Hawk was silent for a long time. He could not find a better reasoning to convince Benjamin. Sir, your action will cause the relationship between you and us to go sour. For your future, this would put you at a disadvantage. This is not a very good idea. Benjamin's reply was really cold. Oh. At last, Hawk lost the argument and gave up trying to convince Benjamin. He could only helplessly turn around and, to Benjamin's delight, left the room. Right after Hawk left, Benjamin immediately gathered the 20 and more mages to have a small, secretive meeting. During the meeting, he told everyone else to leave Isa as soon as possible and head for Ferelden. Everyone had various reactions, but no one disagreed with this plan as well. Thus, they had decided to go on with this plan. He also emphasized that everyone should be on alert at all times. They should not go out very often as there might be trouble happening in Isa soon. He had no choice. He was afraid that if the Mage Guild was not convinced of his words, they would employ extreme methods like kidnapping one of them. They might forcefully kidnap Benjamin and bring him to Regina. If this would truly happen, he really had no solution to this. After all these events, it was already getting late. Benjamin originally intended to look for the old man to trade the latter's 2 books with the magic beast materials. However, the old man's store was already closed. So Benjamin could only return to his room and rest. After meditating for a while, he fell asleep. The next morning after he woke up, he came to that store named Moore's Magic Store and successfully traded the books Introduction to Magic Potion and Probability of Magic with the old man. When he was exchanging the items, the old man's expression remained as impatient as ever. The old man did not comment on the duel between Benjamin and the Mage Guild that happened yesterday. It was as if he had no idea such an event took place. Thus, Benjamin did not speak much of it. He took the books, then returned to the hotel. He sat in bed. Whilst looking at the books, he could not help but exclaim that knowledge was not easily attained. After thinking for a bit, he first flipped open the book Introduction to Magic Potion. Benjamin understood quite a lot about magic. Exchanging the book Probability of Magic was only for the purpose of learning the different magic theory learned abroad. He would like to see if there was anything for him to absorb and learn from. Thus, in comparison, this whole new study of magic potion was much more appealing to him. Thus, he could not wait to begin reading this book. What he did not expect was that the first sentence in this book shocked him quite a bit. Magic potion is superior to magic. Upon seeing this sentence, Benjamin disagreed a little with this statement. To him, magic potion was just another branch of skills for a mage. It had a distinctive difference in its nature as compared to magic. Magic was the key to the reason why a mage was called a mage. Instead, magic potion was only magic potion. This was probably a displeased statement made by a certain potion mage who was not good at magic. Of course, even if he did not agree with this statement, Benjamin still went on reading it. In the next part, the content of the book explained this theory in a more detailed way. Magic is not something innately possessed by any human. Instead, it is a skill developed through the imitation of magic beast in the long duration of the fight between human and magic beast. The final objective of magic is to allow human to possess the strength that magic beast has. However, unfortunately, learning magic requires a great deal of talent. Not everyone can possess such an inconceivable strength. Therefore, magic has a large limitation placed on it. I see, was this how mages abroad perceive magic? Although was Benjamin more inclined to believe that magic was an innate ability instead of imitation, what was written in the book had been passed down many years ago. Perhaps magic really began from imitating magic beasts, since it was truly hard to examine the credibility of this statement. In short, this theory was still much better than those theories that said magic is the power of devil or magic is the power left behind by Cain. But obviously, the last sentence of this paragraph was used to foreshadow the introduction to magic potion. But magic potion is different. From its nature, magic potion is the complete duplication and imitation of the power of the magic beast. We can make a human being possess an ability of not fearing flames in a short amount of time by collecting the blood of fire python and making it into magic potion. This is something magic cannot achieve. For a human to possess the ability of magic beast, magic can only do little in this sense. It simply stops at the stage of imitating. And magic potion can do much more. By directly taking the flesh and blood of magic beast and extract the energy from within, the magic potion can be given to any normal human beings. This is the greatness of magic potion. Therefore, from this point of view, magic potion is superior to magic. Upon reading this, Benjamin finally understood where that previous declaration came from. Well, this could not be helped. The most basic worldview in this book was already so different, the understanding that evolved from this view would also be very different. Judging from the author's point of view, it would not be surprising that the book would share that would be an extreme view. But undoubtedly, Benjamin would not agree to this view. He could accept that magic potion was the human's plunder of the magic beast. But from his perspective, magic was definitely not a human's simple imitation of the power of magic beast. Magic was a talent, a desire, just like eating and drinking. It was the most innate ability of the human. Those who possess a talent for magic sometimes could freely feel the summoning of the particles without even the need to practice. How could being able to summon a weak flame on his palm get related to the magic beast? The existence of magic beast might increase the growth and development of magic, but using the power of magic beast to describe magic was rather narrow-minded. When he thought about this, Benjamin shook his head. For some reason, he who was really excited to learn about the study of magic potion suddenly lost his passion at this moment. However, since he already had the book, he still patiently spent approximately more than 2 hours to finish this book. The latter parts of the book talked about the basics of making magic potion and some formulas for some simple magic potion. It also slightly talked about the right line of thought in making magic potion. It encouraged the people learning the study of magic potion to be creative in order to create their very own original formulas. Due to differences of views, Benjamin did not dare to agree on the theoretical part of the book. But the examples of magic potion that were introduced in this book were still new and interesting to Benjamin. Like magic ability increasing potion, spiritual energy recovery potion, agility strengthening potion. These were the normal magic potion, but, of course, there were also strange ones. Like what the book had mentioned, there was a magic potion that could greatly enhance the sexual performance of a person. Doing it 7 times a night would not be a dream. Benjamin thought he was watching those midnight TV ads. So he finished the whole book. Benjamin had a more systemic understanding of the so-called magic potion now. It was not too bad. In fact, it was a rather useful thing to learn. However, undoubtedly, magic was still the right way to do things. Therefore, he did not plan to learn how to make magic potion. Firstly, he lost his interest by half. It would be hard to carry on learning it. Next, he did not agree to the underlying concept, so the learning would be in vain even if he tried to learn. At most, he could only learn the surface of this study and could not learn in depth. It was rather unfortunate, but he also had limited energy. The mystery of the space of consciousness was enough for him to spend his whole life studying it. How would he have any energy left to learn the study of magic potion, which was according to another different theory? But even though he did not want to learn, he could let the others learn. Chapter 194, The Plan to Leave. Master Benjamin, are there people hunting after us? Is that why we have to run away again? Everyone was squeezed into a small room in the hotel. More than 20 mages were staring at Benjamin, wearing various facial expressions. Farron scratched his head and asked uncertainly. Then, Benjamin shook his head and smiled. He reassured all the mages who seemed a little restless. You are worrying too much. There's no one hunting us down. I called everyone here because I have attained an introductory book about the study of magic potion. Is anyone interested in studying this? The study of magic potion had been developed to the extent that Benjamin could not simply ignore it even if he did not plan to learn himself. Magic potion was an external tool. That was true. But, even if he was confident that he did not need this tool, these mages in the team might need it as well. This was an important part to consider if they wished to gain a foothold in the world of mages abroad. Therefore, grooming a few potion mages in the team was, in fact, rather necessary. Among these people, it was not like everyone possessed the talent in combating. Giving them another option in practicing magic should advantage them as well. Study of magic potion? Was it the study that utilized strange and rare materials to create expensive potions? This kind of books seemed to be managed very strictly. As an ex-merchant, Varus was quick to comprehend the underlying focal point as expected. If we are able to sell the potions that we have made ourselves, the fortune that we will receive will be immeasurable. Upon hearing this, Benjamin also nodded. It appeared that the mages in the team was not doing nothing in these few days in Isur. They had also asked around about the related information about magic potion. Just as Benjamin mentioned this, they were able to react quickly to the subject. In reality, the benefits that magic potion were able to bring upon them were not only limited to money. According to what had been described in the book, magic potion was an area in which its demand had always exceeded its supplies. Therefore, if they were able to mass-produce magic potion, the elevation of their status would be truly significant. Government agencies, civil organizations, mercenary group. These big shots would eventually come to socialize with them. The status of their bunch of mages from foreign lands would definitely elevate significantly. Of course, this was only the wonderful fantasy of Benjamin. Like what was mentioned in the book, there was a certain requirement needed to learn magic potion. Not everyone could become a potion mage. It did not require the mage to have any remarkable talent in magic, but it required the mage to have spiritual energy that was extremely sensitive to changes. This was so that the mage could keep track of the changes of the many elements in it during the making of the potion. Benjamin also had no idea whether there was such a person with such special talent within his group of mages. This is the introductory book to the study of magic potion. You guys can take a look at it and read for yourselves. But be extra cautious so that no other people find out about this book. Make sure not to let the people from the Mage Guild learn that we have a book that teaches magic potion. As he was thinking about this, he took the book and passed it to the mage nearest to him, while giving instructions in an extremely serious manner. Monopoly organization like the Mage Guild might put on with some wild potion mages, but they would never allow another mage group who could produce magic potion in the country. Therefore, they had to go about this matter in secret. Also, here are some materials and tools needed to make some simple potions. I have them here as well. So if anyone is interested after reading this, you can come and take these from me. As he said, Benjamin pointed to his bulging bag. Before the meeting, he even went to the old man's store once again in secret. He bought some materials and tools according to the formula in the book to prepare for the necessary situation. Surprisingly, these things were rather cheap in price. By using the coins taken from Dick, he bought so many items to the extent he had trouble fitting all the items in his bag. Comparing with the high price of magic potion, Benjamin realized how profitable this business was. How could they not participate in this business? After listening to Benjamin's introduction, the mages received the book Introduction to Magic Potion from him and curiously sat around the book. It seems interesting. May I have a look at it first? I think I'll pass. I don't think I'll be able to sit still in a room for a whole day to deal with these things. You guys go ahead and study this. I want to study this next. Make sure you read it quickly. I'd like to try it out. After the fight at the gateway, the mages now were more organized than before. As there was only one book, they quickly decided the order for them to have a look at the book and the time they were able to study it. By using this method, it could ensure that everyone who was interested could have the chance to study it. Watching their organized action, Benjamin nodded as he smiled. Luckily, he would not have to be worried about the way for them to study the book. After having some thought, he waited for the discussion to cease, then spoke of another matter to them. About our next move. He organized his thought and spoke slowly. From every signs, Isar won't be much peaceful soon. So it is better for us to leave as soon as possible. We are currently not allowed to pass through the borders at will. So, I suggest that we go to the border between Isar and Ferelden first. Then, we observe at which point the defense will be weaker and flew over to the other side at that point. Even though he told them that they would leave Isar before, but he was not sure whether they would be agreeable with sneaking away forcefully so soon. However, Benjamin quickly realized that he was worried for no reason. Boss Lady simply rolled her sleeve with the composure of a bandit and spoke without mincing a word, "When are we moving out?" This was the same for the others. Everyone's expression was serious as they looked at Benjamin. Not even the slightest hint of hesitation or doubt. Benjamin immediately understood something. He had no need to worry about them. They were the people who left their homes and fled to the border while being hunted down by others. They longed for a stable life and spent every day cheerfully as if they did not care about the world. But, once there was a change to the situation, their decisiveness was incomparable. They were after all a gang of desperados. As he thought about this, Benjamin was slightly proud. To be the head of a bunch of desperados, he might just be a reckless desperado by nature. Thus, he flashed a smile that a head of a group of desperados would show and cleared his throat. "Everyone, get ready. We will leave tonight." Everyone nodded. No one opposed to his words. The secret meeting where everyone was squashed in this hotel room like sardines officially ended. Since their schedule was really tight, they had to be well prepared for what was going to take place next. Those who needed to learn magic potion did so, those who had to pack their stuff did what they should do too. Of course, there was someone who reacted by suddenly asking a question. The person mentioned that a lot of them still could not cast flying spell. How could they possibly fly over the border? Benjamin smiled and said those who could not fly could stay in his pillar of steam. Just like last time, they could roll over to the other side with the others. His words scared the remaining mages. They swore that they would surely learn flying spell properly before they reach the border. Benjamin showed a relieved smile. After he settled all the matters in the team, he did not rest. Instead, he left the hotel alone. He had a small matter to attend to. Moore's magic store. Benjamin thought that old man was pretty impressive and, at the same time, helped him a big deal. So, before he departed, he made sure to pay the old man a visit. He told the old man that he was preparing to leave now. The old man was still acting as usual. He impatiently waved to him and indicated to him that they could go wherever they wanted to. Benjamin shook his head and had no choice but to leave the store. When he returned to the hotel, Other than the old man in town of Hank, the two mages from the Mage Guild still lived here and had not left the hotel yet. Thus, Benjamin had to deal with the two of them. He could not afford having them found out that he would leave by today. He had no choice. The intention of the Mage Guild was too mysterious. So, Benjamin would rather be more mysterious in the eyes of the Mage Guild as well. Chapter 195, The Small Note of the Mage. Hawk opened the door and welcomed Benjamin and the others into the room. He was a little surprised and said, "Sir Benjamin, have you changed your mind? Our guild master is not what you had imagined. He is a very kind man. I doubt he will cause you any trouble." Benjamin put up his hand to stop him. "Thank you for your kindness, but our schedule has been decided. We will depart by tomorrow and head towards Caretas. We really do not have time to pass by Capital City." Upon hearing this, Hawk's expression showed that he realized there was nothing more that he could do. "Sir Benjamin, you just told me that you are about to exit the country illegally. Aren't you afraid that I will report back to the guild and have all of you arrested?" He smirked. Benjamin shrugged and answered, "I'm just discussing it. I didn't actually do anything. Is discussing something a crime?" The mages behind Benjamin covered their mouths and snickered. Hawk went silent. As a lobbyist of the Mage Guild, he had a duty. Thus, he took a deep breath and resumed to his calm and friendly manner. He faced Benjamin and spoke again, "If that is the case, Sir Benjamin, for what business did you search me out?" Benjamin shook his head, "It's not a serious matter. It's just that. Didn't Sir Richard faint during the duel yesterday? Since I was the one who knocked him out, I am rather worried. I came to visit him today." As he spoke, he pointed to the few mages standing behind him. "These are my friends. They were doctors before this. After they became mages, they become interested in healing magic. So, I brought them here to see if they can offer any kind of assistance." After hearing this, Hawk gazed at the few sturdy mages that stood behind Benjamin, seemingly slightly doubtful of his words. However, he probably thought nothing of it. So, he turned around and pulled the partition open, showing the beds to them. "Richard has not regained consciousness since yesterday. It seems like the water of life has no effect on him as well." Hawk was slightly worried. "He just lays there. I have no idea why." Upon hearing this, Benjamin was rather surprised. Impossible. Was the effect of his gigantic water ball that scary? It knocked out somebody for one day and one night, with no way of knowing when the person will wake up? He could not help but to question whether there was something inherently wrong with Richard's body. But this was a good chance for them. It was like the heavens were helping them. For the two mages from the Mage Guild, one had already lost consciousness and just lay on his bed, knocked out. Because of this, it would be easier for them to deal with the other mage. Just as Hawk turned to look at Richard, Benjamin signaled the people behind him. The mages behind him nodded subtlety in return. Benjamin then moved forward and patted Hawk on his shoulder. "I'm sorry. How about this? Let them have a look at Sir Richard to see whether he is sick. Maybe they will know what to do." He reassured Hawk in a seemingly nice way. As Benjamin grabbed the attention of Hawk, the sturdiest mage of them all, the old blacksmith walked towards them. He acted as if he wanted to treat Richard. And when Hawk was not looking, the old blacksmith grabbed his head and slammed it into the wall beside him. Bang! Benjamin could not help but frown. The formerly white wall now stained in blood. Hawk was caught totally off guard. His limbs twitched like a frog that had been stomped on. He could not even let out a squeak. "He won't die from this, right?" Benjamin asked. The old blacksmith wiped away Hawk's blood from his hands. He put his hands under Hawk's nose and checked for his breath. He shook his head and said, "Don't worry. He didn't die. He is still breathing." Benjamin walked towards Hawk and checked that he was truly not going to die. Thank God, he was simply knocked unconscious. At most, he would have concussion, but he definitely would not die. His conscience could rest well. The whole process of knocking Hawk unconscious went rather well. Since Benjamin and the rest were mages, Hawk would not have thought to look out for such simple, brutal attack no matter how cautious he was being. Moreover, Benjamin's well-mannered talk and diversion was very convincing. "Okay. Tie him up." Benjamin came back to his senses and said. Upon hearing this, the other mages moved forward and used the rope and clothes they prepared beforehand to tie Hawk up tightly. Even his mouth was covered. This was so that he would not have the chance to chant spells after he regained consciousness. Absolutely detailed. This was how Benjamin dealt with things. He planned to knock the two out, tie them up and lock them in this room. By the time the boss of the hotel realizes something is wrong and comes to check things out before eventually releasing them, Benjamin and gang would have been long gone. It would be very difficult for these two to track them down anymore. With that, the officials of ICER could not possibly know which part of the border they would be flying over. They would have no way to track the group. What are you doing?" However, when the mages were busy tying up Hawk, Richard, who was lying unconscious on the bed just now, suddenly sprung up. He looked at them in fear. Benjamin was horrified. "Weren't you unconscious this whole time?" he asked uncertainly. But very quickly, as if he just thought of something, he said, "No, that's not right. I knew it." "So, you were pretending that you had fainted all this time?" Upon hearing this, Richard's expression turned into distress. Who is it that pretended to faint? Why would I pretend to faint? I. He could not speak properly as he appeared to try to explain why he had woken up suddenly. But at that moment, it was as if he turned into a person with a nasty stammer. He spent a whole lot of energy, but could not explain anything. Benjamin sighed and signaled the old blacksmith again. The old blacksmith understood the signal and walked towards Richard. With the same method, he slammed Richard's head into the wall. Richard was probably still trying to explain why he had pretended to faint, so he did not resist at all and let the old blacksmith do his job. And so, with a muffled bang, the whole room went silent. The stammering yet talkative Richard's explanation was suddenly cut short. "These mages from the Mage Guild are strange people, indeed," one of the mages exclaimed. Benjamin could not help but agree. What is this pretending to faint thing? It was not like he was young. Did he have to go to that extent just because he lost a match? He was like those elementary school students who lay in their beds and pretended to be sick just so they did not have to attend school. To think, he actually made Benjamin happy for a short moment back there. He thought his water ball spell had developed some extraordinary effects. And just like that, they used an extremely violent yet simple way to deal with the two mages from the Mage Guild. The whole matter went extremely well thanks to the fact that their opponents were unprepared, plus, ordering the sturdy mages to tie people up made Benjamin feel like the don of a mafia. Unfortunately, there were no sunglasses in this world. If not, he would definitely have gotten a pair for himself. Out of mercy, Benjamin did not take all the things after he searched the mages' bodies. In fact, he only took a small, crumpled note that had a sentence written on it from Hawk. After that, they left the room. When the night fell, the mage group was fully prepared. They brought their luggage and left money for the rent on the bed. Sneaking off into the dark, they silently left their hotel as well as the town of Hank. Once again, they were traveling at night heading east. They planned to bypass Regina and think of a way to reach the border between Isar and Ferelden, which they would silently fly over the border. They walked for more than 4 hours. At this point, they had already left town of Hank and were now at the foot of a mountain that was almost unscalable. Because of the difficult journey and the fact that the area ahead was a rather infamous active area of magic beast, they decided to camp here for the night. They would rest here and continue their journey the next morning. In the narrow and dark tent, Benjamin lowered his head and took out the note from earlier. It was the note in which Benjamin took from Hawk's pocket before leaving town of Hank. Benjamin had held it in his hand for a long time, tossing and turning it to read it again and again. The crumpled note wrote a very clear message. Chapter 196, Hurrying on. According to our current progress, how long till we reach the border? Benjamin had just finished lunch and was sitting outside his tent on a mountain road in Isar, staring at the clear blue sky, before suddenly asking the system this question. I can't really say, the shortest would be half a month, longest could possibly be a month or two. The system answered, the number of monsters we meet each day is also increasing, our journey has had too many unexpected stops, I am struggling with the estimation. Upon hearing this, Benjamin nodded his head thoughtfully. After leaving the town of Hank, they had hurriedly headed towards the border of Isar and Ferelden. At this point, they have been on the road for 2 days. They planned to quickly leave Isar, and not to pass the capital city. The note that they accidentally got from Hawk did not change Benjamin's mind. The Mage Guild would send a representative to invite him to Regina, then send a message to the selected mediator not to let Benjamin near Regina. The constant twists and turns made it hard for Benjamin to understand what was going on. He didn't know what the Mage Guild's exact intentions were, but it was clear that the other party had definitely learned of his identity, a mage who can conjure a water sphere as big as half a town. From this angle, Benjamin's existence could be a threat to them, it was perfectly normal for them to want him to leave. But, how did they discover his identity? From what happened at the gateway, the Queen did not know that he was the mage who conjured the giant water sphere in the imperial capital. If she did, they would not have been able to leave so easily. Whatever the Mage Guild knows, the Queen does not know. In other words, there must be some sort of a rift between them. This made the situation in Isar less transparent. Of course, there was a possibility that the rift wasn't from the Mage Guild and the Queen, but within the Mage Guild itself. This note was discovered in Hawk's pocket, the author's identity unknown. At the same time, the other mage, Richard, definitely had no knowledge about the note's existence. If Richard knew Benjamin was the infamous water demon, he would not have hastily challenged him to a competition and have the confidence to bet on his victory. Thinking about it now, the two people were from the Mage Guild and they looked like they were carrying out the same task, but their individual motives could be totally different. This was so complicated. The more Benjamin thought about it, the further he felt he was from an explanation. And so, in the end, he decided to ignore the matter. No matter what the people from the Mage Guild wanted to do, it didn't matter as long as it didn't affect Benjamin. The only thing he had to do was to leave Isar without turning back. This entire pool of muddy water, why was he getting involved? If the people didn't want him to go to the capital city, that was fine, as he didn't want to go either. He kept the note, continued his journey, and didn't take it out again. This road that led from one end of Isar to the other was carefully selected by Benjamin and the system after much consideration. By using this road, they could avoid all the towns and main roads, keeping contact to a minimum. Without anyone predicting their next move, they could easily reach the border of Isar. Of course, the cons of choosing this concealed route is that there was an increased chance of encountering magical creatures. They did not have to worry though, as they had already prepared before they left. But still, the number of magical creatures that live within Isar's territory were much higher than in the Kingdom of Helius. They had only been on the road for 2 days, and yet they had already met 4 to 5 groups of magical creatures. Fortunately, the magical creatures they met were not powerful, and the numbers were not great, so the mages were able to easily defeat them. Benjamin did not have to raise his hand as there was no real threat so far. For example, just half an hour ago, they were attacked by a pack of wind wolves. At the time, the overwhelming winds rushed towards them, but the group of mages were already ready. Everyone gathered together, and released their magic together to create a shield. After blocking the first attack, they fought back fiercely. Fireballs, ice, earth needles, around 20 mages all released their magic together. Even though some of them had only low or even entry-level magic, but given the circumstances, they seemed more than capable. After 2 days of experience fighting magical creatures, they were familiar with their movements. With the many fireballs, the pack of wolves was obliterated in the blink of an eye. After seeing this, Benjamin couldn't help but feel that the little fighting experience had been beneficial to everyone. During the first magical creature's attack, everyone was confused, some even got hurt. But, after only 2 days, there was already some levels of teamwork and understanding among the mages. Some oversaw control, others were in charge of attacking, and some were responsible for replacing the knives. Everyone could use their respective talents according to their different styles of magic, and as a result, the fighting wasn't as messy anymore. Of course, this didn't mean they were experts. During the fight with the wind wolves, there was nothing weird like them moving in sync or anything of the such, but they still used each other's strengths and fighting experience to coordinate the attacks. Benjamin thought about it and smiled as he shook his head. There was no need to rush these things. It wasn't as if they had a master tactician in their group. All of this was learned in combat. To have improved so much through pure combat experience was incredible. Turns out the choice to use the concealed route could also train their fighting skill and compatibility from providing them worthy opponents. If this keeps up, it won't be long before they become a formidable mage group. However, to improve their compatibility, there is something they had to do. There was no other way a group of mages who do not want to rely on each other could survive. The ability to work together is the deciding factor in a battle. Benjamin believed, if they worked together they could train better, keep it up, and there would be nothing to be afraid of even if they face the gateway's bishop. Still, Benjamin couldn't help but think about the church's underlings. It didn't matter if they were the cleaners, or the 3 priests he met before, they seemed to have mastered a skill that combined their powers. They can chant a spell with a few people together, or use the same divine charm, and the power of the divine charm will be abnormally stronger. Benjamin naturally became a little green-eyed. How strong they would be if they could learn this skill. Since they had about 20 mages, their combat effectiveness would absolutely soar. While Benjamin's thoughts were running wild, the mages were destroying the attacking wind wolves. When the last wind wolf died, they relaxed and left their combat mode, joking with each other as they cleared the battlefield. The corpses of the wind wolves and all traces of the fight had to be gotten rid of so they would not leave a single trace. At the same time, studying the Introduction to Magic Potions book had allowed Benjamin to slowly understand the different ingredients that each magical creatures had. For example, the wind wolf's flesh can be used to make a potion that enhances one's agility. It is a common ingredient though, and it was not worth much money, but it still had its uses. And so, every magical creature they encountered on the road would brought them some form of income. Their storage of ingredients from magical creatures was enough to make countless potions. Regarding the art of magical potions, they finally showed some improvement while they traveled. Originally, Benjamin thought that if he gave out the Introduction to Magic Potions book, someone would immediately come to Benjamin for ingredients, eager to try out a spell. Surprisingly, not a single soul looked for him. This made Benjamin a little worried. To learn the art of magic potions, some amount of talent and interest is needed, but he didn't know anybody among the 20 mages who had interest in the art and could really learn something. If there were no one who wants to learn, did they conduct the exchange for nothing? Benjamin was worried and started to think, should he get a potion mage who was talented in this art, to fill in some of the gaps that the group had? Or should he just let all their precious ingredients harvested from magical creatures go to waste? Chapter 197, Refining Potions. Andy held the thick Introduction to Magic Potions book. He felt nervous as he stood outside Benjamin's tent. He was different from the other mages. Unlike everyone else, he didn't travel to the town of Crew after he became a mage. The town of Crew was already his home. Half a year ago he was identified by the other mages, and was pulled into a meeting. When everyone noticed that he wasn't a mage, they decided to spare his life out of pity, and instead decided to teach him magic. Once he learned enough, he became a member of the group, despite the fact the whole thing had been an accident. However, even with this weird way of becoming a mage, Andy didn't feel any discontent towards any of the other members of the mage group. He could never feel discontent towards the only reality that had any meaning to him. Joanna always said that his views were very pessimistic, with no intent to improve himself. He had to agree. After Benjamin appeared, the other mages behaved like they found their life's goal: meditation, combat, new spells. He also learned the reclusive flying spell, and joined the movement to attack the gateway. He felt as though he should be rejoicing like the others, eyes gleaming in expectation of the future. However, he felt at an inexplicable loss. Throughout the entire gateway attack, he had only released a single fireball with Joanna at the start of it. Then he waited outside, and the gateway was later claimed by others. Even though he was frightened in the beginning, it was like he did nothing, and he still felt an emptiness inside his heart. It was like it didn't make a difference to the others whether or not he existed. This feeling of loss became stronger with the passage of time. Added on to the fact that after fight with magical creatures, the others had rejoiced in their victory, but he felt only chaos. He felt as though he was missing something, unable to keep up with the others. So much so that he actually thought about leaving the group, thinking he didn't deserve to continue being in the team. After all, if everyone was rushing towards the same goal, the person marching in place would only get left behind. Until he flipped open the Introduction to Magic Potions book, he always had a sense of incompatibility. The others finished flipping through the book and threw it aside, saying how boring, too complicated, seems useless. But when he picked the book up, note that it was only because Benjamin wanted them to read it. He was absolutely excited to try it and contribute to the others in his own unique way. He wanted to be part of that group. Magic potions rank higher than magic. What was interesting was that upon reading that sentence, he didn't feel any sense of surprise or confusion. He only felt that the person who wrote it must have been very discontented. He could even think about it, a resentful mage, under the dimness of an oil lamp, taking a fountain pen and writing the first sentence of the book on the yellowing draft paper. Andy had an odd feeling. This was certainly an interesting book. The contents of the rest of the book slowly pulled him in. Plundering the strength found in the flesh of the magical creatures, granting strength to an originally weak human, this thought made Andy, who had only been a mage for half a year, felt captivated. If studying magic potions meant looking at this sort of theory, then agreed that its significance was definitely deeper than magic. He didn't understand why the others would feel that this notion was boring, but he felt that it was something to be proud of. More importantly, Teacher Benjamin seemed convinced of the importance of this book. Andy didn't want to leave the group. The fact that he left his home made him uneasy, but if he drifts away even from his friends, that would just break his heart. He is not someone to make ultimatums, but to become like everyone else, he was willing to put in the effort. Benjamin brought so much hope to the others, maybe it was enough to give him direction in his own life? Thinking this, Andy had never read a book with so much focus. The theory of the potions, the brewing process, the ingredients, the formula, the elements. He didn't sleep the whole night, flipping through the book, reading so thoroughly that he could have memorized it. In actuality, Introduction to Magic Potions made him feel empathy. It was weird, but he could feel it, as though the person who wrote this book shared some unnamed similarity with him. And so, just as daylight broke, he climbed out of his tent with dark circles under his eyes, but full of energy. He wanted to quickly try experimenting, but was worried about bothering Benjamin, so with complicated feelings, he waited outside the tent. "Andy? Do you want to try brewing potions?" The thing was, Andy hadn't even said anything. Benjamin noticed his arrival through the tent, opened the tent door and looked at him expectantly. At that moment, Andy felt very nervous. He couldn't even say a word. So, he simply held the book tightly in his hands, nodded his head, indicating a yes. And so, Benjamin invited him into the tent, took a bunch of ingredients from magical creatures out of his bag, along with the instruments required to brew potions, a small mouthwalk that could replace a medicine furnace, and a big oil lamp to replace the fire source. It's a little shabby. Benjamin laughed apologetically and said, "You can use these, don't be afraid of failing, a lot of people have difficulty succeeding during their first try." Andy took a deep breath, knelt down and arranged the things in front of him. He wanted to say something, to reassure his nervousness, but when he saw all the ingredients, he couldn't stop himself from starting. Following the instructions in the book, he started to handle the ingredients. Once he started, everything else was promptly forgotten. Benjamin looked as though he wanted to say something, but didn't say anything. For his first potion, he decided to choose the basic healing potion. The fluff of an undying sheep, the leaf of a watery rose apple tree, and the blood of a winged wolf. The healing potion only required 3 ingredients and Andy quickly picked them out. He poured the winged wolf blood into the small wok, and started the oil lamp. The whole scene was the same as a housewife making soup, there was none of the mysteriousness that a mage should have. Not that Andy cared anyway, he just faced the wok, chanting a weird and brief spell. Following the guidance of his mental strength, a small amount of water materialized and gathered, and entered pot alongside the blood. At that moment, the color of the blood changed from dark red to a much lighter shade of red. Under the ministrations of the fire, it was about to boil. Seeing this, Andy quickly took the fluff of the undying sheep and threw it in. The blood in the wok suddenly changed to black. What? Andy was stunned. Then, his shock changed to disappointment. I failed. It was written in the book, when it came to this point, the wolf's blood should gradually be turning white. If it turned black, it would be because my timing was off. I failed. Benjamin acted as though nothing happened, took the pot, threw out the black liquid, and put the pot back in front of Andy, smiling gently at him. RioBL.cm. Failure is very common, don't give up just because of a setback. How do you think all successful people work? Think about why you failed, then try again. He said. Upon hearing this, Andy took a deep breath, and became calm. I was too nervous. I forgot to use my mental strength to feel for the change in the ingredients. He opened his mouth, like he was speaking to Benjamin, but looked like he was speaking to himself. Every element in the ingredients is different, so, every time a potion is brewed, I need to be specific to the current set of ingredients, choosing different moments, adding different amounts. The same ingredients don't have the same brewing process. Benjamin looked at Andy with excitement in his eyes, but Andy didn't even notice. He continued talking to himself, head bowed, pouring the wolf's blood into the wok again, lighting the fire and repeating the process. Directing the water, adding in the fluff of the undying sheep, gathering the wind, adding in the leaf of the watery rose apple tree. Benjamin was bursting with admiration. He stood up, trying not to bother the other person, and tiptoed out of the tent. Half an hour later there was suddenly a loud cheer from the tent. Even Benjamin, who was having breakfast with the other mages, got a fright. Everyone turned to see Andy with dark circles, dirty clothes, holding a black wok come running out. I did it. Chapter 198, The Skill to Using Magic. The day after Andy successfully brewed the potion, within the group, there was a girl by the name of Hannah who also learnt the art of potion brewing, and joined the ranks of the potion mages. Benjamin was very pleased with the results. Among the 20 or so mages, there were 2 who could become potion mages. This result was really good, seeing as this area needed high-level talent. Benjamin gave them all the required instruments and ingredients, ensuring that they all improve in terms of potion brewing. Even though they were only beginners, but with time and experience, Benjamin believed they will grow into experienced potion mages. Benjamin used his magic to create stone bottles that they could keep the potions they brewed during their practice, and placed the bottles in their luggage, when they have the chance to sell it for a little profit. In fact, Benjamin didn't even feel tired on the road. While leading the others forward, his focus on his meditation never wavered, he even had to use his ice blade to create the bottles for the potions. At the same time, he found the time to exchange another book, Introduction to Magic. He was so busy he could only get 5 hours of sleep per day. Regarding the Introduction to Magic, after Benjamin finished preparing it, he understood quite a number of things, and gained something from it. Following the book's point of view, now the whole mage's world in Isar, all agree that the essence of magic was the imitation of magical creatures. And so, their theory was built on this. They didn't mention much about the elements, alongside the emphasis on the building of their mental strength, magic that focuses on the spell, not the words. And the end result of all this is, they do not have a complete theory, but in practice, they managed to discover plenty of weird ideas. For example, they even discovered a meditation method that kept you on the brink of death, something like the Indian yoga, staying in a strange posture, then gradually stopping your breathing, and it's the reason they train their mental strength. Even Benjamin felt cramps from trying it. Besides that, to prepare each spell to its fullest potential, they did quite a lot of research. Just like the mage Richard being able to summon a continuous chain of 10 fireballs, they're focused on the control of magic, focusing on the limited use of elements and mental strength, somehow digging out the most likely outcome of a magic spell. This coincides with the effect of Benjamin's triangular runes. Because of that, Benjamin gained a lot of inspiration from it. So, after reading the book, he returned to the space of consciousness, and observed the 3 spells that he learnt. Just like when he copied the components of the water of life, and was able to create a healing water sphere. By switching the arrangements of elements during the creation of magic, he created magic that had even more special effects, for example an ice mirror that could reflect holy light. It is also one of the effects of controlling the details of magic creation. He should focus more on this area. When the theory of magic mentioned this part, it used an ice arrow as an example. For example, by adjusting the cohesion of the elements, the mage can control the ice arrow better, able to decide if the strength of the penetration, or its freezing power is stronger. So, Benjamin followed the procedure in the book, and released the first ice magic. As usual, to improve the power during the ice-breaking spell, he kept on compressing the ice, until it became as thin as a needle. But now, he tried to allow the ice to break apart. The more it broke apart the thinner it got, until the end, Benjamin could even feel, what he was conjuring wasn't a solid matter, but fog that flashed with light. Looking at the cloud of floating ice fog, he thought, Benjamin first adjusted its internal components, allowing its freezing power to increase. Then, he conjured a huge water sphere, and made the two collide. In that sudden moment, Benjamin felt his vision blur. Even before he could see what was happening, the huge sphere of water was frozen into a huge lump of ice, and dropped with a loud crash. Benjamin felt a moment of glee. This kind of freezing power, essentially it needed him to prepare an ice needle. But ice needles can only be used in close combat, the conditions were too strict, so Benjamin was still troubled. And now, by allowing the ice to break into an ice fog, he could now control the fog's reach further. This allowed Benjamin's combat power to increase, and by a lot febol.cm. Incredible! In his excitement, Benjamin left the space of consciousness, and returned to reality, preparing to experiment on another variable. But unfortunately, it was already night, and everyone had already set up their tents, preparing to rest. After giving it some thought, Benjamin quietly left the campsite, and came to a nearby rock pile. Then, he used the mind technique, and released the ice-breaking spell. The ice fog quickly took shape, but this time, Benjamin made it harden, adjusting the water that make up the ice fog. Very quickly, after the adjustment, he began to push this lump that twinkled in the moonlight, like tiny diamond particles in the ice fog, slowly flying towards the rocks in front of him. In a moment, the ice fog touched the rocks. Benjamin couldn't help raising his hopes. Only to find the lump of shining ice fog didn't even impact with anything, but went right through the rocks. The shape of the ice fog was the same, there wasn't even a change in the speed. Surprised, Benjamin dismissed the spell and walked closer towards the rock, and carefully examined it. The originally smooth rock now looked like a piece of wood that was attacked by termites, filled with tiny holes spread out all over. He paused, then Benjamin raised his hand, and gently nudged the rock. The moment his hand touched it, he felt like he wasn't pushing a solid rock, rather a piece of damaged plastic bubble. Countless cracks appeared all over the rock, and in a moment, the rock, which was as tall as half a man, crumbled into countless tiny pieces. Benjamin was pleasantly surprised. Through the water component in the ice fog, he turned all the tiny particles of ice as hard as diamonds, even though it looked like it had lost its freezing ability, but its uses are indescribable. The ice fog had a mysterious cutting ability. Benjamin believed that no matter how ferocious a magical creature is, once it went through that ice fog, it will turn to meat paste in an instant. That's something else. When he thought about this, he suddenly felt a wave of admiration. The most powerful attack he had, after a long time, finally can be renewed. At the time, comparatively, this kind of attack method is not perfect. Maybe Benjamin's control was not fine enough, and unable to make the ice fog even thinner, and so, it can still be seen in all kinds of light. Added on with the fact that it moves slowly, it's still difficult to use this to destroy his enemies. But Benjamin didn't feel disappointed. What kind of joke is this? This was just a trial run, and he got this kind of results. If he continued on with this train of thought, maybe used it on his 2 other spells, he will surely discover even more new things. And so, just as Benjamin was about to return to his tent, just as he was thinking about new ideas to use, suddenly, through the water particles sensing method, he sensed on the mountainside, a vague silhouette appeared. Anyone there? Because the distance was too far, Benjamin's sensing method was not too clear. As he thought about it, he headed towards that direction, and hid in the night, and continued using the water particles sensing method, to observe the silhouette that suddenly appeared. Then, when he went closer, he discovered that it wasn't even a silhouette. Chapter 199, Disappearance. Even though Benjamin did not count them all, but through a rough estimate, he could tell that this group of people were about 30 men strong. He had a bad feeling about this. It didn't matter that he was unsure of their identity or purpose, but they may be just a random group of travelers that were passing through, but to Benjamin they were already a nuisance. They even chose this remote small pass, the only reason is to hide away from prying eyes. To encounter this group of people, isn't it just the same as revealing their tracks? So, he had to think of something, to deal with the situation in front of him. Didn't you say that we would not meet anyone if we took this road? What is this then? He couldn't help but question in his mind. What can I do? These people don't like taking the major roads, it can't be helped. The system explained, if you want to blame anyone, blame your own bad luck, no matter how far out the road, you still met someone. Benjamin noticed the system had recently reverted back to its disagreeable self. Even if he was in the space of consciousness reprimanding the system will just put a come hit me face, stubborn and reckless. Benjamin didn't know how to handle it. Sadly, he shouldn't think that violence can surely treat this problem. The system would only be subdued for a little while, before recurring worse than before. Benjamin sighed in frustration. He returned to reality and observed for a while his emotions slowly relaxed. From the 30 or so unknown individuals, Benjamin did not sense any spellcaster's spiritual energy or the movements of the elements. They were normal people, unrelated with the mages or the church. But only, looking at their clothes. They wore something that looked like it was made of leather, with long swords at their waists. They were all bearded, strong, buff men. Their movements were slow but it exuded a faint but dangerous vibe. Benjamin suddenly realized, these were a group of mountain bandits. Are there any mountain bandits in this region? He asked the system. The system answered, there shouldn't be, but they could be a new group that just arrived, or maybe we're new to Isar, and don't have enough information. Maybe there are mountain bandits here, but we did not know about it. Is that so? Hearing this, Benjamin shrugged. Whatever it is, if they really are mountain bandits, then things were easier for them. Not wanting their travel route exposed, Benjamin just needed to get rid of this group of mountain bandits, then nothing will happen, and it would be doing the locals a service, killing two birds with one stone. At the end of the day, everything is done to prevent anyone from discovering their location. After observing for a while, and confirming that this group of mountain bandits were just here to set up camp and rest, without alerting them, Benjamin turned around, returning to the mages' campsite. He quietly woke the mages up, and informed them about the mountain bandits, and they were only a few mountain roads away, and that they should take care of it. Hearing this news, the mages became more alert, and did not need Benjamin to motivate them, they were full of excitement and wanted to act. Benjamin a little trouble calming them down before setting up an attack strategy. 8 people were to surround them from the outside, preventing any of them from escaping. The others were to rush in and kill all the mountain bandits on sight. I hate mountain bandits the most. Before in the kingdom, my desert scorpion was trampled by a mountain bandit. A cute, kindly girl named Lara said, but at that moment let out a devilish laugh. Benjamin couldn't help but think, it was really unfortunate for the mountain bandits to be here. And so, under the dark moonlight, aside from the 2 potion masters that stayed behind to stand guard, and another mage for protection, the rest of the group's mages moved out, and quietly left the campsite. Under Benjamin's guidance, they surrounded the mountain bandits' camp, then, using the leading mage's first fireball as a signal, they prepared to attack. The poor mountain bandits, they didn't know what was going on, they gathered together in 2s and 3s, as though they were saying something, some even laughed. Following the low chanting of spells and the subtle wave of magical energy. Boom! A fireball shot across the air, hitting the outermost mountain bandit. He didn't even make a sound before he became a pile of ashes. The other mountain bandits seemed shocked at what happened, unsheathing their swords and standing up, and were ambushed by the fireballs from all directions. Oh my god! It's mages! It's a mage attack! Master Mage, please have mercy! Don't kill us, we surrender! We'll give you everything! The entire battle was easier than the mages expected. No, this wasn't even a battle. After the first magical attack, most of them were either dead or injured. The ones remaining lost the will to fight. In that moment, screams for mercy like pigs squealing and could be heard throughout the mountainside. The mages took this all in, looked at each other and stopped the attack. They all surrendered, and no one tried to escape. Do we still fight? Frank asked. We should just kill them, a group of mountain bandits, what is the point of leaving them alive? Varus shook his head and said, don't believe a word they say, when you're not paying attention, they will just find a way to escape. Yeah, that makes sense too. And just as the mages were prepared to attack at the same time, and destroy the mountain bandits once and for all, Benjamin suddenly stood, opened his mouth and stopped the mages. Wait a minute, I have questions for them. If he was right, this group of mountain bandits were chased from the place where the mages were supposed to go. If that was so, they might as well ask them if there were any new situations on the road. If they weren't any, why would a group of mountain bandits come to this god-forsaken place? To be honest, they only just arrived in Isar not too long ago, and needed more information about it. This group of mountain bandits were natives, to kill them off would be a waste, he should get all the information he can before killing them. So, with the sentence, the mages lowered their magic, and the mountain bandits had a look of relief on their faces. After thinking for a moment, Benjamin walked out of the darkness, towards the mountain bandits. Master Mage, what questions do you have? We will definitely answer. One of the mountain bandits spoke to Benjamin, with a look of fear. Benjamin asked coolly, where are you from? Why are you here? If I remember correctly, there shouldn't be any mountain bandits here. Hearing this, the mountain bandit looked at a loss and shook his head. Master Mage, we are not mountain bandits, you are mistaken, we are from the River Fets, pirates. River Fet? When he heard about this, Benjamin frowned. That was weird. He has seen the map of Isar, he knew of the existence of the River Fet. That was a river in the south of Isar, it was near the border of Isar and Ferelden, not too far from here. If these people were really that group of pirates, then they must have taken half a month to cross the mountains and the valleys to get to this place. Earlier this year, to perform a hit, will the pirates drag the weekend so long? In that moment, Benjamin felt as though the whole situation was a little suspicious. Ah, it was the dame who brought us here. This pirate must be really scared, there was no need to scare him further, she said she got some news, maybe we could rob a big group of merchants. That we would never be able to finish spending the money we would earn, so we came here. Hearing this, Benjamin felt even more suspicious. A group of merchants? What kind of joke is this? Where would you find a group of merchants who would take this road? This road that Benjamin and the system specifically chose, to ensure that they would not encounter any villages or cities. This kind of nonsense, why would a group of merchants travel through here? Not knowing why, in that moment, Benjamin suddenly felt, this appearance of this group of pirates, definitely had something to do with them. He thought about it before asking, where is this dame? I want to ask her something. In his initial observation, he felt as though he noticed the only woman in the group, but where was she? The other pirates were just as confused as he was. They looked around them, some even moved the dead bodies of their fallen friends, hurriedly searching. Then, after searching for a while, they couldn't find the only woman in a pile of men. Master Mage, the dame, she is missing, I don't know where she went. In the end, the lead pirate shuffled forward in fear and trembling, in a disbelieving tone of voice, he told Benjamin. As for Benjamin, he was just as surprised as them. While the pirates were looking, he also used his water particles sensor, scanning through the surrounding areas. But the initial silhouette of the woman was nowhere to be found. What is this? Where was she? The entire campsite of the mountain bandits was surrounded earlier, how can someone slip away? If he knew this, when they were attacking, he should have activated his water particles sensor. Then the whole pirate camp will be under his watch. If this dame really escaped, unless she escaped when Benjamin went back to camp, it would be impossible for him to miss her. But how did she know that she could escape when Benjamin went back to camp? Is there such a coincidence? Could it be, this dame already knew of their existence? Benjamin felt stranger and stranger. When he was deep in thought, not even realizing where his train of thought was going, suddenly, following a few shouts, in the darkness, two familiar silhouettes came rushing towards them. Benjamin gathered his wits and looked carefully, it was the two potion masters he left to guard the camp. Why are they here? At that moment, Benjamin felt something was wrong. It was just to surround and attack a group of vulnerable mountain bandits, why were so many strange things happening? What is going on? Why did you come here? He frowned, and asked sternly, what about Augustine? Wasn't he supposed to be at the camp protecting you? Chapter 200, The Dame. Missing? In that moment, Benjamin's heart gave a thump, an uneasy feeling curling inside it. The other mages that were surrounding them, at that moment, also emerged out of the darkness. They all wore puzzled expressions, gathered together, looking at each other. The pirates who didn't know what was going on just stood there trembling. EOV.C. When we left camp, wasn't Augustine still with you guys? How can he go missing? Benjamin asked as he took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself. Andy corrected his breathing, opened his mouth and related to them everything that happened. A while after you left, we were in the tent, suddenly we heard a weird sound outside. At the time, Augustine asked us to stay inside as he went outside to see what was happening. After waiting for a while, Augustine was still not back. We all felt it was weird, so the both of us left the tent. Hearing this, Benjamin frowned and immediately said, "Then, you couldn't find him?" The two potion masters had fearful looks in their eyes as they nodded. Seeing this, Benjamin could only take a deep breath, deep in thought. What is happening? They have already escaped the kingdom and could have escaped from other people's ears and eyes. In the end it's still the same, strange things happening to them one after another, and they can't even run away from it. Why can't they reach the border safely and without problems? For one of the mages to go missing is no small thing. Even though previously Augustine was a hotel manager, but after leaving the kingdom, he was the same as the other mages, he knew very little about Isur. Moreover, Benjamin knew him. A very enthusiastic uncle. Although he had a few special hobbies, he would not just leave without saying goodbye. Without question, when most of the mages have left camp, and all three mages that stayed back and stood guard heard a weird noise, it definitely was not an accident or coincidence. What kind of noise was it? So he asked. It sounded like a cat during springtime, but very short. Andy had a difficult time explaining it, but it also sounded like a baby's cry, very sharp. It was shocking to hear, and suddenly it just stopped. At the time, I thought I was mistaken. No. Suddenly, Hannah, who was standing beside, said, interrupting Andy, she added, that sound, compared to a cat's meow, I thought it sounded more like a person's laugh. Only, it was just a little weirder than usual. A woman's laugh? In that moment, Benjamin felt as though he was listening to a countryside ghost story. Three people at the campsite at night, suddenly hearing a weird woman's laughter. One person went out to check and didn't come back. Unfortunately, this isn't a story, but something that really happened to them. Because of Hannah's reminder, Benjamin could quickly connect woman's laughter with the dame that the pirates described. The only woman in the pirate camp disappeared mysteriously, and at the same time, the weird laughter from the mage's camp, and then a mage mysteriously disappeared. If there is no connection between the two incidences, Benjamin would never believe it. The key to the situation could be with the dame. That dame that disappeared, what is up with her? He turned, and glared at the pirate lying on the ground, and coldly asked. The pirates were dumbfounded at what they were seeing, but they were so frightened that their legs had turned to jelly, and they did not keep anything back. The dame, she is our boss wife. Then where is your boss? Benjamin immediately asked. Our boss was just killed by you. Benjamin suddenly felt like he wanted to vomit blood. Calm down. Don't worry. There is no point in worrying. After taking a deep breath, he continued asking, if he is dead then fine, you know anything about her, where is she from, how old is she, what does she look like, when did she marry your boss, what kind of person is she, just tell me whatever you know. Hearing this, the rest of the pirates looked at each other, looked like they did not know where to start. But under the fierce eye of the mages, they could only give in. They took turns describing the missing dame. The dame is really beautiful, but she is really smart, I would not even dare to look at her beyond a glance. The dame's voice is really sharp, when she laughs she shocks people. Every time I hear her laugh, I always get a headache. Boss was also really afraid of the dame. Just like that, following the pirates' scattered descriptions, the mysterious image of the woman slowly appeared in the mage's mind. Even though the pirates had a look of respect on their faces, but according to them, even from the start, the dame was someone's wife that their boss kidnapped from a merchant ship on the River Fet, and was forced to marry the pirate boss. When she first got married to the boss, the dame was very gentle and spoke very little, but slowly, her stripes in her personality began to show. At first, when she scolded everybody in the group, but to save the face of the boss, no one dared say anything. But after that, even the boss was punched and kicked by her, and was henpecked by his wife. At the same time, the dame herself started to show her skill in fighting, in the whole group there was no one who can beat her. And so it became, the dame slowly took control of the pirates' leadership, even their combat strategies. It was the dame that planned it and led everything, and in the end, everything was successful. And so, from a practical point of view, the dame became their boss and the original boss became the second in command. Usually, once Benjamin finished listening to the story, he will complain that the pirate boss was really useless. But now, with his comrade missing, he didn't even have the time of day to care about these minute details. According to the pirate's description, he was sure that Augustine and the dame were definitely related somehow. There is a very high chance that she took Augustine away. Even though it was suspicious, why couldn't a mage win against a woman who was better at hand-to-hand combat? But then again, it already happened, there is no point agonizing about these things. The most important thing is still to figure out a way to get Augustine back. After all these discussions, where is your dame from? What is her name? Don't you know all these things? Benjamin asked hurriedly. The pirates looked at each other, none of them saying a word. Does nobody know? If no one says anything, there is no point to you living anymore. Benjamin's voice got lower, using a dangerous stare, and glared at all of the pirates, exuding a cold murderous aura. No. Master Mage, I may not know what her name is, but I have a letter that the dame threw away before we left. Just then, one of the pirates hurriedly stood up, and took out a piece of paper from his pocket, passing it to Benjamin with trembling hands. We can't read, so we don't know what is written on it. Maybe you'll find something useful on it. A letter that the dame threw away, why would you pick it up? Before Benjamin could say anything else, another pirate with a hesitant look on his face replied softly. Nothing, just that, the letter smelled really nice. When I smell it, can do that thing. No one could keep a straight face. But after hearing this, Benjamin did not despise him. He took the crumpled paper, opened it, and read the letter with a serious face. However, he realized that this could not even be considered a letter. At most, it was just a draft, with only the introduction before it was thrown out. The content looked like it could be written by the dame to someone else.